This is the voice in the wilderness of the people coming to you in the great wind. This is the day that EZER has made. Let us rejoice and be glad in it. Let us sing praise to EZER with his name for all the goodness and his loving kindness, for saving us and protecting us from danger, from accidents, and from all iniquities. And that we will call out to him and sing his praise with every breath we take, with every step we make. We will love EZER, our Redeemer and Savior, forever. Today I bring you, my brothers and sisters, the book of Exodus, the second book of Shemaiah. In this book, we will read about the journey our ancestors took from Egypt. We will read about what happened to them in Egypt, how they got into Egypt, and how they got out of it. We will read all that EZER, the mighty one who has taken them out from Egypt, has spoken to them, the words he has given his prophets to give unto them, and to them only. All the things he told them they must do, and the things they should not do. The same things he said to them is the same words he has spoken to us. There is no new book that EZER gave to them. There is no new book he gave to us. He speaks in one book. He spoke his words. And as Israelites, we are to be obedient unto him and him alone. We are not to leave his words and go onto strange words, different words. We are not to follow others, not anyone else. For we are to listen to what our ancestors are saying to us. We are to be obedient unto what they are saying to us to do. My brothers and sisters, they are our counselors, instructors, advisors, whom EZER has sent to advise us and instruct us. He haven't sent any strangers. EZER did not send any strange people who are not a people. EZER didn't send any foolish nation to instruct us. But when we disobeyed his instruction, when we did not follow his counsel, then he provoked us with a people who are not a people, with a foolish nation. And for that reason, we are not to trust them. We are not to trust in the doctrines that they bring. We are to serve EZER and be obedient unto him and him alone. Now I bring you the book, the second book of Shemaiah, the one called Moses, the book called Exodus. I begin in chapter 1, verse 1, and it reads, Now these are the names of the children of EZER-IAH who came into Egypt, every man and his household came with Jacob. First, my brothers and sisters, we see they are telling us about one people. They are giving us one family. They are telling us that these are the people who came into Egypt, into another nation. And they are going to describe the people unto us. They will be described by their names. Verse 2. Reuben, Simeon, Levi, and EZER-IAH. Issachar, Zebulun, and Benjamin. Dan, Naphtali, Gad, and Asher. And all the souls that came out of the loins of Jacob was 70 souls. For Joseph was in Egypt already. And Joseph died, and all his brethren, and all that generation, and the children of EZER-IAH were fruitful, and increased abundantly, and multiplied, and waxed exceedingly mighty, and the land was filled with them. Now there arose up a new king over Egypt, who knew not Joseph. And he said unto his people, the Egyptians, Behold, the people of the children of EZER-IAH are more and mighty than we. Come on, let us deal wisely with them, else they multiply, and it come to pass that if there is a war, they will join also unto our enemies and fight against us. And so, let's get them out of the land. That's the land of Egypt. Therefore, they set them taskmasters to afflict them with their burdens, with problems, with hard work, with labor, with stress. And they build for Pharaoh treasure cities, Pithom and Ramses. Here, my brothers and sisters, they just let us know that these cities that was built in Egypt was built by the labor of our ancestors, by the hands and the sweat and the blood. The very remnants that we see today in Egypt, and they take credit for it and even make them wonders of the world. But to the people who did it, there is no credit. But it is recorded in our book, as we see. But the more they afflict them, the more they multiplied and grew. And they were grieved because of the children of EZER-IAH. The more they try to destroy our people, is the more they multiplied. And that was the stress for them. They grieved. And the Egyptians made the children of EZER-IAH to serve with rigor. And they made their lives bitter with hard bondage in mortar and in brick, and in all manner of service in the field. All their service wherein they made them serve, was with rigor. And the king of Egypt spake to the Hebrew midwives, of which the name of one was Sephora, and the name of the other Puah. And he said, when you do the office of a midwife to the Hebrew women, and see them upon the stools, if it be a son, then you shall kill him. But if it be a daughter, then she shall live. Here, my brothers and sisters, they are telling us the reason why the Pharaoh wanted the sons dead. The Pharaoh didn't want the sons dead because of some child that would have been born, as the Christians tried to tell us. They was trying to kill the boys so that they could kill the JC. That's not the reason. Here we see the reason. They wanted to diminish us. They wanted to weaken us. They wanted to destroy us. And that was the reason for killing the boys. But the midwives loved EZER-IAH and did not as the king of Egypt commanded them, but saved the men children alive. And the king of Egypt called for the midwives and said unto them, why have you done this thing, and have saved the men children alive? And the midwife said unto Pharaoh, because the Hebrew women are not as the Egyptian women, for they are lively and are delivered early. The midwives come in unto them. Here the midwives are saying to the Egyptian king that the Israelite women are lively, they are strong, they are healthy, and they give birth before they get to them. Therefore, EZER-IAH dealt well with the midwives, and the people multiplied and waxed very mighty. And it came to pass, because the midwives loved EZER-IAH, that he made them houses. He blessed them with wealth, so they could have owned houses. And Pharaoh charged all his people, saying, every son that is born you shall cast into the river, and every daughter you shall save alive. Chapter 2. And there went a man of the house of Levi, and took to wife a daughter of Levi. He took an EZER-IAHite. He was an EZER-IAHite, and he took an Israelite woman. And the woman conceived and bare a son. And when she saw him that he was a good child, she hid him 3 months. And when she could not longer hide him, she took for him an ark of bulrush grass, and daubed it with lime and with pitch, and put the child therein. And she laid him in the flags by the river bank. And his sister stood away off to look to see what will be done to him. And the daughter of Pharaoh came down to wash herself in the river, and her maidens walked along by the river side. And when she saw the ark among the flags, she sent her maid to fetch it. And when she had opened it, she saw the child, and behold, the baby wept. And she had compassion on him, and said, "This is one of the Hebrew children." Then said his sister to Pharaoh's daughter, "Shall I go and call to you a nurse of the Hebrew women, that she may nurse the child for you?" And Pharaoh's daughter said to her, "Go." And the maid went and called the child's mother. And Pharaoh's daughter said unto her, "Take this child away and nurse him for me, and I will give you wages." And the woman took the child and nursed him. And the child grew, and she brought him unto Pharaoh's daughter, and he became her son. And she called his name Moses. And she said, "Because I drew him out of the water." And it came to pass in those days, when Moses was grown, that he went out unto his brethren, the EZER-IAHs, and looked on their burdens, on their labor, and on their hard work, and on their troubles. And he spied, and he saw an Egyptian hitting a Hebrew, one of his brethren. And he looked this way and that way, and when he saw that there was no man, he slew the Egyptian and hid him in the sand. He looked both ways, he saw no Egyptian, so he killed the Egyptian that was beating the Israelite. And when he died, he buried him in the sand. And when he went out of the second day, behold, two men of the Hebrew was fighting together. So he went out the second day, and there was two Israelites fighting. And he said to him that did the wrong, the one who hit first, "Why did you hit your fellow?" And he said, "Who made you a prince and a judge over us? Do you intend to kill me as you killed the Egyptian?" And Moses was afraid and said, "Surely this thing is known." So now Moses said, "Well, people know about what I did." So he was afraid. Now when Pharaoh heard this thing, he sought to slay Moses. But Moses fled from the face of Pharaoh and dwelt in the land of Midian, and he sat down by a well. Here, my brothers and sisters, here we see Pharaoh instruct the midwives to kill the babies of the Hebrew Israelite. And his daughter was able to take a Hebrew Israelite boy and bring into Pharaoh's palace to live. By this alone, we should know that this boy had to look like the Egyptian. This boy had to have the complexion of the Egyptian. If he was not like the Egyptian, how could he live in Pharaoh's house when Pharaoh himself has passed a decree that all the young men of the Hebrew Israelite should be killed? Verse 16. Now the priest of Midian had 7 daughters, and they came and drew water and filled the troughs to water their father's flock. And the shepherds came and drove them away. But Moses stood up and helped them and watered their flock. And when they came to Reuel, their father, he said, How have you come back so soon this day? And they said, An Egyptian delivered us out of the hand of the shepherds, and also drew water enough for us, and watered the flock. Here again, the daughters of Reuel took Moses to be an Egyptian. We must remember the Egyptians are Hamites. They are black. Not the Egyptians that we see today, the mixed multitude. We are talking about the ancient Egyptians that we could still see on hieroglyphs in Egypt. We could see them in their mummies. We could see them in drawings. They were black. And here, the young women took Moses to be an Egyptian. My people, Moses was black. And they said, an Egyptian, verse 19, an Egyptian delivered us out of the hand of the shepherds, and also drew water enough for us, and watered the flock. And he said unto his daughters, And where is he? Why is it that you have left the man? Call him, that he may eat bread. And Moses was content to dwell with the man. And he gave Moses Zipporah, his daughter, and she bare him a son. And he called his name Gershon. For he said, I have been a stranger in a strange land. Here, Moses is calling his son by the name of the land where he was living in Egypt. The land that the Egyptian Pharaoh gave to Joseph for his family to live. Verse 23. And it came to pass in the process of time that the king of Egypt died, and the children of EZER-IAH sighed by reason of the bondage. And they cried, and the cry came unto IAH by reason of bondage. Verse 24. And IAH heard their groaning, and IAH remembered his covenant he made with Abraham, with Isaac, and with Jacob. And EZER looked upon the children of EZER-IAH, and EZER had respect unto them. So they cried out, and EZER heard their crying, and he came to help them. Chapter 3. Now Moses kept the flock of Jethro, his father-in-law, the priest of Midian, and he led the flock to the backside of the desert and came to the mountain of EZER, to Horeb. And the angel of EZER appeared unto him in a flame of fire out of the midst of a bush. And he looked, and behold, the bush burned with fire, and the bush was not consumed. And Moses said, I will now turn aside. I will now go to see this great sight, why the bush is not burning. And when EZER saw that he turned to see, EZER called unto him out of the midst of the bush and said, Moses, Moses? And he said, Here I am. And EZER said, Draw not near, put off thy shoes from off thy feet, for the place where you stand is holy ground. Moreover, he said, I am the mighty one of your father, the mighty one of Abraham, the mighty one of Isaac, and the mighty one of Jacob. And Moses hid his face, for he was afraid to look upon EZER. And EZER said, I have surely seen the affliction of my people, that are in Egypt, and have heard their cry by reason of their taskmasters, for I know their sorrows. And I come down to deliver them out of the hand of the Egyptian, and to bring them up out of that land unto a good land, and a large, unto a land flowing with milk and honey, unto the place of the Canaanites, and the Hittites, and the Amorites, and the Perizzites, and the Hivites, and the Jebusites. Now therefore, behold, the cry of the children of EZER-IAH is come unto me, and I am also seeing the oppression wherewith the Egyptians oppress them. My brothers and sisters, EZER did not come to take every living soul out of Egypt. EZER came to take the children of Jacob. EZER came to take the EZER-IAHites out of Egypt. And the EZER-IAHites, the people whose cry he heard, the people who was burdened, the people who were enslaved. Verse 10. Come now, therefore, and I will send you unto Pharaoh, that you may bring forth my people, the children of EZER-IAH, out of Egypt. EZER came to take his people, the people whom he had made a promise to, the people whose fathers he had appeared unto, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Verse 11. And Moses said unto EZER, Who I am, that I shall go unto Pharaoh, and that I shall bring forth the children of EZER-IAH out of Egypt. And he said, Certainly I will. And EZER said, Certainly I will be with you, and this shall be a token unto you that I have sent you. When you has brought forth the children, the people out of Egypt, you shall serve me, EZER, upon this mountain. Here, my brothers and sisters, EZER appeared unto him on his mountain. And he is telling him that this mountain will be a token unto him that when he take the children out of Egypt, he have to bring them back to this mountain. This is where he have to bring them, to this mountain, for a purpose, for a reason. What's that mountain? That's EZER's mountain. The mountain that is called Mount Moriah. It is called by his name. It is his mountain. Verse 13. And Moses said unto EZER, Behold, when I go unto the children of EZER-IAH, and shall say unto them, The mighty one of your fathers has sent me unto you. And they shall say unto me, What is his name? What shall I say unto them? And EZER said unto Moses, EZER. And he said, This shall you say unto the children of EZER-IAH. EZER has sent me unto you. 15. And EZER said moreover unto Moses, This shall you say unto the children of EZER-IAH. EZER, the mighty one of your fathers, the mighty one of Abraham, the mighty one of Isaac, the mighty one of Jacob, have sent me unto you. And this is my name forever, and this is my memorial unto all your generations. My brothers and sisters, here EZER has given Moses his name. He have told him, This is what you shall say to the children of EZER-IAH. He have just told him, This will be the name unto them for me forever, throughout all their generations. My brothers and sisters, no one can come and change the name that EZER gave us for himself. Verse 16. Go, gather the elders of EZER-IAH together, and say unto them, EZER, the mighty one of your fathers, the mighty one of Abraham, of Isaac, and of Jacob, appeared unto you, saying, I have surely visited you, and seen that which is done to you in Egypt. EZER is telling him to tell the people, the children of EZER-IAH, that he have visited them and he have seen what is happening to them. Verse 17. And I have said, I will bring you up out of the affliction of Egypt, unto the land of the Canaanites, and the Hittites, and the Amorites, and the Perizzites, and the Hivites, and the Jebusites, unto a land flowing with milk and honey. EZER is bringing up out of Egypt the children of EZER-IAH. No one else. The children of EZER-IAH and those Egyptians who choose to follow the ways of the Israelites and to make that decision to go with them out of Egypt. That's who EZER has come to take out. No other nation, no other people with any other name. He gave us his name, and he's telling us who he is taking out by giving us their names. We must not be confused. We must listen to what our ancestors are saying to us in our history book. It's the children of EZER-IAH, the children of Jacob. These are the children, these are the people who EZER is bringing into the land that is flowing with milk and honey. They and the Egyptians who choose to serve the mighty one of the Israelites. Verse 18. And they shall hearken to your voice, and you shall go, you and the elders of EZER-IAH, unto the king of Egypt, and you shall say unto him, EZER, the mighty one of the Hebrews, has met with us, and now let us go. We beseech you, 3 days' journey into the wilderness, that we may sacrifice to EZER, our mighty one. Verse 19. And I am sure that the king of Egypt will not let you go, no, not by a mighty hand. Verse 20. And I will stretch out my hand and smite Egypt with all my wonders that I will do in the midst thereof, and after that he will let you go. And I will give these people favor in the sight of the Egyptians. And it shall come to pass that when you go, you shall not go empty, but every woman shall borrow of her neighbor and of her that sojourn in her house jewels of silver and jewels of gold and remnant, and you shall put them upon your sons and upon your daughters, and you shall spoil the Egyptian. Take their jewelry and their clothes. Chapter 4. And Moses answered and said, But behold, they will not believe me, nor hearken unto my voice. For they will say, The mighty one has not appeared unto you. And EZER said unto him, What is that in your hand? And he said, A rod. And EZER said, Cast it on the ground. And he cast it on the ground, and it became a serpent. And Moses fled from before it. And EZER said unto Moses, Put forth your hand, and take it by the tail. And he put forth his hand, and caught it, and it became a rod in his hand. Verse 5. That they may believe that I, the mighty one of your fathers, the mighty one of Abraham, the mighty one of Isaac, and the mighty one of Jacob has appeared unto you. And I said furthermore unto him, Put now thy hand into thy bosom. And he put his hand into his bosom. And when he took it out, behold, his hand was leprous as snow. It was white. And he said, Put thine hand into thy bosom again. And he put his hand into his bosom again, and plucked it out of his bosom. And behold, it was turned again as his other flesh. Here again, my brothers and sisters, EZER is showing us that Moses, our ancestor, was black. Because if he was a white man, when he put his hand in his bosom and pulled it out, and his hand was white like leprosy, it would be no difference. But if he was a black man and he put his hand in his bosom, and when he plucked it out, it was white, yes, that would be a miracle. And when he put it again and he pulled it out the second time, it returned to its original color. That's a miracle, my brothers and sisters. Verse 8. And it shall come to pass, if they will not believe you, neither hearken to your voice of the first sign, that they will believe the voice of the latter sign. If they don't believe you for the first sign, the one with the snake, with the rod, they will believe you when they see the second sign, the changing of the color of your skin. Verse 9. And it shall come to pass, if they will not believe also these two signs, neither hearken unto your voice, that you shall take of the water of the river, and pour it upon the dry land, and the water that you take out of the river shall become blood upon the dry land. Another sign. And Moses said unto EZER, O my Redeemer, I am not eloquent, neither herefore nor since thou hast spoken unto thy servant, but I am slow of speech and of a slow tongue. Here Moses is saying to EZER that he stutters. He is not eloquent. He cannot just speak fluently. Verse 11. And EZER said unto him, Who has made man's mouth? Or who made the dumb, or deaf, or the seeing, or the blind? Have not I, EZER? Now therefore go, and I will be with your mouth, and teach you what you shall say. And he said, O my Redeemer, send, I pray thee, by the hand of him whom you will send. And the anger of EZER was kindled against Moses. And he said, Is not Aaron the Levite your brother? I know that he can speak well. And also, behold, he come forth to meet you. And when he see you, he will be glad in his heart. So EZER has already prepared his brother to be with him, to speak for him. So he will have to tell the brother what to say, and the brother who has a loud voice, good voice, freely speaking, will speak the words for him. And you shall speak unto him and put words in his mouth, and I will be with your mouth and with his mouth, and will teach you what you shall do. And he shall be your spokesman unto the people, and he shall be, even he shall be to you instead of a mouth, and you shall be to him instead of me. And thou shalt take this rod in your hand, wherewith thou shalt do signs. Verse 18. And Moses went and returned to Jethro his father-in-law, and said unto him, Let me go, I pray you, and return unto my brethren that are in Egypt, and see whether they be yet alive. And Jethro said unto Moses, Go in peace. Verse 19. And EZER-IAH said unto Moses in Midian, Go, return into Egypt, for all the men are dead that sought your life. Here, my brothers and sisters, EZER-IAH is telling Moses to go back to the people who he is sending him to. He's also informing him that the people like the Pharaoh and those Egyptians that would try to kill him for the Egyptian that he had killed and buried, EZER-IAH is telling him that they are dead now. They are no longer there to be a threat to him. And this is the same passage that these Christians, these false doctrine teachers has taken, this heathen has put in their book, saying that JC and his parents could have gone to Egypt because the people who sought his life was dead. Verse 20. And Moses took his wife and his sons and set them upon an ass, and he returned to the land of Egypt. And Moses took the rod of EZER in his hand. And EZER said unto Moses, When you go to return to Egypt, see that you do all those wonders before Pharaoh that I have put in thine hand. But I will harden Pharaoh's heart, that he shall not let the people go. And you shall say unto Pharaoh, Thus says EZER-IAH is my son, even my firstborn. 23. And I say unto you, Let my son go, that he may serve me. And if you refuse to let my son go, behold, I will slay your son, even your firstborn. And it come to pass, the way in the inn, that EZER met him and sought to kill him. Then Zipporah took a sharp stone and cut off the foreskin of her son, and cast it at his feet, and said, Surely a bloody husband art thou to me. Here, my brothers and sisters, Moses was taking his family to go back to Egypt, but he did not circumcise his son. And EZER was wroth with him. And his wife Zipporah took a sharp stone and circumcised the son. so that they could go and under the protection of EZER. Verse 26. So he let him go. Then she said, a bloody husband thou art, because of the circumcision. And EZER said unto Aaron, go into the wilderness to meet Moses. And he went and met him in the mount of EZER and kissed him. Where did he meet him? At Mount Moriah, EZER's mountain. And Moses told Aaron all the words of EZER who had sent him, and all the signs that he has commanded him. And Moses and Aaron went and gathered together all the elders of the children of EZER-IAH. And Aaron spake all the words that EZER had spoken unto Moses, and did the signs in the sight of the people. And the people believed, and when they heard that EZER had visited the children of EZER-IAH, and that he had looked upon their affliction, then they bowed their head and worshipped EZER. Now they had the name. Moses and Aaron gave them the name. And they bowed and they worshipped EZER. Chapter 5. And afterwards Moses and Aaron went in and told Pharaoh, thus says EZER, the mighty one of EZER-IAH, let my people go, that they may hold a feast unto me in the wilderness. And Pharaoh said, who is EZER, that I shall obey his voice to let EZER-IAH go? I know not EZER, neither will I let EZER-IAH go. My brothers and sisters, do you see what you have just read? Here Pharaoh is saying, he's telling them he know who is, he's asking them, who is EZER? He's also saying to them, I don't know any EZER. And then he said, why should I obey the voice of EZER to let you go? This Pharaoh, the king of Egypt, my brothers and sisters. And then you have these heathen, these delusional people who is being controlled by Lucifer to say to you that EZER is the name of an Egyptian deity. Here, the Pharaoh EZER has put in his mouth to make him speak in this book, that you may know when the time comes, which is now, their lies. He doesn't know EZER. That's what he's saying to them. Verse 3. And they said, the mighty one of the Hebrews. They're telling him now, who is EZER? EZER is the mighty one of the Hebrews, has met with us. Let us go. We pray thee, 3 days journey into the desert, and that we may sacrifice unto EZER our mighty one. Else he may bring upon us pestilence or the sword. He will punish us. He will punish you. You need to let us go. We have to go to sacrifice unto EZER, our mighty one. Verse 4. And the king of Egypt said unto them, why do you, Moses and Aaron, why you take the people from their work? Get you unto your work, get unto your burden. And Pharaoh said, the people of the land now are many, and you make them rest from their burdens. And Pharaoh commanded the same day the taskmasters of the people and the officers, saying, you shall no more give the people straw to make bricks, as you did before. Let them go and gather straw for themselves. And the tail of the brick that they did make before, you shall lay upon them. You shall not diminish from it, for they be idle. Therefore they cry, saying, let us go and sacrifice to the mighty one. So here Pharaoh is going to add to the work. He was supplying them with straws to make the bricks, to build their cities, my people. And now he is saying to his officers, don't provide any straw to them anymore. Let them go and collect the straw. And although they have to go and collect the straw, they still have to make the same amount of bricks per day. So he is adding to the burden. Verse 9. Let there be more work be laid upon the men, that they may labor therein, and let them not regard vain words. So he is saying, give them more work, because the words that they come here talking about, they need to go and praise the mighty one, is vain. So give them more work. My people, remember, the Egyptians had their mighty ones. EZER is our mighty one. The Egyptians did not regard the mighty one of the Israelites. Put this in your spirit. The mighty one of the EZER-IAHites, or for the EZER-IAHites. And that's why the Pharaoh cared nothing about the EZER-IAHites, neither the mighty one. He didn't even know the mighty one of the EZER-IAHites. He didn't know his name. Even some of the EZER-IAHites didn't know his name. That's why he gave the name to Moses to bring to them. And that's why he's saying here, they are speaking vain words. Verse 10. And the taskmasters of the people went out, and the officers, and they speak to the people, saying, thus says Pharaoh. Here we see it. Thus says Pharaoh. And who are the EZER-IAHites is speaking after? They're speaking after EZER. But the Egyptians are speaking after a man, Pharaoh. He says, I will not give you straw. Verse 11. Go you, get your straw where you can find it, yet not cut out of your work. You shall not diminish of your bricks. You have to make If you was making 50 bricks a day, you have to still go and look for the straw and come back and still make that 50. No diminishing. Verse 12. So the people were scattered abroad throughout all the land of Egypt to gather stubble instead of straw. And the taskmasters hastened them, saying, fulfill your works, your daily task, as when there was straw. The taskmasters tell them, come on, get this done. Verse 14. And the officers of the children of EZER-IAH, that Pharaoh's taskmasters had set over them, were beaten and demanded, wherefore have you not fulfilled your task in making bricks, both yesterday and today, and as before? Why you not making the same amount? So they was beaten. Now remember, they was not given the straws, yet they was beaten and compelled, and they were demanding, the Egyptians was demanding the same amount of bricks. Verse 15. Then the officers of the children of EZER-IAH came and cried unto Pharaoh, saying, why are you doing this to your servants, to us, the servants? Verse 16. There is no straw given unto thy servants, and they say to us, make brick. And behold, thy servants are beaten. But the fault is in thine own people. But Pharaoh said, you are idle. You are idle. Therefore you say, let us go and do sacrifice to Iya. Go therefore now and work, for there shall no straw be given you. You deliver the tale of brick. Go. No straw is given to you, but you have to make the same amount of brick. Verse 19. And the officers of the children of EZER-IAH did see that they were in evil case. They see there was no help for them. After it was said, you shall not diminish out from your brick of your daily task. And they met Moses and Aaron, who stood in the way as they came forth from Pharaoh. And they said unto them, I look upon you and judged, because you have made our Savior to be abhorred in the eyes of Pharaoh and in the eyes of his servants, to put a sword in their hand to slay us. So the people met Aaron and Moses and said to them, now that you went to Pharaoh, it is worse for us. Verse 22. And Moses returned unto Iya and said, Iya, why hast thou so evil entreated this people? Why is it that you have sent me? For since I came to Pharaoh to speak in your name, he has done evil to this people. Neither has you delivered your people at all. Here, my brothers and sisters, we see why Iya sent Moses. He said, for since you sent me, I came to Pharaoh to speak your name. He has done evil to this people. My brothers and sisters, I hope you get the importance of that name. Then, chapter 6. Then EZER said unto Moses, Now shall you see what I will do to Pharaoh, for with a strong hand shall he let them go, and with a strong hand shall he drive them out of his land. And EZER spake unto Moses, and said unto him, I am EZER, and I appeared unto Abraham, and unto Isaac, and unto Jacob by the name EZER Almighty. Here EZER is saying to Moses and Aaron that he appeared unto their fathers by the name EZER Almighty. That's why he was known as the Mighty One, my people. That was his name. EZER is his name. And he appeared unto them as EZER Almighty. That's why they all say he is the mighty one of their fathers. And then the heathen put this next line in your book. But by my name. My dear brothers and sisters, this is a deception. EZER has already gave them his name in chapter 3, where he said, This is my name forever. Chapter 3 verse 15. To all your generation. So EZER would not give them his name and told them it is forever. They took the name to Pharaoh. They took the name to the children of Israel in Egypt. They bowed down and worship him with his name. Moses have just told us he took the name to Pharaoh. Now they're telling you that EZER has changed his name here. And EZER is going to say something to us so profound. In verse 4. Because this verse 3, you must read this for what it is. Here EZER said to you, he says, was I not known to them? EZER is not known to our fathers by this name that they have given you right here. He is not known to us by this name. That's not his name, my brothers and sisters. Right there, they has given you the name of Lucifer. The name they use to invoke their demons. This name you see here, and the name that they give you as JESUS. These are the names they use to invoke demons. These are the names that your pastors are using in their churches. And when they invoke their demons, they ask them to do them no harm. My people, listen to what I'm saying to you. These are the names of Lucifer. Verse 4. EZER is going to confirm his name to us. Here he is going to make us know that this name that they have just given you on top here in verse 3 have nothing to do with him. As he said, he was not known by it. Hear what he says in verse 4. And I have also established my covenant with them. So what was the name that he established the covenant with? My brothers and sisters, that's the question you need to ask. these lying, demonic people. He says, I have also established my covenant with them. So in what name did he establish his covenant with our fathers? He just told you, by this name here, they didn't know him. They don't know him by that name. And then he's telling you he has established a covenant with them. A covenant is a contract, is an agreement. And on an agreement, there have to be names on it. Remember, the name he gave us and said, this is my name forever throughout all your generations. That's the name that is on the contract. That's the name that is in the covenant that he made with us. He continues, to give them the land of Canaan, the land of their pilgrimage, wherein they were strangers. Remember, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, his two children, they were strangers in the land of Canaan. They came into the land of Canaan. So this is the land that was talking about. The land that we now call the land that is flowing with milk and honey. The land that EZER-IAH have chose unto himself. The land that is called by his name. The land that is called Moriah. The land that was called Samaria. That's the land. And verse 5. And I have also heard the groaning of the children of EZER-IAH, whom the Egyptians kept in bondage. And I have remembered my covenant. Here he's telling them, I have remembered my covenant. My people, what is the covenant he remembered? The covenant that he made with them. The covenant that have his name, that is to be among us through all our generations. That's the covenant he's talking to us about. He remembered his covenant. Verse 6. Therefore say unto the children of EZER-IAH, I am EZER, and I will bring you out from under the burdens of the Egyptian. EZER didn't come to change no name for us. EZER didn't come there to give us a new name. My people, don't even, this name that they give you, it's a lie, it's a deception. Don't even read it, because EZER told us we must not mention them. And I will lead you out of their bondage, and I will redeem you with a stretched out arm. Here EZER is saying to us, he is going to become our Redeemer. He is the one that will redeem us out of Egypt. Before this, he was known to us as EZER, the Almighty, or the Mighty One of our fathers. Now that he is going to take us out of Egypt, he will come to known to us as EZER, our Redeemer. My people, with a stretched out arm and with great judgment, and I will take you to me for a people, and I will be to you a mighty one. And you shall know that I am EZER, your Redeemer, who bring you out from under the burdens of the Egyptian. You will know that I am the one who redeemed you. My people, that's why he tells us, in Psalm 51. You who have been redeemed must say so. You must say, "Ayah is your Redeemer." Because it will come to pass when we will have to say, "Ayah is our Savior." When He gathers us from among the nations, we will no longer say, "Ayah who brought us out of the land of Egypt, our Redeemer." No, we will say, "Ayah, our Savior, who saved us from the ends of the earth, from all the lands where we were scattered." That's what Ayah is saying to us, my people. Verse 8, "And I will bring you into the land concerning which I did swear to give it to Abraham, to Isaac, and to Jacob. And I will give it you for an inheritance." I am Ayah. Verse 9. He is making himself known to us. He is declaring himself to his people. Verse 9. "And Moses spake so unto the children of EZER-IAH, but they hearkened not unto Moses for anguish of spirit and for cruel bondage." They was under so much pressure. They had no time to listen to Moses because there was getting more pressure, and more pressure has been added onto them. Verse 10. "And Ayah speak unto Moses, saying, Go in, speak unto Pharaoh, king of Egypt, that he let the children of EZER-IAH go out of his land." The children of EZER-IAH to go out of his land. Verse 12. "And Moses speak before Ayah, saying, Behold, the children of EZER-IAH have not hearkened unto me. How then shall Pharaoh hear me, who am of uncircumcised lips?" Here, Shammai is saying the people are not giving me the support. They are not listening to me. So how then will Pharaoh listen? There is no pressure applied. They're not listening. 13. "And Ayah speak unto Moses and unto Aaron, and gave them a charge." He commanded them unto the children of EZER-IAH and unto Pharaoh king of Egypt, to bring the children of EZER-IAH out of the land of Egypt. My people, to bring our fathers and our mothers out of the land of Egypt. He is speaking to a special people, one set of people, not the whole world, not everybody. All the nations was not in Egypt. The heathens, the Gentiles, Japheth's children, the Hamites, all the other people were not in Egypt. Verse 14. "These be the heads of their father's house: the son of Reuben, the firstborn of EZER-IAH, Hanosh, and Palu, Hezron, Carmi. These be the families of Reuben." Verse 15. "And the sons of Simeon, Emuel, and Imim, Ohad, and Ayachin, and Zohar, and Shaul, the son of a Canaanitish woman. These are the families of Simeon. 16. And these are the names of the sons of Levi according to their generations: Gershon and Kohath and Merari. And the years of the life of Levi were 137 years. 17. The sons of Goshen: Libni, Shimei, according to their families. And the sons of Kohath: and Amram, and Izhar, and Hebron, and Uzziel. And the years of the life of Kohath were 133 years. And the sons of Merari: Mahalal and Mushi. These are the families of Levi according to their generation. And Amram took him Jochebed, his father's sister, to wife. And she bare him Aaron and Moses. And the years of the life of Amram were 137 years. And the son of Issachar: Korah, Nepheg, Zachary. And the sons of Uzziel: Mishael, and Elisapha, and Zari. And Aaron took him Elisheba, daughter of Amminadab, sister of Nahshon, to wife. And she bare him Nadab, and Abihu, Eleazar, and Ithamar. And the sons of Korah: Asa, and Elkanah, and Abisaph. These are the families of the Kohites. And Eleazar, Aaron's son, took him one of the daughters of Putiel to wife. And she bare him Phinehas. These are the heads of the fathers of the Levites according to their families. These are Aaron's and Moses, to whom EZER said, Bring out the children of EZER-IAH from the land of Egypt according to their armies. These are they that speak to Pharaoh, king of Egypt. Here, my brothers and sisters, they has given us a list of our ancestors who went to speak to Pharaoh in the land of Egypt. EZER-IAH from Egypt. These are Moses and Aaron. And it came to pass on the day when EZER speak unto Moses in the land of Egypt, that EZER speak unto Moses, saying, I am EZER, speak unto Pharaoh, king of Egypt, all that I say unto you. EZER continues to identify himself by his name, my people. He continues to identify himself by the name that he gave unto Moses. He didn't change his name to Moses. Moses, the one whose name was changed to Shemaiah. Aiah did not change his name to him. Aiah did not give him a new name saying that I am someone else. And Moses said before Aiah, behold, I am of uncircumcised lips, and how shall Pharaoh hearken unto me? Chapter 7. And Aiah said unto Moses, see, I have made you a mighty one to Pharaoh, and Aaron thy brother shall be your prophet. You shall speak all that I command you, and Aaron your brother shall speak unto Pharaoh, that he send the children of EZER-IAH out of his land. So Aiah is telling Moses, I know you cannot speak fluently, so I'm going to speak to you. You're going to hear what I'm saying, and you are going to say it to Aaron, and Aaron will speak to Pharaoh. Verse 3. And I will harden Pharaoh's heart, and multiply my signs and my wonders in the land of Egypt. But Pharaoh shall not hearken unto you, that I may lay my hand upon Egypt, and bring forth my armies and my people, the children of EZER-IAH, out of the land of Egypt by great judgment. Here Aiah is saying he's going to bring out his armies and the people, the children of EZER-IAH. So who is Aiah's army? That's the plagues, the insects that he will use against Egypt. That's his army. Verse 5. And the Egyptians shall know that I am Aiah, when I stretch forth my hand upon Egypt, and bring out the children of EZER-IAH from among them. Aiah was taking us out from among them. And Moses and Aaron did as Aiah commanded them, so did they. And Moses was 80 years old, and Aaron 83 years old, when they speak unto Pharaoh. And Aiah speak unto Moses and unto Aaron, saying, when Pharaoh shall speak unto you, saying, show a miracle for you, then you shall say unto Aaron, take thy rod and cast it before Pharaoh, and it shall become a serpent. Here he is saying to us that Aiah spoke unto Moses and told him that Pharaoh will ask for a miracle. And when he asks for that miracle, you shall tell Aaron to cast down thy rod, and it shall turn into a serpent. And Moses and Aaron went in unto Pharaoh, and they did so as Aiah has commanded. And Aaron cast down his rod before Pharaoh and before his servants, and it became a serpent. Then Pharaoh also called the wise men and the sorcerers, now the magicians of Egypt. They also did in like manner with their enchantments. For they cast down every man his rod, and they became serpents. But Aaron's rod swallowed up their rods. And he hardened Pharaoh's heart, that he hearkened not unto them, as Aiah has said. Verse 14. And Aiah said unto Moses, Pharaoh's heart is hardened. He refused to let the people get you unto Pharaoh in the morning. Lo, he go out unto the water, and you shall stand by the river's bank against against he come. So here Aya is telling Moses, okay, leave him, but go out early in the morning by the river, where Pharaoh will come down to the river, and you stand by the bank. And he says, and the rod that was turned to a serpent shall you take in thy hand, and you shall say unto him, Aya, the mighty one of the Hebrews, has sent me unto you, saying, let my people go, that they may serve me in the wilderness. And behold, up to now you will not hear. Verse 17. Thus says Aya, in this you shall know that I am Aya. Behold, I will smite with the rod that is in my hand upon the waters which are in the river. They shall be turned to blood, and the fish that is in the river shall die, and the river shall stink, and the Egyptians shall loathe to drink of the water of the river. They will be afraid. Verse 19. And Aya speak unto Moses, saying unto Aaron, take your rod, and stretch out thy hand upon the waters of Egypt, upon the streams, upon the rivers, upon the ponds, upon all the pools of water, that they may become blood, and that there may be blood throughout all the land of Egypt, both in vessels of wood and in vessels of stone. And Moses and Aaron did so, as Aya commanded, and he lifted up the rod and struck the water that were in the river, in the sight of Pharaoh and in the sight of his servants, and all the waters that were in the river were turned to blood. 21. And the fish that were in the river died, and the river stank, and the Egyptian could not drink of the water of the river, and there was blood throughout all the land of Egypt. Verse 22. And the magicians of Egypt did so with their enchantments, and Pharaoh's heart was hardened, neither did he hearken unto them, as Aya has said. 23. And Pharaoh turned and went into his house, neither did he set his heart to this also. He didn't acknowledge the words from Moses and Aaron. Verse 24. And all the Egyptians dig round about the river for water to drink, for they could not drink of the water of the river. And 7 days were fulfilled after that Aya had smitten the water. Chapter 8. And Aya speak unto Moses, go unto Pharaoh, and say unto him, thus says Aya, let my people go, that they may serve me. Serve Aya. Aya is saying, let my people go, that they may serve me, not to go and serve someone else, not to go and serve idols, not to go and later in the years, as time proceed, to serve some man whom they call Jesse. We are to serve IAH always, throughout all our generation. Let them go that they may serve me. IAH is speaking, my people. And if you refuse to let them go, behold, I will smite all your borders with frogs, and the rivers shall bring forth frogs abundantly, that shall go up and come into your house, and into your bedchamber, and upon your bed, and into the house of your servants, and upon your people, and into your ovens, and into thy kneading troughs. And the frogs shall come up both on you, and upon your people, and upon your servants. Verse 5. And IAH speak unto Moses, saying unto Aaron, say unto Aaron, stretch forth thy hand with thy rod over the streams, over the rivers, and over the ponds, and cause frogs to come up upon the land of Egypt. And Aaron stretched out his hand over the waters of Egypt, and the frogs came up and covered the land of Egypt. And the magicians did so with their enchantments, and brought up frogs upon the land of Egypt. Verse 8. Then Pharaoh called for Moses and Aaron, and said, entreat IAH that he may take away the frogs from me, from my people, and I will let the people go, that they may do sacrifice unto IAH. Here, my brothers and sisters, Pharaoh is asking Moses and Aaron to pray to IAH that the frogs may leave. And Moses said unto Pharaoh, glory over me, when shall I entreat for thee, and for thy servants, and for thy people, to destroy the frogs from you and your houses, that they may remain in the river only? And he said, tomorrow. And he said, be it according to thy word, that you may know that there is none like unto IAH our Redeemer. Here Moses is saying, I'm going to do it tomorrow, and I'm going to do it that you may know that there is none like unto IAH. Verse 11. And the frogs shall depart from you, and from your houses, and from your servants, and from your people. They shall remain in the river only. And Moses and Aaron went out from Pharaoh, and Moses cried unto IAH because of the frogs, which he had brought against Pharaoh. And IAH did according to the word of Moses, and the frogs died out of the houses, out of the villages, and out of the fields. And they gathered them together upon heaps, and the land stunk. But when Pharaoh saw that there was respite, when he saw that the frogs left, he hardened his heart, and he hearkened not unto them, as IAH has said. And IAH said unto Moses, say unto Aaron, stretch out thy rod, and smite the dust of the land, and it may become lice throughout all the land of Egypt. And they did so. For Aaron stretched out his hand with his rod and smote the dust of the earth, and it became lice in man and in beasts. All the dust of the land became lice throughout all the land of Egypt. And the magician did so with the enchantments to bring forth lice, but they could not. So there was lice upon man and upon beast. Then the magician said unto Pharaoh, This is the finger of EZER. And Pharaoh's heart was hardened, and he hearkened not unto them, as EZER have said. Verse 20. And EZER said unto Moses, Rise up early in the morning, and stand before Pharaoh. Lo, he come forth to the water. Again, go by the river, he is coming. And say unto him, Thus says EZER, Let my people go, that they may serve me. 21. Else, if you will not let my people go, behold, I will send swarms of flies upon you, and upon thy servants, and upon thy people, and into thy houses, and in the houses of the Egyptians shall be full of swarms of flies, and also the ground whereon they are. Verse 22. And I will sever to separate in that day the land of Goshen, in which my people dwell, that no swarms of flies shall be there, to the end you may know that I am EZER in the midst of the earth. And I will put a division between my people and your people. Tomorrow shall this sign be. And EZER did so. And there came a grievous swarm of flies into the house of Pharaoh, and into his servants' houses, and into all the land of Egypt. The land was corrupted by reason of the swarm of flies. And Pharaoh called for Moses and for Aaron, and said, Go you sacrifice to your mighty one in the land. And Moses said, It is not meet so to do, for we shall sacrifice the abomination of Egypt to EZER our Redeemer. Lo, shall we sacrifice the abomination of the Egyptians before their eyes, and will they not stone us? So here Moses is saying, you tell us to go and sacrifice in the land. We can't do this in the land. We can't do this. We can't call out to EZER about the wickedness you all are doing to us in your land. Your people will stone us. 27. We will go 3 days' journey into the wilderness and sacrifice to EZER our Redeemer, as he shall command us. And Pharaoh said, I will let you go, that you may sacrifice to EZER your mighty one in the wilderness. Only you shall not go very far away. Entreat for me. So here he's saying, I will let you go, but you cannot go that far away. And when you go, I want you to pray for me. 29. And Moses said, Behold, I go out from you, and I will entreat EZER, that the swarms of flies may depart from you, from your servants, from your people tomorrow. But let not Pharaoh deal deceitfully any more in not letting the people go to sacrifice to EZER-IAH. Verse 30. And Moses went out from Pharaoh and entreated EZER-IAH, and EZER-IAH did according to the word of Moses. And he removed the swarms of flies from Pharaoh, from his servants, and from his people. There remained not one. And Pharaoh hardened his heart at this time also, neither would he let the people go. So here we see EZER-IAH using his armies against Pharaoh, and Pharaoh would not let them go. Chapter 9. Then EZER-IAH said unto Moses, Go in unto Pharaoh and tell him, Thus says EZER-IAH, the mighty one of the Hebrews, Let my people go, that they may serve me. Again, EZER-IAH is telling us, we have to serve him. For if you refuse to let go and will hold them still, behold, the hand of EZER-IAH is upon thy cattle, which is in the field, upon the horses, upon the asses, upon the camels, upon the oxen, upon the sheep. There shall be a very grievous murrain, killing out, dying out. Verse 4. And EZER-IAH shall separate between the cattle of EZER-IAH and the cattle of Egypt. And there shall nothing die of all that is in the children of EZER-IAH. So all the animals that belongs to the children of EZER-IAH, none shall die, but only those of the Egyptians. Verse 5. And EZER-IAH appointed a set time, saying, Tomorrow EZER-IAH shall do this thing in the land. Verse 6. And EZER-IAH did that thing on the morrow, and all the cattle of Egypt died, but of the cattle of the children of EZER-IAH died not one. Verse 7. And Pharaoh sent, and behold, there was not one of the cattle of the Israelites dead. And the heart of Pharaoh was hardened, and he did not let the people go. My brothers and sisters, I hope you also see in every verse, in every chapter, every time the name of the children of EZER-IAH come up, you will see they are Israelites. They are the children of EZER-IAH. There is no term Christianity, no term Islam, no term Jew, none of those. All you see is the children of EZER-IAH. Verse 8. And EZER-IAH said unto Moses and unto Aaron, Take to you handfuls of ashes of the furnace, and let Moses sprinkle it towards the heaven in the sight of Pharaoh, and it shall become small dust in all the land of Egypt, and shall be a boil breaking forth with blains upon man and upon beast throughout all the land of Egypt. And they took ashes of the furnace and stood before Pharaoh, and Moses sprinkled it up towards heaven, and it became a boil breaking forth with baldness upon man and upon beasts, blisters. And the magician could not stand before Moses because of the boils, for the boil was upon the magicians and upon all the Egyptians. Here, my brothers and sisters, EZER is proving his power before Pharaoh. And EZER hardened the heart of Pharaoh, and he hearkened not unto them, as EZER has spoken unto Moses. And EZER said unto Moses, Rise up early in the morning, and stand before Pharaoh, and say unto him, Thus says EZER, the mighty one of the Hebrews, Let my people go, that they may serve me. My dear people, brothers and sisters, EZER is not speaking to any other people but the children of EZER-IAH. EZER is speaking to the people whom he hath chosen to be holy unto himself. We are not to stress or worry about the other nations. We are not to worry about the Gentiles, nor the heathens, nor the Hamites. We are not to worry about the other nations. We have to fix ourselves. We must fix ourselves. These words are given to us. EZER is our mighty one. He is the mighty one of our fathers. He is the mighty one that is working upon Pharaoh, upon Egypt. He is the one that is doing these things to them because of the cruelty to our ancestors, as he is doing it to the nations that are oppressing us today. He is working, my people. We need to see what he is doing for us against our oppressors and haters. And we are the people to cry out to him, to sing praises unto him, and to glorify him. Yes, my people, that's what we are supposed to be doing. Verse 14. For I will at this time send all my plagues upon thine heart, and upon thy servants, and upon thy people, that you may know that there is none like me in all the earth. That you may know that there is none like unto EZER in the earth, my people. Why are we going to go unto the heathens and unto the mighty ones? Why are we not hearing what EZER said unto us? The people, us the people whom he chose to be to himself. We must do this. We must know this. Verse 15. For now I will stretch out my hand, that I might smite thee and thy people with pestilence, and you shall be cut off from the earth. And in very deed, for this cause have I raised you up, for to show in you my power, and that my name may be declared throughout all the earth. Here, my brothers and sisters, EZER has brought it to you. I hope you comprehend it. Here he is saying, that's the reason why he raised up Egypt. That's the reason why he hardened the Pharaoh's heart. That's the reason why he sent us into Egypt. That's the reason why he gave us his name. That's the reason why he sent the plagues, his army, upon the Egyptian. That his name may be declared throughout all the earth. My brothers and my sisters, I pray that you comprehend verse 17. As yet, exalt you yourself against my people, that you will not let them go. He's saying, although I have shown and I have done all that I have done and have shown to you, you still are exalting yourself, just like the nations that we are scattered among. No matter what I do to them, they continue to exalt themselves. They continue to see themselves superior over us, the people of Ireland. Verse 18. Behold, tomorrow, about this time, I will cause it to rain a very grievous hail, such as has not been in Egypt since the foundation thereof, even until now. Here EZER is going to bring something on them, a new thing on them. He is going to bring hail, something they have never seen before. Verse 19. Send therefore now and gather thy cattle and all that you has in the field. For upon every man and the beast that shall be found in the field and shall not be brought home, the hail shall come down upon them and they shall die. So he's telling Moses to tell the children of Israel that every cattle that is out in the field, every man that is out in the field shall come in, because if they stay in that field, they will die. He that loved the word of EZER among the servants of Pharaoh made his servants and his cattle flee into the house. So those Egyptians that loved the word of EZER came out of the field and took the cattle and the beasts out of the field also and brought it into the houses. And he that regard not the word of EZER left his servants and his cattle in the field. And EZER said unto Moses, stretch forth thy hand towards heaven, that there may be hail in all the land of Egypt, upon man, and upon beast, and upon every herb of the field, throughout the land of Egypt. 23. And Moses stretched forth his rod towards heaven, and EZER sent thunder and hail, and the fire ran along upon the ground, and EZER rained hail upon the land of Egypt. So there was hail and fire mingled with the hail, very grievous, such as there was none like it in all the land of Egypt, since it became a nation. Verse 25. And the hail smote through all the land of Egypt, all that was in the field, both man and beast. And the hail smote every herb of the field, and brake every tree of the field. Only in the land of Goshen, where the children of Israel were, was there no hail. And Pharaoh sent and called for Moses and Aaron, and said unto them, I have sinned this time. EZER is righteous, and I and my people are wicked. Here, my brothers and sisters, Pharaoh is acknowledging his disobedience as sin and wickedness. Verse 28. Entreat EZER, for it is enough, that there be no more mighty thunderings and hail. And I will let you go, and you shall stay no longer. And Moses said unto him, As soon as I am gone out of the city, I will spread abroad my hands unto EZER, and the thunder shall cease, neither shall there be any more hail, that you may know how that the earth is EZER's. But as for you and your servants, I know that you will not yet love EZER, our Redeemer. And the flax and the barley was smitten, for the barley was in the air, and the flax was rounded. 32. But the wheat and the rye were not smitten, for they were not grown up. And Moses went out of the city from Pharaoh, and spread abroad his hands unto EZER, and the thunder and hail ceased, and the rain was not poured upon the earth. And when Pharaoh saw that the rain and the hail and the thunders were ceased, he sinned yet more, and hardened his heart, he and his servants. And the heart of Pharaoh was hardened, neither would he let the children of EZER-IAH go, as EZER has spoken by Moses. Chapter 10. And EZER said unto Moses, Go in unto Pharaoh, for I have hardened his heart and the heart of his servants, that I might show these my signs before him, and that you may tell in the ears of thy son and of thy son's son what things I have done in Egypt, and my signs which I have done among them, that you may know that I am EZER. Verse 3. And Moses and Aaron came in unto Pharaoh, and said unto him, Thus says EZER, the mighty one of the Hebrews, How long will you refuse to humble yourself before EZER? Let my people go, that they may serve me. EZER is speaking, my people, not no one else. EZER is not telling us to serve anyone else or anything. He told us nothing in the earth, nothing in the heaven, nothing under the earth. We are to serve him. And to serve him, we must know his name, because this is all he gave to us. He didn't give us a picture. He didn't give us anything, a tree. He didn't give us the lightning. He didn't give us the moon to praise him. He didn't give us the sun to praise him. He didn't give us the stars to praise him. The only thing he gave us was his name. My brothers, I'm reading it. You are seeing it. I hope you're hearing it. And I pray that you comprehend what he is saying to us. The people whom he gave his name to. The people whom he worked all these miracles for, to make his name known among us, to make his name known. That's why he is doing all that he is doing here unto Pharaoh, that his name will not be forgotten. He is making his power known to Pharaoh, to the Egyptians, in their sight, and to his people. And here he is making us know that he's telling them they are to tell their children. They are to make their children know what he did, the signs he performed, the things he did, why he did it. They have to teach us this. Unfortunately, they didn't. They went the wrong way. They left the way of EZER. And that's why we are here today. And by the grace and the loving kindness of EZER, he is making us now see these things. And he is putting it in our mouth and is causing us to speak it. We cannot hold it in, my brothers and sisters. He is causing me to say this. He is causing the brothers and sisters to see this. And he's causing us to speak it. Listen to those who are speaking it. Listen, my brothers and my sisters. Listen. EZER is doing this for us. And Moses and Aaron came in unto Pharaoh and said unto him, Thus says EZER, the mighty one of the Hebrews, How long will you refuse to humble yourself before EZER? Let my people go that they may serve me. Again, now he's asking, how long it will take you to humble yourself? What will it take to make you humble? Take this for yourself now. Take this warning, take this question and put it on yourself. How long will you take to humble yourself, my brother or my sister? How long, how much more do you need to see? What else does EZER have to say to you? How much more people does he have to speak to you for you to humble yourself? How much, my brother or my sister? Verse 4. Else, if you refuse to let my people go, behold, tomorrow I will bring the locusts into your coast. My brother, my sister, if Pharaoh refused to do what EZER is saying to him to do, and Pharaoh didn't make a covenant with EZER. He told you earlier he didn't even know EZER. But he made the covenant with. What will happen to you if you refuse? You whom he made that covenant with. You who refuse to listen to what he is telling you. You who want to serve all the gods that are out there. You who want to go to the heathen. You who want to offer your sacrifice to devils and demons. Your children, your children's life, your life. You're giving them your whole heart, your whole soul. You're saying it before the altar. You're saying that you have taken them to be your Savior. You are blaspheming the name of EZER. You're going onto the altars and saying that you offer to them your whole heart, your soul, and your strength. You are saying before the idols to take your heart, to take your soul. You are offering it to them. My brothers and sisters, don't you see your transgression? Don't you see it? Hear the word of EZER. Serve EZER, my people, serve EZER. Verse 5. And they shall cover the face of the earth, that one can not be able to see the earth. And they shall eat the residue of that which escape, which remain unto you from the hail, and shall eat every tree that grow for you out of the field. And they shall fill thy houses and the houses of all thy servants and the houses of all the Egyptians, which neither thy fathers nor your fathers' fathers have seen, since the day that they were upon the earth unto this day. And he turned himself and went out from before Pharaoh. Verse 7. And Pharaoh's servants said unto him, How long shall this man be a snare unto us? Let the men go, that they may serve their EZER, the mighty one. Knowest thou not yet that Egypt is destroyed? Let them go, let them serve EZER, the mighty one. And Moses and Aaron were brought again unto Pharaoh, and he said unto them, Go serve EZER, your mighty one. But who are they that shall go? And Moses said, We will go, with our young and with our old, with our sons and with our daughters, with our flocks and with our herds will we go, for we must hold a feast unto EZER. And he said unto them, Let EZER be so with you, as I will let you go, and your little ones. Look to it, for evil is before you. Verse 11. Not so. Go now, you that are men, and serve EZER, for that you did desire. And they were driven out from Pharaoh's presence. And EZER said unto Moses, Stretch out thy hand over the land of Egypt for the locusts, that they may come up upon the land of Egypt, and eat every herb of the land, even all that the hail has left. 13. And Moses stretched forth his rod over the land of Egypt, and EZER brought an east wind upon the land all that day and all that night. And when it was morning, the east wind brought the locusts, and the locusts went up over all the land of Egypt, and rested in all the coast of Egypt. Very grievous were they. Before them there were no such locusts as they, neither after them shall be such. For they cover the face of the whole earth, so that the land was darkened, and they did eat every herb of the land, and all the fruit of the trees, which the hail had left. And there remained not any green thing in the trees, or in the herbs of the field, through all the land of Egypt. Then Pharaoh called for Moses and Aaron in haste, And he said, I have sinned against EZER-IAH, your mighty one, and against you. Now therefore forgive, I pray thee, my sin only this once, and entreat EZER-IAH, your mighty one, that he may take away from me this death only. And he went out from Pharaoh and entreat EZER-IAH. And EZER-IAH turned a mighty strong west wind, which took away the locusts and cast them into the Red Sea. There remained not one locust in all the coast of Egypt. But EZER-IAH hardened Pharaoh's heart, so that he would not let the children of EZER-IAH go. Here, my brothers and sisters, EZER-IAH is doing all of this that we may know that he is our mighty one. That we may know that he is the only mighty one for us. Verse 21. And EZER-IAH said unto Moses, stretch out thy hand towards heaven, that there may be darkness over the land of Egypt, even darkness which may be felt. It had to be so dark that they could feel it. And Moses stretched forth his hand towards heaven, and there was a thick darkness in all the land of Egypt 3 days. They saw not one another, neither rose any from his place for 3 days. But all the children of EZER-IAH had light in their dwellings. And Pharaoh called unto Moses and said, go you serve EZER-IAH, only let your flocks and your herds be stayed. Let your little ones also go with you, but leave your herds, leave your cattle, leave your wealth behind. And Moses said, you must give us also sacrifice and burnt offerings, that we may sacrifice unto EZER-IAH, our mighty one. Our cattle also shall go with us. There shall not an hoof be left behind, for thereof must we take to serve EZER-IAH, our Redeemer, and we know not with what we must serve EZER-IAH until we come to that place. So here Moses is saying, we have to take every animal that we have. Not one hoof shall be left behind. Because when we get to that place, we don't know which animal EZER-IAH will ask of us to sacrifice. Moses is not talking about no man being sacrificed. He's talking about the animals. And that's why they need to take the animals. Verse 27. But EZER-IAH hardened Pharaoh's heart, and he would not let them go. And Pharaoh said unto him, Moses, get you from me. Take heed to yourself. See my face no more. For in that day you see my face, you shall die. So here he is threatening Moses. Get out from me, because the day I see you again, he's going to kill him. 29. And Moses said, you have spoken well. I will see your face again no more. Chapter 11. And EZER-IAH said unto Moses, yet will I bring one plague more upon Pharaoh and upon Egypt. Afterwards he will let you go from here. When he shall let you go, he shall surely thrust you out hence altogether. He will let everything go. You, your cattle, everything. Speak now in the ears of the people. Whose people? The children of EZER-IAH. And let every man borrow of his neighbor. Let them go and borrow everything they want, everything they would like. Borrow it. and every woman of her neighbor jewels of silver, jewels of gold. And EZER gave the people favor in the sight of the Egyptian. Moreover, the man Moses was very great in the land of Egypt, in the sight of Pharaoh's servants, and in the sight of the people. And Moses said, Thus says EZER, about midnight will I go out into the midst of Egypt, out of the midst of Egypt, and all the firstborn in the land of Egypt shall die, from the firstborn of Pharaoh that sit upon his throne, even unto the firstborn of the maidservant that is behind the mill, and all the firstborn of beast. And there shall be a great cry throughout all the land of Egypt, such as there was none like it, nor shall be like it any more. Verse 7. But against any of the children of EZER-IAH shall not a dog move his tongue against man or against beast, that you may know that EZER do put a difference between the Egyptians and the Israelites. So here he's saying, all your sons, your firstborn, and the firstborn of your cattle and of your animals shall die, but not even a dog's tongue shall be heard in the land of Goshen, where the Israelites are. Nothing will happen to them. And that was to show, to make the children of EZER-IAH know, to make the Egyptians know that this sign was to make them know that there is a difference between the children of EZER-IAH and the Egyptian. As it is a sign for us to know that we are different from the Gentiles and the heathen. They always want us to believe that we are the same. Yet, why not treat us the same then? The hatred for us can be felt even when we are not among them. Outside their sight, the hatred is still being made known against us. But when it is to please them, they say, we are the same. We have one blood. My people, wake up. My people, wake up. EZER is telling us there is a difference. Here he is telling us there is a difference. Verse 8. And all these thy servants shall come down unto me, and bow down themselves unto me, saying, Get you out, and all the people that follow you, and after that I will go out. And he went out from Pharaoh in a great anger. And EZER said unto Moses, Pharaoh shall not hearken unto you, that my wonders may be multiplied in the land of Egypt. EZER is saying to him, what I'm doing have to be done. And he will not do what I'm telling you to ask him to do, because EZER is the one who is hardening his heart to do all that he wanted to do in the sight of his people and in the sight of the Egyptians, that he may make them know that he is EZER, the mighty one of the Hebrews, the mighty one of Abraham, the mighty one of the EZER-IAH, the mighty one of Jacob. Verse 9. And EZER said unto Moses, Pharaoh shall not hearken unto you, that my wonders may be multiplied in the land of Egypt. And Moses and Aaron did all these wonders before Pharaoh, and EZER hardened Pharaoh's heart, so that he would not let the children of Israel go out of his land. Chapter 12. And EZER spake unto Moses and Aaron in the land of Egypt, saying, This month shall be unto you the beginning of months. It shall be the first month of the year to you. Here EZER is going to give us the first month that's supposed to be the beginning of our year. He is not giving us the same time that the Egyptians kept as the beginning of the year. No, EZER is changing it for us. He says, verse 3, Speak you unto all the generation of Israel, saying, In the 10th day of this month, they shall take to them every man a lamb, according to the house of their fathers, a lamb for an house. And if the household be too little for the lamb, let him and his neighbor next unto his house take it according to the number of the souls, the people. Every man according to his eating shall make your count for the lamb. So if your household doesn't have enough people to eat the lamb, you can invite your next door neighbor and you all could stay in the house, in your house, and use one lamb. Your lamb shall be without blemish. A male of the first year shall take it out from the sheep or from the goats. That's where you may take it. Now EZER is going to start to show Moses what he has to offer as sacrifice. Which animal, when he have to use the animal, the times for the animal. That's why Moses needed the animals, to take his animals with him when he was leaving the land of Egypt. That's why EZER told him he had to take everything. He had to take his stuff to go out. Verse 6. And you shall keep it up until the 14th day of the same month, and the whole assembly of the congregation of Israel shall kill it in the evening. And they shall take of the blood and strike it on the 2 side posts and on the upper doorpost of the houses, wherein they shall eat it. So they have to get this lamb and kill it, and take the blood and put on the doorpost and on the lintel, the top of the door. Verse 9. Eat not of it raw, not to be eaten raw, nor boiled at all with water, but roast with fire, like what we call barbecue, his head with his legs, and with the purtenance thereof, the whole lamb. You are not to cut it open, you are not to cut it up. and you shall let nothing of it remain until the morning. And that which remain of it in the morning you shall burn with fire. So you have to eat. After you roast this lamb on the fire, you eat whatever you need to eat that night. You are not to eat of it in the morning. If any was remaining that you did not eat, was unable to eat while it's night, you will have to burn it in the morning. Verse 11. And that's how you shall eat it, with your loins girded, with your belt in your waist, your shoes on your feet, your staff in your hand, and you shall eat it in haste. It is EZER-IAH's Passover. For I will pass through the land of Egypt this night, and will smite all the firstborn in the land of Egypt, both man and the beast, and against all the gods of Egypt I will execute judgment. I am EZER. Here EZER is telling us again. He's telling us that he will pass through the land of Egypt, and he will kill the firstborn in the land of Egypt, both of man and of beast, and against all the gods of Egypt. My brothers, my sisters, the gods of the nations are not ours. The gods of Egypt was not our mighty ones. Just like the gods of the nations today, they are not our mighty one. They are not our Savior. They are not our Redeemer. They are not our helper. They are not our deliverer. They are not our rock. They are not our refuge. They are not our shield. They are not our buckler. They are not our refuge, my brothers and sisters. They are not. Listen to what they are saying to us. They are not. EZER will execute judgment. He is EZER. EZER is different to them, my people. Our mighty one has given us a name, my people. He is not no G-O-D. He is EZER. He just told you right here. He's showing you that. Verse 12 of chapter 12. He says, I will execute judgment. I am EZER. He's not no G-O-D. He will destroy the gods. That's what he's telling you, my people. Verse 13. And the blood shall be to you for a token upon the house, a sign. The blood will be a sign where you are. And when I see the blood, I will pass over you, and the plague shall not be upon you to destroy you, when I smite the land of Egypt. And this day shall be unto you for a memorial, and you shall keep it a feast to EZER throughout your generations. You shall keep it a feast by an ordinance forever. Why did we have to put the blood on the post? Because we did not make that agreement with EZER as yet. We did not get to Mount Sinai, Mount Moriah as yet. We did not get to the mountain as yet. We were still in Egypt. But when we got to the Mount Moriah, EZER's mountain, and he spoke to our fathers, and Moses sprinkled that blood, the covenant was made. We don't need to put the blood on the post no more, because the covenant now is in existence. The agreement is made. And that blood that was sprinkled by Moses, that's the blood of the covenant. And that's the blood that covers us as the blood that was on the doorpost. And the sacrifice and the offerings unto EZER are not to cover us, are not to be on us. As you see the priests, they are not to put it on anybody's house. They are not to put it on anyone, but they are to put it onto the altar. It's an offering. Offerings unto EZER, my dear brothers and sisters. Verse 15. 7 days shall you eat unleavened bread. Even the first day you shall put away leaven out of your houses. For whosoever eat leavened bread from the first day until the 7th day, that soul shall be cut off from his EZER. So here, my brothers and sisters, we are to keep leaven out of our houses. We are not to have them in our houses for 7 days. We are not to eat any bread or cake that uses yeast or baking powder or soda, any fermentation, for that 7 days, which comes in the first month, on the 15th day of the first month. That's when it starts, it begins. And we do it for 7 days. And when is the first month of the year to us? The first month of the year to us will begin on the full moon in March. In the month of March, the full moon that will be in the month of March will be the first day of the first month of the year, the month of Abib. Again, on the full moon day in March will be the first day of the month of the year to us. And every full moon's day will be the first of every month. We need not count days, my brothers and sisters. It really is not necessary. Once the moon is full, we know it's the first day of the month. We are not to count the month for the Sabbath day. The Sabbath day, we count days. 6 days. And the 7th is the weekly Sabbath. 7 days a week. 6 days, and on the 7th is the weekly Sabbath. We have feast of weeks. We have feast of months. We have feast of years. And we also have feast of the Jubilee, which is every 50 years. I would like you to look at my video, the video that is day and night. In this video, I explain these things to you, my brothers and sisters. It's a very old video. It's about 4 years or 3 years ago. But I would like you to visit it. Verse 16. In the first day there shall be a holy convocation, and in the 7th day there shall be a holy convocation to you. No manner of work shall be done in them, save that which every man must eat. That only may be done of you. The only thing we should do in these 2 days, on the 15th of Abib, on the 21st of Abib, is to eat. And you shall observe the feast of unleavened bread, for in this selfsame day have I brought you your armies out of the land of Egypt. Therefore shall you observe this day in your generations by an ordinance forever. In the first month, on the 14th day of the month, at evening, you shall eat unleavened bread until the 21st day of the month at evening. Verse 19. 7 days shall there be no leaven found in your houses. For whosoever eat that which is leavened, even that soul shall be cut off from the congregation of EZER-IAH, whether he be a stranger or born in the land. Strict warning, my brothers and sisters. No leaven. Verse 20. You shall eat nothing leavened. In all your habitation shall you eat unleavened bread. And that's bread made without yeast or baking powder or soda, without fermentation. You put water, salt, and flour. 21. Then Moses called for all the elders of EZER-IAH and said unto them, Draw out and take you a lamb according to your families, and kill the Passover. And you shall take a bunch of hyssop and dip it in the blood that is in the basin, and strike the lintel and the 2 side posts with the blood that is in the basin. And none of you shall go out at the door of his house until the morning. You put that blood and you're not to go out. It's the same thing he's telling us about the day of the Sabbath. We are not to go out. We are to rest. We are to stay in our houses on the Sabbath. For IAH will pass through to smite the Egyptian, and when he see the blood upon the lintel and on the 2 side posts, IAH will pass over the door and will not suffer the destroyer to come in unto your houses to smite you. My brothers and sisters, we must learn the ways of IAH. IAH is telling us the same thing about the Sabbath. It's just that we don't have to use no blood. He says he set it as a sign between him and us. Just like he set this blood, we were supposed to set this blood as a sign for him. That sign was between him and us. It's the same thing the Sabbath day is to us. All his holy days, they are signs to us between him and us. Verse 24. And you shall observe this thing for an ordinance to you and to your sons forever. There's no end to this, my brothers and sisters. There's no end to it. He didn't say for a period of time. He said it is to us forever. So who is telling us to change this? Who is encouraging us to change this? The pastors? The priests? These demon worshippers? Men that are controlled by Lucifer? Demons and devils? They are telling us to change this? Would you adhere to them? Or would you listen to the words of EZER, your mighty one, and the prophets he sent unto you to speak to you? Who would you listen to? My people, turn to EZER. It's forever. 25. And it shall come to pass when you come to the land that EZER will give you, according as he has promised, that you shall keep this service. And it shall come to pass when your children shall ask you, what does this mean, this service? Then you shall say, it is the sacrifice of EZER's Passover, who pass over the houses of the children of EZER-IAH in Egypt, when he smote the Egyptian and delivered our houses, and the people bowed their head and worship. Who did they bow their head and worship? EZER, not Jesse. Where Jesse was? Why? Where Jesse was, my people? These strange GODs, where were they when EZER was doing all these things for our people? Where were they? Did EZER promise them to us? No. He's telling us all that he's giving us is forever. His name, his commandments, his promises, his land. That's what he's telling us, my people. 28. And the children of EZER-IAH went away and did as EZER had commanded Moses and Aaron, so did they. And it came to pass that at midnight EZER smote the firstborn in the land of Egypt, from the firstborn of Pharaoh that sat on his throne, unto the firstborn of the captive that was in the dungeon, and all the firstborn of cattle. And the Pharaoh rose up in the night, he and all his servants, and all the Egyptians, and there was a great cry in Egypt, for there was not a house where there was not one dead. Even those that was in prison, they died. And he called for Moses and Aaron by night, and said, rise up and get you out from among my people, both you and the children of EZER-IAH, and go. Serve EZER as you have said. So here he is telling us that he knows that we are different to his people. Look what he says. Get you out from among my people, you and your children, the children of EZER-IAH, and go. Serve IAH as you have said. My dear people, all the nations know who we are. Although they hate us, although they persecute us, they all want us in their midst because we are the ones who do the work for them. We are the ones who are keeping them up. Without us, they will fall flat, and they know it. It is so sad that our people does not know it. But I pray that IAH, by his great mercy and his loving kindness, he will show it unto our people as much as possible. I pray. Verse 32. Also take your flocks and your herds as you have said, and be gone, and bless me also. Here, Pharaoh is telling them to go, but pray for me. He is telling them, no, go, but pray for me. And the Egyptians were urgent upon the people that they might send them out of the land in haste. For they said, we be all dead men. So now IAH has brought them to the point where the magician can do nothing to solve the problems. The magician can't do anything to pacify Pharaoh. Nothing they can do. And sooner than later, it will be the same with us. That the magicians that are among us, that are ruling, that are keeping up the ones that are ruling over us, will not be able to pacify them. The magician would not be able to contradict the way of IAH. IAH is just testing them, my people. Look at the test that he's putting on the magicians. Don't you see it? He's testing them like he tested Pharaoh. And soon it will become clear. I pray that you will see it before it's too late for you. I pray. I pray. Verse 34. And the people took their dough before it was leavened, their kneading troughs being bound up in their clothes upon their shoulders. And the children of EZER-IAH did according to the word of Moses. And they borrowed of their Egyptian jewels of silver and jewels of gold and remnant clothing. And IAH gave the people favor in the sight of the Egyptian, so that they lent unto them such things as they required. And they spoiled the Egyptians. And the children of EZER-IAH journeyed from Ramses to Succoth, about 600,000 on foot, that were men besides children. And a mixed multitude went up also with them, and flocks and herds, even very much cattle. And they baked unleavened cakes of the dough which they brought forth out of Egypt. And for it was not leavened, because they were thrust out of Egypt, and could not tarry, neither had they prepared for themselves any victuals. Verse 40. Now the sojourning of the children of EZER-IAH who dwelt in Egypt was 430 years. And it came to pass at the end of 430 years, even the selfsame day, it came to pass that all the host of Ai went out from the land of Egypt. All of the children of EZER-IAH, Aiah's people, went out of Egypt. Verse 42. It is a night to be observed unto Ai for bringing them out from the land of Egypt. This is that night of Ai to be observed of all the children of EZER-IAH in their generations. All of us are to observe it. All EZER-IAHites. Verse 43. And Ai said unto Moses and Aaron, This is the ordinance of the Passover. There shall no stranger eat thereof. Hear, my brothers and sisters, this is the Passover, the ordinance, and no strangers is to eat of it. No strangers is to eat of it. If no strangers is to eat of the holy things of Ai, why should we depend on strangers to teach us of our mighty one? Don't you see it? Verse 44. But every man's servant that is bought for money, when you have circumcised him, then shall he eat thereof. A foreigner, verse 45, a foreigner and an hired servant shall not eat thereof. In one house shall it be eaten. You shall not carry forth out of it abroad, out of your house. We are not to take and put in a plate and give to somebody. It's not something we are to go and share or walk out the house with it. Neither shall you break a bone thereof. We are not to cut it nor break any bone in it. It's the whole lamb, my people. And that is not to be done in this land of our captivity. This is not to be done anywhere we are. No, there's a special place that has to be done. This has to be done in the land where I choose to put his name. It's all coming together to you about how important that name is and why Ai has given us his name. 47. All the congregation of EZER-IAH shall keep it, every EZER-IAHite. And when a stranger shall sojourn with you and will keep the Passover to Ai, let all his males be circumcised. If a stranger was to join with us and they want to participate in that, the Passover, they have to be circumcised. It is a sign that he gave us circumcision. They have to be. He's telling us how it have to be done. We can't decide what we want to do. We can't follow the heathen. They are uncircumcised. IAH has given us, that's another sign. We have to carry on ourselves. IAH is giving us signs because that's what he will look upon us for. That's how he will recognize us. That's what he wants us to do. My people, and then let him come near and keep it. And he shall be as one that is born in the land. For no uncircumcised person shall eat of it. No uncircumcised person shall eat of it. My dear people, hear what IAH is saying to you and get out of these false doctrines that these people are teaching you. Get out of these shrines. Get out of these cathedrals and these mega churches that will not teach you the way of IAH. This is the way of IAH. He's telling us how we have to live, the things we have to do. His way, he is showing us. Verse 49. One law shall be to him that is homeborn. One law to the Israelite, and unto the stranger that sojourn among you. If the stranger want to be among us, they have to keep the laws that IAH gave us. We are not to keep their laws that they bring among us. If they want to keep their law, then we have to be separated. But if they want to be among us, then they are the one to follow us, not we to follow them. Verse 50. This did all the children of EZER-IAH, as IAH commanded Moses and Aaron. So all of them had to do, and they did as Moses and Aaron spoke unto them. So did they. Remember when we started the reading, what Moses' wife had to do so that Moses could have go to meet Aaron? When the Spirit blocked his way, he had to circumcise his son. 51. And it came to pass the self same day that IAH did bring the children of EZER-IAH out of the land of Egypt by their armies. He brought all of them out, my people. Chapter 13. And the IAH speak unto Shemaiah, saying, Moses, saying, sanctify unto me all the firstborn. Why? Remember, IAH has given up all the firstborn of Egypt for our firstborn. That's what he did. So now all our firstborn belongs to him. Whatsoever opened the womb among the children of EZER-IAH, both of man and of beast, is his, mine, is his. Because he gave up the Egyptians for us. And Moses said unto the people, remember this day in which you came out from Egypt, out of the house of bondage, for by strength of hand I have brought you out from this place. There shall no leavened bread be eaten on this time of the year. When the new year comes, which is the full moon that will appear in March, the month of March, that will be your new year. Not this January, not this December. They're all pagan festivals, my people. And that's why EZER gave us his own. He set it as difference between the Egyptians. Ours is different to theirs, my people. This day came you out in the month of Abib. You see, it's the month of Abib. Abib is the month of spring, the month of green ears. And this is what we have to use to know when is the correct feast days of EZER. The correct feast days that are written in this book. We cannot go by the hidden timeline to know when is the correct time of EZER. To know the feast days of EZER, we must know the first month of the year, because the feast days are calculated by knowing the months. And that's what the months are for, the feast days. Whereas the days of the week is for the weekly Sabbath. The days we count to know the weekly Sabbath. The months we calculate to know the season and the time for the feast days. So we look for the first month, the new moon, in March. And when the new moon appear in March, the new moon day in March, which is that day when you will see the moon is coming up bright in the evening. It will last the whole night shining. In the morning, you will still see it shining in the sky on the western side. And the sun will be coming up in the east. You can check your almanacs. They will tell you because they know. But they will not teach you because they don't want you to know. Again, you can Google the new moon in March. When they tell you it's the new moon, when you see the full moon with the light, not when it's dark, when it's lighted, that's your first day, will be your first day of the year. And they know it. And you will see it when you Google it. But they wouldn't teach you it because they don't want you to know, my people. And that's why it is so important for us to know. And I will continue. As I continue, you will see how important it is for you to know. It was also important for our ancestors because they had to know the rotation of the moon, the time, the season to plant, to reap, to rejoice before EZER, to shake their sheaf, to have their festivals. They needed to know My people, please study EZER-IAH's word. Please. Verse 5. And it shall be when EZER-IAH shall bring you into the land of the Canaanites, and the Hittites, and the Amorites, and the Hivites, and the Jebusites, that he sware unto your fathers to give to you, a land flowing with milk and honey, that you shall keep this service in this month. 7 days you shall eat unleavened bread, and in the 7th day shall be a feast to EZER-IAH. Unleavened bread shall be eaten 7 days, and there shall no leavened bread be seen with you, neither shall there be leaven seen with you in all your quarters. And you shall show thy son in that day, saying, This is done because of that which EZER-IAH did unto me when I came forth out of Egypt. And it shall be for a sign, my people. What is a sign? For us to see. And it shall be a sign unto you upon thine hand, and for a memorial between thine eyes, that EZER's law may be in thy mouth. For with a strong hand has EZER brought these out of Egypt, brought you us out of Egypt. You shall therefore keep this ordinance in his season, from year to year. And it shall be when EZER shall bring you into the land of the Canaanites, as he sware unto you and to your fathers, and shall give it to you, that you shall set apart unto EZER all that open the matrix, and every firstling that come off a beast that you has, the male shall be EZER's. So here EZER is telling us which animals have to be offered unto him as a sacrifice. Which animal? And it's the first that opened the matrix. So the first calf of a cow, or the first lamb of a sheep, or the first goat, the first. Just as he gave up the sons, the firstborn of Egypt. But he's not telling us to offer our sons as sacrifice. No. And that's why Moses was saying to Pharaoh, he need to take all his animals, because he don't know which animal EZER will want. Verse 13. And every firstling of an ass you shall redeem with a lamb. And if you will not redeem it, then you shall break its neck. And all the firstborn of man among the children shall you redeem. And it shall be when thy son ask you in time to come, saying, What is this? What shall you say unto him? By strength of hand EZER brought us out from Egypt, from the house of bondage. So when your children see what you are doing, offering the Passover, keeping the Sabbath, keeping the unleavened bread, the Day of Tabernacles, why you are doing these things, you have to tell your children why. Because EZER did this to us and told us that we have to do these things. Not what the Roman telling us that we have to do. To go in the church and carry out the Roman things what they do to their idols. We don't have to do those burning candles to their idols, bowing down before their idols, taking their communion and their dope. We don't have to do those things. This is what we have to do. What is in this book here? That is ours. The very thing they're telling you is not good for you, because they want to control you. They hate you, but they smile in your face because they don't want you to know how much they hate you. They hate you so much that they want you to die. They hate you so much that you should not receive your salvation that your mighty one has promised you. That's how much they hate you, my people. Open your eyes and see what EZER-IAH is saying to you. No man has died for you, my people. Open your eyes. Verse 15. And it came to pass, when Pharaoh will hardly let us go, that EZER-IAH slew all the firstborn in the land of Egypt. This is what we have to tell our children. Both the firstborn of man and the firstborn of beast. Therefore I sacrificed to EZER all that opened the matrix, being male. But all the firstborn of my children I redeemed. He didn't have to sacrifice his children. He had to redeem them. And the redemption was with the animals until they made that covenant. And it shall be for a token unto thine hand, and for frontlets before thine eyes, for thy strength of hand. EZER brought us forth out of Egypt. And it came to pass, when Pharaoh had let the people go, that EZER led them not through the way of the land of the Philistines, although that was near. For EZER said, lest peradventure the people repent when they see war and return to Egypt. So it's very close. If you look at the map from Egypt to the land, it was close. But EZER did not allow them to go in the short way. Because here he's saying, if he allowed them to go to the short way, and then the Canaanites came out to fight with them, they would have just run back into Egypt. So he led them the long way, down into the wilderness and up into the land. Verse 18. But EZER led the people about through the way of the wilderness of the Red Sea, and the children of EZER-IAH went up, harnessed out of the land of Egypt. Verse 19. And Moses took the bones of Joseph with him, for he had straitly sworn the children of EZER-IAH, saying, EZER will surely visit you, and you shall carry up my bones away hence with you. So before Joseph died, he told them EZER is going to take them out. And when he take them out, please take his bones with them. And they took their journey from Succoth and encamped in Etham, in the edge of the wilderness. And EZER went before them by day in a pillar of cloud to lead them the way, and by night in a pillar of fire to give them light, to go by day and night. He took not away the pillar of the cloud by day, nor the pillar of fire by night from before the people. He never took it away from them. They always had this guiding light, the cloud and the light. Chapter 14. And EZER spake unto Moses, saying, Speak unto the children of EZER-IAH, that they turn and encamp before Pi-hahiroth, between Migdol and the sea, over against Baal-zephon, before it shall you encamp by the sea. For Pharaoh will say of the children of EZER-IAH, they are entangled in the land. The wilderness has shut them in. Here he's saying, Ayah is telling Shemaiah to go to the place where they will rest. And while they're resting there, Pharaoh will say that they have lost their way. So he's going to send his men to bring them back. Verse 4. And I will harden Pharaoh's heart, that he shall follow after them. And I will be honored upon Pharaoh and upon all his host, that the Egyptians may know that I am Ayah. And they did so. Verse 5. And it was told the king of Egypt that the people fled. And the heart of Pharaoh and of his servants was turned against the people. And they said, why have we done this, that we have let EZER-IAH go from serving us? Here, my brothers and sisters, you see what they ask? Why we let them go? They were serving us. Why we let them go? That's why our enemies will not let us go. We are still serving them. With all the hatred, with all the displeasure they have towards us, we are still serving them. We are serving their interests. Verse 6. And he made ready his chariots and took his people with him. And he took 600 chosen chariots and all the children and all the chariots of Egypt, and captains over every one of them. And Ayah hardened the heart of Pharaoh king of Egypt, and he pursued after the children of EZER-IAH. And the children of EZER-IAH went out with a high hand, but the Egyptians pursue after them, all the horses and chariots of Pharaoh, and his horsemen, and his army, and overtook them encamping by the sea, besides Pi-hahiroth, before Baal-zephon. And when Pharaoh drew nigh, the children of EZER-IAH lifted up their eyes, and behold, the Egyptians marched after them. And they were scared, sore afraid. And the children of EZER-IAH cried out unto Ayah, and they said unto Moses, because there were no graves in Egypt, has you taken us away to die in the wilderness? Why has you dealt so with us, to carry us out of Egypt? They're so scared, they're saying they're going to die, but they cry out to Ayah. How did they cry out to Ayah? They cry out, they call his name, my people. You cry out to somebody by calling out their name and speaking to them. Verse 12. Is not this the word that we did tell you in Egypt, saying, leave us alone, that we may serve the Egyptians? You see, fear, that's what fear does. Fear has stricken them now. So here they are saying that they told Moses to leave them in Egypt, because they're thinking now, they see the Egyptians coming, they think they're going to die. They don't have faith in Ayah. Just like our people today. They say they are awakened, they are awakened, yet they pray to a man. They say that they know EZER is the mighty one, yet they believe that some man died for them. EZER say that no man can die for their sins, yet they believe that one of their enemy has died for them. Well, now they have changed him from white to black. My people, we must have faith in EZER. We must not be weak and fearful as our ancestors were. Here they are, the sea on one side and the Egyptians coming. And they're so afraid that they turn on the one who worked all the miracles by the power of EZER before their eyes. They start to condemn him. Verse 13. And Moses said unto the people, fear you not. You see, he still have to go to them and tell them, don't be afraid. Stand still and see the salvation of EZER. Stand still. You cry out to him, stand still, wait to see his salvation. You cry out to him, you speak to him, wait and see what he will do for you. Call out to him and wait. So he says, you will see the salvation of EZER that he will show you today. For the Egyptians whom you have seen today, you shall see them again no more forever. Don't be afraid. He gave you his name to call out to him. He tells you don't call out to no one else. Call to him. He is the only one in heaven and in earth. There is none like unto him. To you. Verse 14. I shall fight for you, and you shall hold your peace. You don't have to fight. You just call and ask and do what he tells you to do, and be prepared to call on him. He will answer you. He will fight for you. And EZER said unto Moses, why are they crying thou unto me? Why are they crying out to me? Speak unto the children of Israel that they go forward. Go forward. He said, why are you crying out now? Go forward. He have already prepared this way for them already. Say, telling Moses, you go and do what I tell you to do. Lift thou up thy rod and stretch out thy hand over the sea and divide it. And the children of Israel shall go on dry ground through the midst of the sea. And I behold, and I will harden the heart of the Egyptian, and they shall follow them. And I will get me honor upon Pharaoh and upon all his host, upon his chariots and upon his horsemen. And the Egyptians shall know that I am EZER, when I have gotten honor upon Pharaoh, upon his chariots and upon his horsemen. When EZER is going to be honored when he destroyed them. Verse 19. And the angel of EZER that went before the camp of Israel removed and went behind them. So the angel that was in the front, like the cloud, moved from in front of them and went behind them to divide them from the Egyptian, to block them from the Egyptians' approach. And went from before their face and stood behind them. And it came between the camp of the Egyptian and the camp of the EZER-IAHites. Here he's showing you, he's totally dividing you, protecting you, separating you, dividing you. He's doing it. As he says, he's showing us in different ways how he is doing it. And it was a cloud and darkness to them. So this to the Egyptians, they couldn't see the EZER-IAHites. So that the one came not near the other all the night. They can't see. And Moses stretched out his hand over the sea, and EZER caused the sea to go back by a strong east wind all that night, and made the sea dry land, and the waters were divided. And the children of EZER-IAH went into the midst of the sea upon the dry ground, and the waters were a wall unto them on their right hand and on their left. And the Egyptians pursued and went in after them in the midst of the sea, even all Pharaoh's horses, his chariots, and his horsemen. And it came to pass that in the morning watch EZER looked unto the host of the Egyptian through the pillar of fire and of the cloud, and troubled the host of the Egyptian, and took off their chariot wheels, that they drove them heavily, so that the Egyptians said, let us flee from the face of the EZER-IAHites, for EZER fight for them. The mighty one is fighting for them against us, the Egyptians. And EZER said unto Moses, stretch out thy hand over the sea, that the waters may come again upon the Egyptian, upon their chariots, and upon their horsemen. And Moses stretched forth his hand over the sea, and the sea returned to his strength. When the morning appeared, and the Egyptians fled against it, and EZER overthrew the Egyptians in the midst of the sea. And the waters returned and covered the chariots and the horsemen and all the host of Pharaoh that came into the sea after them. There remained not so much as one of them. But the children of EZER-IAH walked upon dry land in the midst of the sea, and the waters were a wall unto them on their right hand and on their left. Thus EZER saved EZER-IAH that day out of the hand of the Egyptians. And EZER-IAH saw the Egyptians' dead bodies dead upon the seashore. And EZER-IAH saw that great work that EZER did upon the Egyptian. And the people loved EZER and believed EZER and his servant Moses. Chapter 15. Then sang Moses and the children of EZER-IAH this song unto EZER, and speak, saying, I will sing unto EZER, for he has triumphed graciously. The horse and his rider has he thrown into the sea. EZER is my strength and my song. He is become my salvation. He is my Redeemer, and I will prepare him an habitation, my Father's mighty one, and I will exalt him. EZER is a man of war. EZER is his name. Pharaoh's chariots and his host has he cast into the sea. His chosen captains also are drowned in the Red Sea. The depths have covered them. They sank into the bottom as a stone. EZER's right hand, O EZER, is become glorious in power. Thy right hand, O EZER, has dashed in pieces the enemy. And in the greatness of thine excellence, thou hast overthrown them that rose up against thee. You have set forth thy wrath that consumed them as stubble, and with the blast of thy nostril the waters were gathered together. The flood stood upright as an heap, and the depths were congealed in the heart of the sea. Congealed. The enemy said, they will pursue, they will overtake, they will divide the spoil. Their lust shall be satisfied upon them. I will draw my sword, my hand shall destroy them. You did blow with thy wind, the sea covered them. They sank as lead in the mighty waters. Who is like unto you, O EZER, among the gods? Who is like you, glorious in holiness, mighty in prayers, doing wonders? You stretch out thine right hand, the earth swallow them. You in thy mercy has led forth the people. You have redeemed whom you have redeemed. You hast guided them in thy strength unto thy holy habitation. The people shall hear and be glad. Sorrow shall take hold on the inhabitants of Palestina. Then the dukes of Edom shall be amazed. The mighty men of Moab, trembling, shall take hold upon them. All the inhabitants of Canaan shall melt away. Fear and dread shall fall upon them. By the greatness of thine arm they shall be as still as a stone, till your people pass over. O EZER, till the people pass over, that you has purchased. You shall bring them in and plant them in the mountains of thine inheritance, in the place, O EZER, that you has made for you to dwell in the sanctuary, O EZER, that your hand has established. EZER shall reign forever and ever. For the horse of Pharaoh went in with his chariots and with his horsemen into the sea. EZER brought again the waters of the sea upon them. But the children of EZER-IAH went on dry land in the midst of the sea. And Miriam, the prophetess, the sister of Aaron, took a timbrel in her hand, and all the women went out after her with timbrels. with dance. And Miriam answered them, Sing you to EZER-IAH, for he has triumphed gloriously. The horse and his rider has he thrown into the sea. So Moses brought EZER-IAH from the Red Sea, and they went out into the wilderness of Shur. And they went 3 days in the wilderness and found no water. And when they came to Marah, they could not drink of the water of Marah, for they were bitter. Therefore, the name of it was called Marah. And the people murmured against Moses, saying, What shall we drink? And he cried unto EZER-IAH, and EZER-IAH showed him a tree, which when he had cast into the waters were made sweet. There he made for them a statute and an ordinance, and there he proved them, and said, If you will diligently hearken to the voice of EZER your mighty one, and will do that which is right in his sight, and will give ear to his commandments, and keep all his statutes, I will put none of these diseases upon you, which I have brought upon the Egyptian. For I am EZER that healed you. And they came to Elam, where there were 12 wells of water, and 70 palm trees, and they encamped there by the water. Chapter 16. And they took their journey from Elam, and all the congregation of the children of EZER-IAH came unto the wilderness of Sin, which is between Elam and Sinai, on the 15th day of the 2nd month after their departing out of the land of Egypt. My brothers and sisters, I hope you see how they are counting the days of the months and how they are counting the months to know which day and what time of the month. And the whole congregation of the children of EZER-IAH murmured against Moses and Aaron in the wilderness. And the children of EZER-IAH said unto them, Why didn't you let us die at the hands of EZER in the land of Egypt, when we sat by the flesh pots, when we did eat bread to the full? For you have brought us forth into the wilderness, to kill this whole assembly with hunger. So here they're saying to Moses, why didn't you allow them to die in Egypt when their belly was full and they had food and bread? No faith, my people, no faith. Verse 4. Then said EZER unto Moses, Behold, I will rain bread from heaven for you, and the people shall go out and gather a certain rate every day, that I may prove them whether they will walk in my law or not. And it shall come to pass that on the 6th day they shall prepare that which they bring in, and it shall be twice as much as they gather daily. And Moses and Aaron said unto all the children of EZER-IAH at evening, Then you shall know that EZER has brought you out from the land of Egypt. And in the morning, then you shall see the glory of EZER, for that he hear your murmuring against him. And what are we that you murmur against us? So here Moses is saying, EZER is hearing your murmuring, but you think you're murmuring against us, but you are murmuring against EZER. It's the same thing we do until this day, my people. We get angry with one another, we kill one another, when the problem is not one another. The problem lies within us. We are not doing what we're supposed to do, yet we get angry and we take that anger out on each other. We think we are hurting them, we are hurting ourselves. We think we are insulting them, we are insulting our Redeemer, the one who has done so much for us, the one who is helping us and preserving our lives, the one who has caused us to born in this time when his knowledge is increased, when he is waking us up to his truth. Yet we fail to follow his lead. We fail to listen to what his prophets is saying to us in the latter days, in these latter days. Yet we blame everyone else. We blame even ourselves instead of doing what we're supposed to do, my people. Verse 8. And Moses said, These shall be when EZER shall give you in the evening flesh to eat, and in the morning bread to the full. For that EZER hear your murmuring, which you murmur against him. And what are we? Your murmurings are not against us, but against EZER. Verse 9. And Moses spake unto Aaron, saying unto all the congregation of the children of EZER-IAH, Come near before EZER, for he has heard your murmuring. And it come to pass, as Aaron spake unto the whole congregation of the children of EZER-IAH, that they looked towards the wilderness, and behold, the glory of EZER appeared in the cloud. And EZER spake unto Moses, saying, I have heard the murmuring of the children of EZER-IAH. Speak unto them, saying, At evening you shall eat flesh, and in the morning you shall be filled with bread, and you shall know that I am EZER, your Redeemer. And it came to pass that at evening the quails came up and covered the camp, and in the morning the dew lay round about the host. And when the dew that lay was gone up, behold, upon the face of the wilderness there lay a small round thing, as small as the hoarfrost on the ground. And when the children of EZER-IAH saw it, they said one to another, It is manna. For they visit not they knew what it was. They didn't know what it was. And Moses said unto them, This is the bread that EZER has given you to eat. This is the thing that EZER has commanded. Gather of it every man according to his eating, an omer for every man according to the number of your persons. Take you every man for them which are in his tents. And the children of EZER-IAH did so, and gathered some more, some less. And when they did measure it with an omer, he that gathered much had nothing over, and he that gathered little had no lacking. They gathered every man according to his eating. And Moses said, let no man leave of it till the morning. Here Moses is telling them they have to eat everything they take that day. They have to eat it that day. Verse 20. Notwithstanding, they hearkened not unto Moses, but some of them left of it until the morning. And it bred worms, and it stunk. And Moses was wroth with them. They wouldn't listen, my people. 21. And they gathered it every morning, every man according to his eating. And when the sun waxed hot, it melted. 22. And it came to pass that on the 6th day they gathered twice as much bread, 2 omer for one man. And all the rulers of the congregation came and told Moses. And he said unto them, this is that which EZER has said. Tomorrow is the rest of the holy Sabbath unto EZER. Bake that which you will bake today. Boil that which you will boil, and that which remain overlay up for you to be kept until the morning. Here EZER told them, only on the 6th day you shall take 2 portions. 2 portions on the 6th day, one for the 6th day and a portion for the 7th day. That's the only time you are to take 2 portions. You are not to take 2 portions during the week. Those who took 2 portions during the week, by the next morning, they had worm and it stunk. But those who take it on the 6th day, the 2 portion, the next day it was fresh. Verse 24. And they laid it up till the morning, as Moses said, and it did not stink, neither was there any worm therein. And Moses said, eat that today, for today is a Sabbath unto EZER. Today you shall not find any in the field. 6 days you shall gather it in, but on the 7th day, that is the Sabbath, in it there shall be none in the field. And it came to pass that there went out some of the people on the 7th day to gather, and they found none. My people, this was the test EZER was giving our people. It is still a test unto us. He has given us 6 days to work and to provide and to gather. 6 days to gather. And he says 1 day is his. On that day, we have to rest. He will give us enough in the 6th day so that we should have enough that would last for the 7th day. But as we see, our people still wouldn't be satisfied. they have 6. He kept one for himself and set it as a sign between him and us. And even the one he kept for himself and set it as a sign between him and us, he says, I will give you enough on the 6th day that you will not need to go out on the 7th day, but that on the 7th day you should rest. My dear people, this is where EZER used his power to make known to us that every 7 days is his day of rest. Every 7th day, not the 6th day, but the 7th, not the 1st day, as the Romans have seek, as he told us they will try to change his time and his laws. We are to follow the laws of EZER. And EZER has given us his 6 days. He says, EZER made the heavens and the earth. EZER worked for 4 days, and he made the day and the night. And on the 6th day and on the 7th day he rested. The days have not changed. We still carry the same week. But the heathen have changed the day of rest to their people, to their followers. And we, the children of EZER-IAH, are to continue in the ways of EZER. Please look upon my video, the one that is called Day and Night. Verse 28. And EZER said unto Moses, How long refuse you to keep my commandments and my laws? See, for that EZER has given you the Sabbath. Therefore he give you on the 6th day the bread of 2 days. Abide you every man in his place. Stay in your house. Let no man go out of his house, his place, on the 7th day. My people, hear the word of EZER. So the people rested on the 7th day, and the house of EZER-IAH called the name thereof manna. And it was like coriander seed, white, and the taste of it was like wafer made with honey. And Moses said, This is the thing which EZER commanded. Fill an omer of it to be kept for your generations, that they may see the bread wherewith I have fed you in the wilderness, when I brought you forth from the land of Egypt. Here Moses tell them, take a homer full, and they have to be kept. It has to be kept to show to the generations to come what they are speaking about, what they ate. And Moses said unto Aaron, Take a pot and put a homer full of manna therein, and lay it up before EZER to be kept for your generations. As EZER commanded Moses, so Aaron laid it up before the testimony to be kept. And the children of EZER-IAH did eat manna 40 years, until they came to a land inhabited. They did eat manna until they came unto the border of the land of Canaan. Now an omer is the 10th part of an ephah. My people, this is the commandments of EZER-IAH that we are to keep. Chapter 17. And all the congregation of the children of EZER-IAH journeyed from the wilderness of Sin after their journeys, according to the commandment of EZER, and pitched in Rephidim, and there was no water for the people to drink. Wherefore the people did quarrel with Moses, and said, Give us water that we may drink. And Moses said unto them, Why chide you with me? Wherefore do you tempt EZER? And the people thirst there for water. And the people murmured against Moses, and said, Why is this that you has brought us up out of Egypt to kill us and our children and our cattle with thirst? And Moses cried unto EZER, saying, What shall I do unto this people? They be almost ready to stone me. And EZER said unto Moses, Go on before the people, and take with you of the elders of EZER-IAH and your rod, wherewith you smote the river. Take it in your hand, and go. Behold, I will stand before you there upon the rock in Horeb, and you shall smite the rock, and there shall come water out of it, that the people may drink. And Moses did so in the sight of the elders of EZER-IAH. And he called the name of the place Massa and Meribah, because of the chiding of the children of EZER-IAH, their quarreling. And because they tempted EZER, saying, Is EZER among us or not? Then come Amalek and fought with EZER-IAH in Rephidim. And Moses said unto Joshua, Choose us out men, and go out, fight with Amalek. Tomorrow I will stand on the top of the hill with the rod of EZER in my hand. So Joshua did as Moses had said to him, and fought with Amalek. And Moses, Aaron, and Hur went up to the top of the hill. And it came to pass, when Moses held up his hand, that EZER-IAH prevailed. And when he let down his hand, Amalek prevailed. But Moses' hands were heavy, and they took a stone and put it under him, and he sat thereon. And Aaron and Hur stayed up his hands, the one on the one side, and the other on the other side, and his hands were steady until the going down of the sun. And Joshua discomforted Amalek and his people with the edge of the sword. And EZER said unto Moses, Write this for a memorial in a book, and rehearse it in the ears of Joshua, for I will utterly put out the remembrance of Amalek from under heaven. And Moses built an altar and called the name of it EZER Nissi. For he said, Because EZER has sworn that EZER will have war with Amalek from generation to generation. Chapter 18. When Jethro, the priest of Midian, Moses' father-in-law, heard of all that EZER had done for Moses and for EZER-IAH his people, and that EZER had brought EZER-IAH out of Egypt, then Jethro, Moses' father-in-law, took Zipporah, Moses' wife, after he had sent her back, and her 2 sons, of which the name of the one was Gershom. For he said, I have been an alien in a strange land. And the name of the other was Eliezer. For the mighty one of my father, said he, was my help, and delivered me from the sword of Pharaoh. And Jethro, Moses' father-in-law, came with his sons and his wife unto Moses into the wilderness, where he encamped at the mount of EZER, which is Mount Moriah. And he said unto Moses, I am thy father-in-law Jethro, am come unto you, and your wife, and your 2 sons with her. And Moses went out to meet his father-in-law, and bowed and kissed him. And they asked each other of their welfare, and they came into the tent. And Moses told his father-in-law all that EZER has done unto Pharaoh and to the Egyptians for EZER-IAH's sake, and all the trouble that had come upon them by the way, and how EZER delivered them. 9. And Jethro rejoiced for all the goodness that EZER had done to EZER-IAH, whom he had delivered out of the hand of the Egyptian. And Jethro said, Blessed be EZER, who has delivered you out of the hand of the Egyptian, and out of the hand of Pharaoh, who has delivered the people from under the hand of the Egyptian. Verse 11. Now I know that EZER is greater than all gods, for in things wherein they dealt proudly, he was above them. So here we have Moses' father-in-law saying the same thing that all our ancestors been saying to us, that EZER is greater than all gods. This is saying to us that EZER is not a god. He is greater than all gods. Verse 12. And Jethro, Moses' father-in-law, took a burnt offering and sacrificed for EZER. And Aaron came and all the elders of EZER-IAH to eat bread with Moses' father-in-law before EZER. And it came, so here we see that Jethro, Moses' father-in-law, offered a sacrifice unto EZER. But when he offered the sacrifice unto EZER, then come Moses, Aaron, and all of them and eat it before EZER. They didn't offer it to no idol. They offered it to EZER. And it came to pass on the morrow that Moses sat to judge the people. And the people stood by Moses from the morning unto the evening. And when Moses' father-in-law saw all that he did to the people, he said, What is this thing that you do to the people? Why sit you thyself alone, and all the people stand by you from morning unto evening? And Moses said unto his father-in-law, Because the people come unto me to inquire of EZER, and when they have a matter, they come unto me, and I judge between one and another, and I do make them know the statutes of EZER and his laws. 17. And Moses' father-in-law said unto him, This thing that you do is not good. You will surely wear away, both you and this people that is with you, for this thing is too heavy for you. You are not able to perform it yourself alone. Hearken now unto my voice. Listen to me. I will give you counsel, and EZER shall be with you. Be you for the people that you are the one to bring their counsel to EZER, that you may bring the cause unto EZER, and that you shall teach them ordinances and laws, and shall show them the way wherein they must walk, and the work that they must do. That's all you have to do. That's the advice he is giving Moses. You be to the people to take what they say, and you go to EZER. You bring their cause to EZER. Moreover, you shall provide out of all the people able men, such as love EZER, men of truth, hating covetousness, and place such over them to be rulers of thousands, and rulers of hundreds, and rulers of fifties, and rulers of tens. And let them judge the people at all season. And it shall be that every great matter they shall bring unto you, but every small matter they shall judge. So shall it be easy for yourself, and they shall bear the burden with you. If you shall do this thing, and EZER command you so, then you shall be able to endure, and all the people shall also go to their place in peace. So Moses hearkened to the voice of his father-in-law, and did all that he had said. And Moses chose able men out of all EZER-IAH, and made them heads over the people, rulers of thousands, rulers of hundreds, rulers of fifties, and rulers of tens. And they judged the people at all season. The hard causes they brought unto Moses, but every small matter they judged themselves. And Moses let his father-in-law depart, and he went his way into his own land. Chapter 19. In the 3rd month, when the children of EZER-IAH were gone forth out of the land of Egypt, the same day came they into the wilderness of Sinai. 3 months. For they were departed from Rephidim, and were come to the desert of Sinai, and had pitched in the wilderness. And there EZER-IAH camped before the mountain. And Moses went up unto EZER, and EZER called unto him out of the mountain, saying, Thus shall you say to the house of Jacob, and tell the children of EZER-IAH, You have seen what I did unto the Egyptian, how I bear you on eagle's wings, and brought you unto myself. Now therefore, if you will obey my voice indeed, and keep my covenant, then you shall be a peculiar treasure unto me above all the people, for all the people of the earth is mine. So here Moses has brought the people onto the mountain, the Mount Moriah, the mountain that Ayah told him that when he take the children out of Egypt, he was supposed to bring them. So here he has brought them before the mountain, and Ayah is up on the mountain, and Ayah is speaking to him and will speak to the children of EZER-IAH. And you shall be unto me a kingdom of priests and holy nation. These are the words that you shall speak unto the children of EZER-IAH. And Moses came and called for the elders of the people, and laid before their face all these words which Ayah commanded him. And all the people answered together and said, all that Ayah has spoken we will do. And Moses returned the words of the people unto Ayah. And Ayah said unto Moses, I come unto you in a thick cloud, that the people may hear when I speak with you. And they will believe you forever. And Moses told the words of the people unto Ayah. And Ayah said unto Moses, go unto the people and sanctify them today and tomorrow, and let them wash their clothes, and the people, and be ready against the third day. For the third day Ayah will come down in the sight of all the people upon Mount Sinai. He said, go and clean them up. Tell them to clean up themselves. They will be in the presence of Ayah on the third day. So they are to clean up themselves, wash their clothes, clean themselves. Verse 11. And be ready against the third day, for the third day Ayah will come down in the sight of all the people upon Mount Sinai. And you shall set bounds unto the people round about, saying, take heed to yourselves that you go not up into the mountain. They are not to go up into the mountain, or touch the border of it. They are not even to touch the base of the mountain. Whosoever touch the mountain shall surely be put to death. My dear people, the power of Ayah, they touching the mountain, they will die. There shall not an hand touch it. Why? Ayah's chariot is on the mountain. There is radiation on that mountain. It's burning up the mountain. It's poisonous to the people. That's what he is saying to them. They are not to touch it. There shall not a hand touch it, but he shall surely be stoned or shot through. What's going to shoot him through? What is going to get through him? Electricity or radiation. Whether it be beast or man, it shall not live. You go to that mountain, it is electrifying. You touch it, you will die. They shall come up when the trumpet sound long, they shall come up to the mount. They come into the border of the mountain. And Moses went down from the mount unto the people and sanctified the people. And they washed their clothes. They clean up themselves. And he said unto the people, be ready against the third day. Be ready for the third day. Come not at your wives, having no sexual relation. Don't have sex for 3 days. You are purifying yourself. You are not to do those things. You are supposed to come clean. And it come to pass on the third day in the morning, there were thunders and lightning, and a thick cloud upon the mountain. EZER is on the mountain. EZER chariots is on the mountain. The thunder is the sound of his chariots. The lightning is the lights that they are seeing, like Ezekiel told us in the report what he saw. The chariot of EZER. And the cloud, the smoke from the chariots, and the voice of the trumpet exceedingly loud, so that all the people that was in the camp trembled. The song that came from it caused the people to tremble. And Moses brought forth the people out of the camp to meet with EZER. And they stood at the neither part of the mountain, the lower part, a little way from the mountain. And Mount Sinai was altogether on smoke, my people, because EZER descended upon it in fire. His chariot is a machine, and the smoke thereof ascended as the smoke of a furnace. Listen to what he is describing to you. And the whole mountain quaked greatly. And when the voice of the trumpet sounded long and waxed louder and louder, Moses spake, and EZER answered him by a voice. All they heard is a voice. They saw the fire, they saw the lightning, they saw the thunder, but he was covered with the smoke, the cloud. And EZER came down upon Mount Sinai on the top of the mountain. And EZER called Moses upon the top of the mountain, and Moses went up. Moses alone went up. And EZER said unto Moses, go down, charge the people, lest they break through unto EZER to gaze. He said, go down and make sure you keep the people away. Make sure you put people there to keep them away. Else they're going to try to come to gaze, to see what's going on, to see what's happening in the cloud, to see what's causing the fire. They're going to gaze. And many of them shall perish. They're going to die. Come on, people. And let the priests also which come near to EZER sanctify themselves, lest EZER break forth upon them. They will die. They have to be prepared. And Moses said unto EZER, the people cannot come up to Mount Sinai, for thou chargest us, saying, set bounds about the mountain. You see, set boundaries. Don't let them get too close. Sanctify it. And EZER said unto him, away, get you down, and you shall come up, you and Aaron with you. Just Aaron with you. But let not the priests and the people break through to come up unto EZER-IAH. Don't let the people break through. Don't let the people come up here. Lest he break forth upon them. Lest they're going to die. Whatever it is, that radiation from that chariot will kill them. So Moses went down unto the people and speak unto them. Chapter 20. And EZER-IAH speak also these words, saying, I am EZER-IAH, your Redeemer, who have brought you out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of bondage. You shall have no other gods before me. You shall have no gods before me. Listen, my people, what EZER-IAH is saying to us. We shall have no gods. We only are supposed to have EZER-IAH, just the name. You shall not make unto you any graven image. Any graven image we make will be a god. Or any likeness of anything that is in heaven above or that is in the earth beneath. Anything we make, we will be making gods. Or that is in the water under the earth. You shall not bow down thyself to them, nor serve them. For I, EZER-IAH, your Redeemer, am a jealous Redeemer. He is always watchful of what we do, visiting the iniquity of the fathers upon the children, unto the third and fourth generation of them that hate me. EZER-IAH will turn away from generation for 3 generations. When you refuse to do what he tells you to do and go and serve gods, he will turn away from you for 3 generations. And showing mercy unto thousands of them that love me and keep my commandments. You got it? And showing mercies upon thousands of them that love me, love him, not afraid of him, not them that fear him, those that love him and keep his commandments. Because those that will keep his commandments are those that love him. The children of EZER-IAH that will keep EZER's commandments are those that loves him. They get to know him. They get to know his name. And they love him. Verse 7. You shall not take the name of EZER, your Redeemer, in vain. For EZER will not hold you guiltless that takes his name in vain. You who refuse to acknowledge the name that EZER has given you, you Israelites who call yourselves Christians, who go and associate with all religions, you who call yourselves Muslims, you who go and make vows unto demons and devils, EZER will hold you guilty. You who have taken his name in vain, you who the blood was sprinkled upon, you whose fathers made a covenant with him, and you who break that covenant, EZER will not hold you guiltless. Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy. 6 days shall you labor and do all your work. But the seventh day is the Sabbath of EZER, your Redeemer. In it you shall not do any work, you nor your son, nor your daughter, your manservant, nor your maidservant, nor your cattle, nor thy stranger that is within your gates. If you have a stranger in your house, they are not to work on the Sabbath day. For in 6 days I have made the heaven and the earth, the sea and all that in them is, and rested the seventh day. Therefore I have blessed the Sabbath day, and he made it holy. Verse 12. Honor thy father and thy mother, that your days may be long upon the land that I, your Redeemer, give unto you. You shall not commit murder. You shall not commit adultery. You shall not steal. You shall not bear false witness against your neighbor. You shall not covet your neighbor's house. You shall not covet your neighbor's wife, nor his manservant, nor his maidservant, nor his ox, nor his ass, nor anything that is thy neighbor's. And all the people saw the thundering and the lightning and the noise of the trumpet and the mountain smoking. And when the people saw it, they removed and stood afar off. So they heard the noise of the chariot, and they saw the lights flashing. That's what they call lightning. And they saw the smoke, my people. And they said unto Moses, Speak you with us, and we will hear. But let not EZER speak with us, lest we die. And Moses said unto the people, Fear not, for EZER is come to prove you, and that his fear may be before your face, that you sin not. So EZER is doing this before you, that you may know, and that you may believe, and that you may do what you are told. And the people stood afar off, and Moses drew near unto the thick darkness where EZER was. And EZER said unto Moses, This you shall say unto the children of Israel, You have seen that I have talked with you from heaven. You shall not make with me gods of silver. Here, ye say, You have heard my voice. I have spoken to you. Now, do not make gods with me. Do not make gods and go unto them. Don't make gods of silver, neither shall you make unto you gods of gold. Don't make any gods, my people. How much do you comprehend this now? Verse 24. An altar of earth you shall make unto me, and shall sacrifice thereon thy burnt offering and thy peace offering. Your sheep, he's telling them what to offer. Your sheep and your oxen in all the places where I record my name. I will come unto you and I will bless you. All he wants us to do is call on his name. And if we were to offer sacrifice unto him, it has to be the sheep, the goat, or the oxen, my people, the pigeons or the turtle. Hear the word of EZER-IAH, what he's saying to you. And he will come when you call. He will come unto you and bless you. 25. And if you will make me an altar of stone, you shall not build it of hewn stone, no broken stone. For if you lift up any tools upon it, you have polluted it. Neither shall you go up by steps unto mine altar, that your nakedness be not discovered thereon. He doesn't want any high altar that you could, when you go onto the altar, your nakedness is exposed. EZER-IAH is not telling us about some man coming to die for us. EZER-IAH haven't present anything before us. All he is saying, he covers his chariot with smoke. All we heard from it is the sound of it. We see the flashing lights on it. We heard the voice coming from it. Moses is the one who went into it, my people. And here he is telling us, the first time he come down to speak to our fathers, he is telling them what not to do. Don't go and make any GODs. And yet, our people today, everything is about a GOD. Every word in their mouth is about a GOD. They seek not the name of the mighty one. They don't search for it. No, they don't. My people, our people are doing everything that EZER-IAH wants us not to do. And that's why we are in the condition that we are in. And will remain in that condition until we perish. But those, the remnant, who will listen, who will seek and find, those who will knock for him to open unto them, those who will call for him to answer, they are the remnant whom EZER-IAH will call. Chapter 21. Now these are the judgments that you shall set before them. If you buy a Hebrew servant, 6 years he shall serve, and in the 7th he shall go out free for nothing. Here, my people, EZER-IAH is going to tell us about the 7th year. This one is not the 7th day. This is about the 7th year. Every 7 years. And he's going to tell us what we are supposed to observe every 7 years. What we are supposed to do. If he come in by himself, he shall go out by himself. If he were married, then his wife shall go out with him. if his master have given him a wife, and she have borne him sons or daughters, the wife and her children shall be her master's, and he shall go out by himself. And if the servant shall plainly say, I love my master, my wife, and my children, I will not go out free, then his master shall bring him unto the judges. He shall also bring him to the door or unto the door post, and his master shall bore his ear through with an awl, and he shall serve him forever. You have to bore his ears. And if a man sell his daughter to be a maid servant, she shall not go out as the men servants do. If she please not her master, who has betrothed her to himself, then shall he let her be redeemed, to sell her unto a strange nation. He shall have no power, seeing he has dealt deceitfully with her. And if he have betrothed her unto his son, he shall deal with her after the manner of a daughter. If he take him another wife, her food, her clothes, and her duty of marriage shall be not diminished. And if he do not these three unto her, then shall she go out free without money. He that smite a man so that he die shall be surely put to death. And if a man lie not in wait, but I deliver him into his hand, then I will appoint a place whither he shall flee, the sanctuary city. But if a man come presumptuously upon his neighbor to slay him with guile, you shall take him from mine altar, that he may die. And he that smite his father or his mother shall surely be put to death. And he that steal a man and sell him, or if he be found in his hand, he shall surely be put to death. And he that curse his father or his mother shall surely be put to death. And if men strive together, and one smite another with a stone or with his fist, and he die not, but keep his bed, he is crippled. If he rise again and walk abroad upon his staff, then shall he that smote him be quit. Only he shall pay for the loss of his time, and shall cause him to be thoroughly healed. You have to take care of him until he is completely healed. And if a man smite his servant or his maid with a rod, and he die under his hand, he shall be surely punished. Notwithstanding, if he continue a day or two, he shall not be punished, for he is his money. If men strive and hurt a woman with child, so that her fruit depart from her. She have a miscarriage, and yet no mischief follow, he shall be surely punished, according as the woman's husband will lay upon him. So he have to be punished based on the child's father, the child that was lost father put upon him. And he shall pay as the judges determine. And if any mischief follow, then you shall give life for life. If he try to cover it up, or he try to run away, it will be life for life, eye for eye, tooth for tooth, hand for hand, foot for foot, burning for burning, wound for wound, strife for strife. And if a man smite the eye of his servants, or the eye of his maid, that it perish, she lost her eye, he shall let him go free for his eye's sake. And if he smite out his man servant's tooth, or his maid servant's tooth, he shall let him go free for his tooth's sake. If an ox gore a man or a woman, and they die, then the ox shall surely stoned, and his flesh shall not be eaten, but the owner of the ox shall be quiet. But if the ox were warned to punish with his horn in time past, if it was known that it will gore people, and it has been testified to his owner, he's been told to the owner, and he has not kept him in, he didn't put him in a stable or to protect it, but that he has killed a man or a woman, the ox shall be stoned, and his owner also shall be put to death, because he was warned and he didn't do anything about it. If there be laid on him a sum of money, then he shall give for the ransom of his life whatsoever is laid upon him, whether he have gored a son or have gored a daughter. According to this judgment it be done unto him. If the ox shall push a man servant or a maid servant, he shall give unto their master 30 shekels of silver, and the ox shall be stoned. And if a man shall open a pit, or if a man shall dig a pit and not cover it, and an ox or an ass fall therein, the owner of the pit shall make it good and give money unto the owner of them, and the dead beast shall be his. And if one man's ox hurt another man's that he die, then they shall sell the live ox and divide the money of it, and the dead ox also they shall divide. Or if it be known that the ox has used to push in time past, and his owner has not kept him in, he shall surely pay ox for ox, and the dead shall be his owner. Chapter 22. If a man shall steal an ox or a sheep and kill it or sell it, he shall restore 5 oxen for an oxen, and 4 sheep for 1 sheep. If a thief be found breaking up and be smitten that he dies, there shall no blood be shed for him. If the sun be risen upon him, there shall be blood shed for him. For he should make full restoration. If he have nothing, then he shall be sold for his theft. If the thief be certainly found in his hand alive, whether it be ox or ass or sheep, he shall restore double. If a man shall cause a field of vineyard to be eaten, and shall put in his beast, and shall feed in another man's field, of the best of his own field, and of the best of his own vineyard, shall he make restoration. If fire break out and catch his thorns, so that the stack of corn or the standing corn or the field be consumed therewith, he that kindled the fire shall surely make restoration. If a man shall deliver unto his neighbor money or stuff to keep, and it be stolen out of the man's house, if the thief be found, let him pay double. If the thief be not found, then the master of the house shall be brought unto the judges, to see whether he have put his hand unto his neighbor's goods. For all manner of trespass, whether it be for ox or for ass, for sheep, for remnant, or for any manner of lost thing, which an other challenges to be his, the cause of both parties shall come before the judges, and whom the judges shall condemn, he shall pay double unto his neighbor. If a man deliver unto his neighbor an ass or an ox or a sheep or on any beast to keep, and it die or be hurt or driven away, and no man seeing it, then shall an oath of ire be between them both, that he has not put his hand unto his neighbor's goods, and the owner of it shall accept thereof, and he shall not make it good. And if it be stolen from him, he shall make restoration unto the owner thereof. If it be torn in pieces, then let him bring it for witness, and he shall not make good that which was torn. And if a man borrow aught of his neighbor, and it be hurt or die, the owner thereof being not with it, he shall surely make it good. But if the owner thereof be with it, he shall not make it good. If it be an hired thing, it came for his hire. And if a man entice a maid that is not betrothed married, and lie with her, he shall surely endow her to be his wife. If her father utterly refuse to give her unto him, he shall pay money according to the dowry of virgins. You shall not suffer a witch to live. Whosoever lie with a beast shall surely be put to death. He that sacrifice unto any God, my people, here again. He that sacrifice unto any God. EZER is not a God, my people. I'm trying to get you to comprehend what I'm saying to you. Here he's saying, any man, anyone who sacrifice unto any God, save unto EZER, anyone who sacrifice unto anything besides EZER, anyone besides EZER, anything, he shall be utterly destroyed. You shall neither vex a stranger nor oppress him, for you were strangers in the land of Egypt. You shall not afflict any widow or fatherless child. If you afflict them in any way, and they cry at all unto EZER, EZER will surely hear their cry, and EZER's wrath shall be hot, and EZER will kill you with the sword, and your wives shall be widows, and your children fatherless. My dear people, do you know that this is still happening to us? We are still under these laws. Do you know why our children are dying in accidents and dying as the day go by? Do you know these laws are still, we are still to keep them? These are the laws that EZER gave us. Not Christmas. Not no Thanksgiving that they give us with turkey and Christmas with pork. Not no Easter with rabbit eggs. No, my people. These are the days, these are the laws that EZER give us. These are the feast days EZER has given us. These are the days we need to know. These are the laws we need to perform. My people, hear this. My people. Verse 25. If you lend money to any of my people that is poor by you, you shall not be to him as a user, neither shall you lay upon him usury, no interest. If you at all take your neighbor's remnant, their clothing, to pledge, you shall deliver it unto him before the sun goes down. For that is his covering only. It is his remnant, for his skin, wherein shall he sleep. And it shall come to pass, when he cry unto me, that I will hear, for I am gracious. You shall not curse the mighty one, nor curse the ruler of your people. You shall not delay to offer the first of thy ripe fruits and of thy liquor. The firstborn of thy sons shalt thou give unto me, unto EZER. Here EZER is saying unto us, that our first son we have to give unto him. And some of these Christians and religious and rabbis, they think this means that we have to sacrifice our first sons as we sacrifice the ox and the sheep. My dear brothers and sisters, Ayah is saying here to us as he is confirming to us about his circumcision. On the 8th day, our sons are to be circumcised. In circumcision, the blood is spilled. And Ayah has given us as a sign, as a token of the flesh. As we offer the ox and the lamb, we only offer the blood unto Ayah around the altar. Not the flesh, the blood. And this is what Ayah is saying to us. Likewise shalt thou do with thine ox and with thy sheep. 7 days it shall be with his dam, his mother. On the 8th day you shall give it to me. Here, my brothers and sisters, on the 8th day we were commanded to circumcise our sons. And you shall be holy men unto me. Neither shall you eat any flesh that is torn of beasts in the field. You shall cast it to the dogs. Chapter 23. You shall not raise a false report. Put not thy hand with the wicked to be an unrighteous witness. You shall not follow a multitude to do evil, neither shall you speak in a cause to decline after many to risk judgment. Neither shall you countenance a poor man in his cause. If you meet thine enemy ox or his ass going astray, you shall surely bring it back to him again. If you see the ass of him that hate you lying under his burden, and will forbear to help him, you shall surely help with him. You shall not rest the judgment of thy poor in his cause. Keep you far from a false matter, and the innocent and righteous slay you not. For I will not justify the wicked. And you shall take no gift, for the gift blind the wise, and pervert the words of the righteous. Bribes. Don't take it. Also you shall not oppress a stranger, for you know the heart of a stranger, seeing you were strangers in the land of Egypt. And 6 years you shall sow the land, and shall gather in the fruits thereof. But the 7th year you shall let it rest, and lie still, that the poor of thy people may eat, and what they leave the beasts of the field shall eat. In like manner you shall deal with thy vineyard and with thy olive yard. 6 days you shall do thy work, and on the 7th day you shall rest. And thine ox and thine ass may rest, and the son of thy handmaid and the stranger may be refreshed. And in all things that I have said unto you, be circumspect, and make no mention of the name of gods, neither let it be heard out of your mouth. 3 times you shall keep a feast unto me in the year. You shall keep the feast of unleavened bread. You shall eat unleavened bread 7 days, as I command you, in the time appointed of the month of Abib. For in it you came out from Egypt, and none shall appear before me empty. In the feast of the first fruits of thy labor that you had sown in the field, and the feast of ingathering harvest, which is in the end of the year, when you have gathered in thy labor out of the field. 3 times in the year all your male shall appear before me. You shall not offer the blood of any sacrifice with leavened bread, neither shall the fat of my sacrifice remain until the morning. The first of the first fruits of thy land you shall bring into the house of EZER, your mighty one. You shall not cook a kid in his mother's milk. Behold, I send an angel before you to keep you in the way and to bring you into the place which I have prepared. Beware of him and obey his voice. Provoke him not, for he will not pardon your transgression, for my name is in him. My dear brothers and sisters, when we hear the voice of EZER, the good counsel, the instructions that he gives us telepathically, we are not to ignore them. The very songs that the people call their intuition. We are to obey EZER, our Redeemer, for he speaks to us before we commit any act. We must pay attention to the voice of EZER that comes in the great congregation in the wind. Verse 22. But if you shall indeed obey his voice and do all that I speak, then I will be an enemy unto your enemies and an adversary unto your adversaries. For my angel shall go before you and bring you in unto the Amorites and the Hittites and the Perizzites and the Canaanites and the Hivites and the Jebusites, and I will cut them off. My people, they are still around us. So we still got to go unto EZER and listen to him and do what he's telling us. These are the nations that are still oppressing and seeking to destroy us. Make no mistake, they are still around us. They still hate us. They still seek to destroy us. They are the ones who are ruling the world. The earth is in the hand of the wicked. And when the wicked rule, the people mourn. And when it gets into the hand of the righteous, the people shall rejoice. So let us rejoice the IAH and wait on his redemption. He is the one that will remove us from this condition. Remember what he says. I will take the curses away from you. Your sickness, your suffering, your pain, your trials, and your tribulation. And I will put it on those who oppressed you, those who hated you. Verse 24. You shall not bow down to their gods, nor serve them, nor do after their works. But you shall utterly overthrow them and quite break down their images. And you shall serve EZER, your mighty one, your Redeemer, and he shall bless your bread and your water. And EZER will take sickness away from you, from the midst of you. And there shall nothing cast their young, nor be barren in your land. The number of thy days EZER will fulfill. Verse 27. EZER will send his power before you and will destroy all the people to whom you shall come. And EZER will make all thine enemies turn their backs unto you. And EZER will send hornets before you that shall drive out the Hivite, the Canaanite, and the Hittite from before you. 29. EZER will not drive them out from before you in 1 year, lest the land become desolate and the beasts of the field multiply against you. By little and little EZER will drive them out from before you, until you be increased and inherit the land. Here, my brothers, hear what I is saying to us. He will destroy them little by little. Once we cleave to him, he will do it for us. It will not happen in 1 day or 1 year. We have to serve EZER. 31. And I will set thy bounds from the Red Sea even unto the sea of the Philistines, and from the desert unto the river. For I will deliver the inhabitants of the land into your hand, and you shall drive them out before you. You shall make no covenant with them, nor with their gods. Again, my people, he's telling us, EZER is telling us he is our mighty one, and the nations have gods. And here he is saying this over and over to us. They shall not dwell in thy land, else they make thee sin against me. EZER say, if they dwell among us, they will make us sin against him. We cannot keep their gods among us. For if you serve their gods, it will surely be a snare unto you. Hear what he's saying to us. If we serve their GODs, what they are telling us, what they are giving us, if we turn from what our fathers gave us, if we turn from what the prophets give us and go on to what they are giving us, it will be a snare unto us. It will prevent us from inheriting what EZER has for us. Chapter 24. And he said unto Moses, come up unto EZER, you and Aaron, Nadab and Abihu, and 70 of the elders of EZER-IAH, and worship you afar off. And Moses alone shall come near to EZER, but they shall not come near, neither shall the people go up with him. And Moses came and told the people all the words of EZER, and all the judgments, and all the people answered with one voice and said, all the words that EZER has said will we do. Here, my brothers and sisters, our ancestors accepted the covenant of EZER by saying, whatever EZER tells us to do, we will do. Here they have accepted the covenant of EZER. Verse 4. And Moses wrote all the words of EZER, and rose up early in the morning, and built an altar under the hill, under Mount Moriah, and 12 pillars according to the 12 tribes of EZER-IAH. And he sent young men of the children of EZER-IAH to offer burnt offerings and sacrifice peace offerings of oxen unto EZER. Here, my brothers and sisters, EZER is speaking to Moses face to face. EZER is on the mountain. EZER is speaking to our people. And Moses have sent the young men to offer sacrifice and offerings unto EZER. Do you comprehend this? It is as you have a visitor who come to visit you. He bring good news for you. He promise you good tidings. He has given you everything that you need to improve yourself, for you to be strong, for you to be holy, for you to be right. And the only thing you have is to offer an offering. You will offer what you have. And that's what our ancestors are doing here. They are offering an offering for all that they have been given, for all they have been told, for all the instructions they have received, for all the commandments they have gotten. They offer the offerings unto him. It's like giving him a present, giving him something to show appreciation. That's what our ancestors are doing here. Verse 6. And Moses took half of the blood and put it in basins. The blood of the sacrifice that they offered unto EZER. He took the blood and put them in basins. Listen. And half of the blood he sprinkled on the altar. Half of the blood he sprinkled on the altar. The altar he built to EZER as a memorial. And he took the book of the covenant, the law, and read it in the audience of the people. He read the law to the people. The law they just accepted. And they said, all that IAH has said will we do and be obedient. Hear the words. All that IAH have said we will do and be obedient. And see what Moses did. And Moses took the blood, the remainder of the blood, and sprinkled it on the people and said, behold, the blood of the covenant which IAH has made with you concerning all these words, the law, the covenant that he made with you concerning this law that you just promised that you're going to be obedient to, that you're going to do. All these words. Then went up Moses and Aaron and Nadab and Abihu and 70 of the elders of EZER-IAH. Verse 10. And they saw the mighty one of EZER-IAH, and there was under his feet as it were a paved work of a sapphire stone, and as it were the body of heaven in his cleanliness. And upon the nobles of the children of EZER-IAH he laid not his hands. Also they saw the mighty one and did eat and drink. My people, this is an event. This is something that happened. Verse 12. And IAH said unto Moses, come up to me into the mountain and be there, and I will give you tablets of stone and a law and the commandments which I have written, that you may teach them, the people, the same commandments he have spoken unto the people. He has now written them on stone, and telling Moses to come to get it, to bring it unto the people. Verse 13. And Moses rose up, and his minister Joshua, and Moses went up into the mount of Mount Moriah, and he said unto the elders, stay here for us until we come again unto you. And behold, Aaron and Hur are with you. If any man have any matters to do, let him come unto them. And Moses went up into the mountain, and a cloud covered the mountain. Here, my brothers and sisters, IAH left Joshua, he left Aaron, and he told the people if they have any concern, any matter, go to them. And he went up into the mountain, and he was covered with the cloud. And the glory of IAH abode upon Mount Sinai, and the cloud covered it 6 days. And the 7th day he called unto Moses out of the midst of the cloud. And the sight of the glory of IAH was like devouring fire on the top of the mount in the eyes of the children of EZER-IAH. My dear people, our ancestors is relating to us an event that they had experienced, something that happened before them. And Moses went into the midst of the cloud and got him up into the mount. And Moses was in the mount 40 days and 40 nights. Chapter 25. And I speak unto Moses, saying, Speak unto the children of EZER-IAH, that they bring me an offering of every man that give it willingly with his heart. You shall take my offering. Here he is saying to Moses, any of the people who willingly will offer unto me an offering, let them bring it. And this is the offering that you shall take of them: gold and silver and brass and blue and purple and scarlet and fine linen and goat's hair. Verse 5. And ram's skin dyed red, and badger's skins, and shittim wood, oil for the light, spices for anointing oil, and for sweet incense, onyx stones, and stones to be set in the ephod and in the breastplate. And let them make me a sanctuary, that I may dwell among them, according to all that I show you, after the pattern of the tabernacle, and the pattern of all the instruments thereof. Even so shall you make it. My brothers and sisters, EZER-IAH is telling Moses what he needs to take from the people when they bring it willingly, and how he's supposed to build the stuff with them, what he's supposed to do with them. Verse 10. And they shall make an ark of shittim wood. 2 cubits and a half shall be the length thereof, and a cubit and a half the breadth thereof, and a cubit and a half the height thereof. And you shall overlay it with pure gold. Within and without shall you overlay it, and shall make upon it a crown of gold round about. And you shall cast 4 rings of gold for it, and put them in the 4 corners thereof. And 2 rings shall be in the one side of it, and 2 rings in the other side of it. And you shall make staves of shittim wood poles, and overlay them with gold. And you shall put the staves into the rings by the side of the ark, that the ark may be borne with them. That's what they will use to carry the ark. The staves shall be in the rings of the ark. They shall not be taken from it. And you shall put into the ark the testimony that I shall give you. You shall put in the ark the testimony, the words that I will give you. That's what you're going to put in there. The laws I'm going to give you, that I'm going to write for you. Verse 17. And you shall make a mercy seat of pure gold. 2 cubits and a half shall be the length thereof, and a cubit and a half the breadth thereof. And you shall make 2 cherubim of gold, of beaten work shall you make them, in the 2 ends of the mercy seat, and make 1 cherub on one end, and the other cherub on the other end, even of the mercy seat, shall you make the cherubims on the two ends thereof. And the cherubim shall stretch forth their wings on high, covering the mercy seat with their wings, and their faces shall look one to another. Towards the mercy seat shall the faces of the cherubim be. And you shall put the mercy seat above upon the ark, and in the ark you shall put the testimony that I shall give you. And there I will meet with you, and I will commune with you from above the mercy seat, from between the two cherubims which are upon the ark of the testimony, of all things which I will give you in commandment unto the children of EZER-IAH. 23. You shall also make a table of shittim wood. 2 cubits shall be the length thereof, and a cubit the breadth thereof, and a cubit and a half the height thereof. And you shall overlay it with pure gold, and make thereto a crown of gold round about. And you shall make unto it a border of an handbreadth round about. And you shall make a golden crown to the border thereof round about. And you shall make for it 4 rings of gold, and put the rings in the 4 corners that are on the 4 feet thereof. Over against the border shall the rings be for places of the staves to bear the table. And you shall make the staves of shittim wood, and overlay them with gold, that the table may be borne with them. And you shall make the dishes thereof, and spoons thereof, and covers thereof, and bowls thereof, to cover all of pure gold shall you make them. And you shall set upon the table the showbread before me always. Yeah, my brothers and sisters, EZER-IAH is telling Moses that the manna that he told him that he have to take and put for us, the generation to come, to see what he fed us with in the wilderness. That's the showbread. And here he's giving him a place where he should put the showbread, so that we would see it when we come. But here we are, but the heathen, the same heathen who have destroyed the house that was built for his name, the same heathen who took all this gold that we are reading about here and take it to Rome in the shrine in Satan's house. They and all those that took it, now we cannot see it, my dear people. And yet our people are following these demons and devils. Our people have gone after the GODs, the same GODs that led them to destroy the house that was built for our mighty one. The greed and envy and jealousy in the same God that is the spirit in them, that put all the hate in them. Now our people are following them. Do you see our transgression? Do you see why we are punished? Do you see why we are continue to be punished? Verse 31. And you shall make a candlestick of pure gold, of beaten work shall the candlestick be made. His shaft, its branches, its bowls, its knobs, its flowers shall be of the same. And 6 branches shall come out of the side of it, 3 branches of the candlestick out of one side, and 3 branches of the candlestick out of the other side. 3 bowls made like unto almonds, with a knob and a flower in one branch. 3 bowls made like almond in the other branch, with a knob and a flower. So in the 6 branches that come out of the candlestick. And in the candlestick shall be 4 bowls made like unto almonds, with their knobs and their flowers. And there shall be a knob under 2 branches of the same, and a knob under 2 branches of the same, and a knob under 2 branches of the same, according to the 6 branches that proceed out of the candlestick. Their knobs, their branches shall be of the same. All it shall be one beaten work of pure gold. And you shall make the 7 lamps thereof, and they shall light the lamps thereof, that they may give light over against it. And the tongs thereof, and the snuff dishes thereof, shall be of pure gold. Of a talent of pure gold shall he make it, with all these vessels. And look that you make them after the pattern which was shown you in the mount. So EZER is telling him, you have to make it just in the same pattern that I have shown you. So here we are getting to know that I have shown him how to make it. My dear people. Chapter 26. The description of the tabernacle. Moreover, you shall make the tabernacle with 10 curtains of fine twined linen, and blue and purple and scarlet, with cherubims of cunning work shall you make them. The length of one curtain shall be 28 cubits, and the breadth of one curtain 4 cubits, and every one of the curtains shall have one measure. The 5 curtains shall be coupled together one to another. 5 curtains shall be coupled one to another, and you shall make loops of blue upon the edge of one curtain from the slivage in the coupling, and likewise shall you make in the uttermost edge of another curtain in the coupling of the second. 50 loops shall you make in the one curtain, and 50 loops shall you make in the edge of the curtain that is in the coupling of the second, that the loops may take hold one of another. And you shall make 50 taches of gold, and couple the curtains together with the taches, and it shall be one tabernacle. And you shall make curtains of goat's hair to be a covering upon the tabernacle. 11 curtains shall you make. The length of one curtain shall be 30 cubits, and the breadth of one curtain 4 cubits. And the 11 curtains shall be all of one measure. And you shall couple 5 curtains by themselves, and 6 curtains by themselves, and shall double the 6th curtain in the forefront of the tabernacle. And you shall make 50 loops on the edge of the one curtain that is outmost in the coupling, and 50 loops in the edge of the curtain which complete the second. And you shall make 50 taches of brass, and put the taches into the loops, and couple the tent together, that it may be one. And the remnant that remain of the curtains of the tent, the half curtain that remaineth, shall hang over the backside of the tabernacle, and a cubit on the one side, and a cubit on the other side of that which remain in the length of the curtains of the tent. It shall hang over the sides of the tabernacle, on this side and on that side, to cover it. And you shall make a covering for the tent of rams skin dyed red, and a covering above of badger's skin. And you shall make boards for the tabernacle of shittim wood standing up. 10 cubits shall be the length of a board, and a cubit and a half shall be the breadth of one board. 2 tenons shall there be in one board, set in order one against another. Thus shall you make for all the boards of the tabernacle. And you shall make the boards for the tabernacle 20 boards on the south side, southward. And you shall make 40 sockets of silver under the 20 boards, 2 sockets under one board for his 2 tenons, and 2 sockets under another board for his 2 tenons. And for the second side of the tabernacle on the north side there shall be 20 boards, and there 40 sockets of silver, 2 sockets under one board, and 2 sockets under another board. And for the sides of the tabernacle westward you shall make 6 boards, and 2 boards shall thou make for the corners of the tabernacle in the 2 sides, and they shall be coupled together beneath, and they shall be coupled together above the head of it unto one ring. That it shall be for them both. They shall be for the 2 corners, and there shall be 8 boards, and their sockets of silver, 16 sockets, 2 sockets under one board, and 2 sockets under another board. And you shall make bars of shittim wood, 5 of the boards of the one side of the tabernacle, and 5 bars for the boards of the other side of the tabernacle, and 5 bars for the board of the side of the tabernacle for the 2 sides westward, and the middle bar in the midst of the boards shall reach from end to end. And you shall overlay the board with gold, and make their rings of gold for places for the bars. And you shall overlay the bars with gold, and you shall rear up the tabernacle according to the fashion thereof, which was shown you in the mountain. And you shall make a veil of blue, and purple, and scarlet, and fine twined linen of kerning work, With cherubim shall it be made, and you shall hang it upon 4 pillars of shittim wood overlaid with gold. The hook shall be of gold upon the 4 sockets of silver, and you shall hang up the veil under the taches, that you may bring in with the veil the ark of the testimony. And the veil shall divide unto you between the holy place and the most holy. And you shall put the mercy seat upon the ark of the testimony in the most holy place. And you shall set the table outside the veil, and the candlestick over the table on the side of the tabernacle towards the south. And you shall put the table on the north side. And you shall make an hanging for the door of the tent of blue and purple and scarlet and fine twined linen, wrought with needlework. And you shall make for the hanging 5 pillars of shittim wood, and overlay them with gold. And the hooks shall be of gold, and you shall cast 5 sockets of brass on them. Chapter 27. Description of the altar. And you shall make an altar of shittim wood, 5 cubits long and 5 cubits broad. The altar shall be 4 square, and the height thereof shall be 3 cubits. And you shall make the horns of it upon the 4 corners thereof. Its horns shall be of the same, and you shall overlay with brass. And you shall make it pans to recover its ashes, and its shovels, and its basins, and its flesh hooks, and its fire pan. All the vessels thereof you shall make of brass. And you shall make for it a gate of network of brass, and upon the net shalt thou make 4 brass rings in the 4 corners thereof. And you shall put it under the compass of the altar beneath, that the net may be even to the midst of the altar. And you shall make staves for the altar, staves of shittim wood, and overlay them with brass. And the staves shall be put into the rings, and the staves shall be upon the 2 sides of the altar to bear it. Hollow with board shall you make it, as it was shown you in the mountain, so shall they make it. And you shall make the court of the tabernacle for the south side southward. There shall be hangings for the court of fine twined linen of 100 cubits long for one side, and 20 pillars thereof, and their 20 sockets shall be of brass. The hooks of the pillars and the fillets shall be of silver. And likewise for the north side in length there shall be hanging of 100 cubit long, and its 20 pillars and their 20 sockets of brass. The hooks of the pillars and the fillets of silver. And for the breadth of the court on the west side shall be hanging of 50 cubits, the pillars 10, and the sockets 10. And the breadth of the court on the east side eastward shall be 50 cubits. The hanging of one side of the gate shall be 50 cubits, the pillars 3, and the sockets 3. And on the other side shall be hangings 15 cubits, the pillars 3, and the sockets 3. And for the gate of the court shall be a hanging of 20 cubits of blue, and purple, and scarlet, and fine twined linen, wrought with needlework, and the pillars shall be 4, and the sockets 4. All the pillars round about the court shall be filleted with silver. Their hooks shall be of silver, their socket of brass. The length of the court shall be 100 cubits, and the breadth 50 everywhere, and the height 5 cubits of fine twined linen, and the sockets of brass. And the vessel of the tabernacle in all the service thereof, and all the pins thereof, and all the pins of the court shall be of brass. And you shall command the children of EZER-IAH that they bring 3 pure oil, olive beaten for the light, to cause the lamp to burn always in the tabernacle of the congregation, without the veil, outside the veil, which is before the testimony. Aaron and his sons shall order it from evening till morning before IAH. It shall be a statute forever unto their generation, on the behalf of the children of EZER-IAH. My dear brothers and sisters, here we see that IAH is the one who have shown him how everything should be. And he has to go and to the children of EZER-IAH and explain to them how it is supposed to be. Chapter 28, we'll be going into the appointment of the priests. And take unto you Aaron thy brother and his sons with him from among the children of EZER-IAH. So the priest of EZER-IAH that is supposed to serve IAH is supposed to be from Aaron's son, Aaron and his sons, from among the children of EZER-IAH, that he may minister unto me in the priest's office. Even Aaron, Nadab, Abihu, and Eleazar, and Ithamar, Aaron's sons. And you shall make holy garment for Aaron thy brother, for glory and for beauty. And you shall speak all that are wise-hearted, whom I have filled with the spirit of wisdom, that they may make Aaron's garments to consecrate him, that he may minister unto me in the priest's office. And these are the garments that they shall make: a breastplate, and an ephod, and a robe, and a broidered coat, a mitre, and a girdle, and that's a belt. And they shall make holy garments for Aaron thy brother and his sons, that he may minister unto me in the priest's office. IAH is speaking. And they shall take gold and blue and purple and scarlet and fine linen, and they shall make the ephod of gold, of blue, and of purple, of scarlet, and fine twined linen, with cunning work. It shall have the 2 shoulder pieces thereof, joined at the 2 edges thereof, and so it shall be joined together. And the curious girdle of the ephod This is the straps for the ephod, which is upon it, shall be of the same, according to the work thereof, even of gold, of blue, purple, scarlet, fine twined linen. And you shall take 2 onyx stones, and grave on them the names of the children of EZER-IAH. My brothers and sisters, the names of the children of EZER-IAH. Verse 10. 6 of their names on 1 stone, and the other 6 names of the rest on the other stone, according to their birth. So the stones was according to their birth stones, with the work of an engraver in stone, like the engraving of a signet. Shall you engrave the 2 stones with the names of the children of EZER-IAH? You shall make them to be set in arches of gold. So on that plate, they have to dig out the little holes in it and put the stones based on their birth date, the children of EZER-IAH, the 12 sons. On the ephod that is supposed to be on the priest that have to serve IAH among the children of EZER-IAH, from the tribe of EZER-IAH, the tribes of EZER-IAH. And you shall put the 2 stones upon the shoulders of the ephod, for stones of memorial unto the children of EZER-IAH. And Aaron shall bear their names before IAH upon his 2 shoulders for a memorial. And this had to be on the garment on his shoulders. So every time he goes into the holy place, he is bringing the name of the children of EZER-IAH before IAH. And you shall make arches of gold and 2 chains of pure gold at the ends of wreath work shall you make them, and fasten the wreath chains to the arches. And you shall make the breastplate of judgment with cunning work, beautiful work. After the work of the ephod, you shall make it of gold, of blue, and of purple, and of scarlet. These are the colors IAH gave us for our priests. And of fine twined linen shall you make it. Not no Roman garment. Not no Roman garment. That's the garment for our priest. 4 square it shall be doubled. A span shall be the length thereof. A span shall be the breadth thereof. And that's why, my brothers and sisters, you see all of them who claiming to be the children of EZER-IAH, they don't wear those things. You don't see it in the religions and the different denominations. They cannot wear them. They will die. They are fake. You have to be anointed. You have to be sanctified. You have to be chosen by IAH to wear those things. Just like he said, even with his holy oil. Not for everybody. Verse 17. And you shall set it in settings of stone, even 4 rows of stone. The first row shall be a sardius, a topaz, and a carbuncle. This shall be the first row. That's for the first row on the ephod. And the second row shall be an emerald, a sapphire, and a diamond. And the third row, a ligure, an agate, and an amethyst. And the fourth row, a beryl, and an onyx, and a jasper. They shall be set in gold in the enclosing. That's what the priest had to wear. A stone for each of the tribe. And they had to wear it on their clothes every time they go into the holy place. And that's why I said no strangers can go in there beyond the veil. Because they are not dressed to go in there. They are not sanctified to go in there. They are not anointed to go in there. Because every time those that was anointed to go in there, he had to represent the 12 tribes of EZER-IAH. He had to represent the whole house of EZER-IAH. And the stones shall be with the names of the children of EZER-IAH. 12. Look at it in your book. Verse 21. And the stones shall be with the names of the children of EZER-IAH. 12. According to their names. Like the engraving of a signet. Like how they make the rings and they put people's name on the rings. That's a signet, a mark. Everyone with his name shall they be according to the 12 tribes. That's what that is for. Not no idol or no altar and any Tom, Dick, and Harry going up there and some white man or some Asian man on the altar and you going up before him bowing down to the idols. No. And you shall make upon the breastplate chains and the ends of wreath work of pure gold. And this is describing the priestly robes. The priestly robes, that's their wear. That's what they had to wear, the garments they had to wear. Verse 23. And you shall make upon the breastplate 2 rings of gold, and shall put the 2 rings on the 2 ends of the breastplate. Verse 25. And the other 2 ends of the 2 wreathen chains you shall fasten in the 2 arches, and put them on the shoulder piece of the ephod before it. 26. And you shall make 2 rings of gold, and you shall put them upon the 2 ends of the breastplate, in the border thereof, which is in the side of the ephod inward. And the 2 other rings of gold you shall make, and shall put them on the 2 sides of the ephod underneath, towards the forepart thereof, over against other coupling thereof, above the curious girdle of the ephod. And they shall bind the breastplate by the rings thereof unto the rings of the ephod with a lace of blue, that it may be above the curious girdle of the ephod, and that the breastplate be not loose from the ephod. Verse 29. And Aaron shall bear the names of the children of EZER-IAH in the breastplate of judgment upon his heart, when he goes in unto the holy place. My brothers and sisters, when he goes into the holy place, for a memorial before IAH continually. And you shall put in the breastplate of judgment, the Urim and the Thummim, and they shall be upon Aaron's heart when he go in before EZER. And Aaron shall bear the judgment of the children of EZER-IAH upon his heart before EZER continually. He had to be a judge unto the whole house of EZER-IAH. Verse 31. And you shall make the robe of the ephod olive blue, and there shall be a hole in the top of it, in the midst thereof. It shall have a binding of woven work round about the hole, as it were the hole of armor, that it be not rent. 33. And beneath, upon the hem of it, you shall make pomegranates of blue, and of purple, and of scarlet round about the hem thereof, and bells of gold between them round about, a golden bell and a pomegranate, a golden bell and a pomegranate upon the hem of the robe round about. And it shall be upon Aaron to minister, and his sound shall be heard when he goes in unto the holy place before EZER, and when he come out, that he die not. So he have to wear this bell and the pomegranate around the border of his clothes, that when he go into the holy place, they will make a sound. And when he come out from the holy place, it has to make that sound, so he die not. And you shall make a plate of pure gold, and grave upon it, like the engraving of the signet, holiness to EZER. That has to be engraven on the plate. And you shall put it on a blue lace, that it may be upon the mitre, upon the forefront of the mitre it shall be. And it shall be upon Aaron's forehead, that Aaron may bear the iniquity of the whole holy things, that the children of EZER-IAH shall hallow in all their holy gifts. And it shall be always upon his forehead, that they may be accepted before EZER. And you shall embroider the coat of fine linen, and you shall make the mitre of fine linen, and you shall make the girdle of needlework. And for Aaron's son you shall make coats, and you shall make for them girdles, and bonnets shall you make for them, for glory and for beauty. And you shall put them upon Aaron thy brother, and his sons with him, and shall anoint them, and consecrate them, and sanctify them, that they may minister unto me in the priest's office. And you shall make them linen breeches to cover their nakedness, from the loins even unto the thighs they shall reach, and they shall be upon Aaron and upon his sons when they come in unto the tabernacle of the congregation, or when they come near unto the altar to minister in the holy place, that they bear not iniquity and die. It shall be a statute forever unto him and his seed after him. My dear brothers and sisters, here we have given the garments and how it was supposed to be. And he warning us about the garment, that They have to wear those garments, else they will die. My brothers and sisters, these are significant instructions that they are giving us. They are letting us know the importance of these garments. Chapter 29, a consecration service. And this is the thing that you shall do unto them, to hallow them, to make them holy, to minister unto EZER in the priest's office. Take one young bullock and 2 rams without blemish, and unleavened bread, and the cakes, unleavened, tempered with oil, and wafers, unleavened, anointed with oil, of wheaten flour shall you make them. And you shall put them into one basket, and bring them in the basket with the bullock and the 2 rams. And Aaron and his sons you shall bring unto the door of the tabernacle of the congregation, and shall wash them with water. And you shall take the garments and put upon Aaron the coat and the robe of the ephod, and the ephod and the breastplate, and gird him with the curious girdle of the ephod. And you shall put the mitre upon his head, and put the holy crown upon the mitre. Then shall you take the anointing oil and pour it upon his head, and anoint him. My brothers and sisters, even our priest was anointed. Even our priest, I gave instruction that even our priest that was supposed to serve EZER in the tabernacle had to be anointed. And now our people have forsaken EZER, forsaken the instructions of EZER, the ways of EZER, and are now serving a man who they was told about, a man who was never anointed, a man who made himself, or whom his people have made a God unto themselves. My people, wake up. Verse 8. And you shall bring his sons, and put coats upon them, and you shall gird them with girdles, Aaron and his sons, and put the bonnets on them, and the priest's office shall be theirs for a perpetual statute. And you shall consecrate Aaron and his sons. And you shall cause a bullock to be brought before the tabernacle of the congregation. And Aaron and his sons shall put their hands upon the head of the bullock. And you shall kill the bullock before EZER by the door of the tabernacle of the congregation. And you shall take of the blood of the bullock, and put it upon the horns of the altar with your finger, and pour all the blood besides the bottom of the altar. And you shall take all the fat that cover the inwards, and the caul that is above the liver, and the 2 kidneys, and the fat that is upon them, and burn them upon the altar. But the flesh of the bullock, and its skin, and its dung, shall you burn with fire outside the camp. It is a sin offering. You shall also take 1 ram, and Aaron and his sons shall put their hands upon the head of the ram, and you shall slay the ram, and you shall take its blood, and sprinkle it round about upon the altar. And you shall cut the ram in pieces, and wash the inward of it, and its legs, and put them unto his pieces, unto his head. And you shall burn the whole ram upon the altar. It is a burnt offering unto EZER-IAH. It is a sweet savor, an offering made by fire unto EZER-IAH. And you shall take the other ram, and Aaron and his sons shall put their hands upon the head of the ram. Then shall you kill the ram, and take off his blood, and put it upon the tip of the right ear of Aaron, and upon the tip of the right ear of his sons, and upon the thumb of their right hand, and upon the great toe of their right foot, and sprinkle the blood upon the altar round about. And you shall take of the blood that is upon the altar, and of the anointing oil, and sprinkle it upon Aaron, and upon his garments, and upon his sons, and upon the garments of his sons with him. And he shall be hallowed, made holy, and his garment, and his sons' garments with him. Also you shall take the ram, the fat, the rump, and the fat that cover the inwards, and the caul above the liver, and the 2 kidneys, and the fat that is upon them, and the right shoulder, for it is a ram of consecration, and 1 loaf of bread, and 1 cake of oiled bread, and 1 wafer out of the basket of the unleavened bread that is before EZER-IAH. And you shall put all in the hands of Aaron, and in the hands of his sons, and shall wave them for a wave offering before EZER-IAH. And you shall receive them of their hands, and burn them upon the altar for a burnt offering, for a sweet savor before EZER-IAH. It is an offering made by fire unto EZER-IAH. And you shall take the breast of the ram of Aaron's consecration, and wave it for a wave offering before EZER-IAH, and it shall be your part. And you shall sanctify the breast of the wave offering, and the shoulder of the heave offering, which is waved, and which is heaved up, of the ram of the consecration, even of that which is for Aaron, and for that which is for his sons. And it shall be Aaron's and his sons by a statute forever from the children of EZER-IAH, for it is an heave offering, and it shall be an heave offering for the children of EZER-IAH of the sacrifice of the peace offering, even the heave offering unto IAH. My dear people, this is what IAH was saying to Moses. This is the commands he gave to Moses, that he have to come to the children of EZER-IAH and to do to those who would be the priests, Aaron and his sons, those that will serve him. I know, my people, when you talk about blood or you talk about sacrifice, they worship devils and demons, yet when they hear the commandments of IAH, they tend to call it evil. They tend to get scared. They run away from it. But they are not scared to worship their idols. The people whom they go to, the people who they see, the people who they listen to, they do the same things, but they do it unto idols. My people, this is the way of IAH we have turned away from. These are the things we stop doing. These are the things we need to learn and get back to. We must learn those things. These are the laws that he gave us. And if you want to go back into the land, we must keep those laws. We must. Verse 29. And we will continue about the offerings. And the holy garment of Aaron shall be his sons, and after him to be anointed therein, and to be consecrated in them. And that son that is priest in his stead shall put them on 7 days, when he come into the tabernacle of the congregation to minister in the holy place. Now, the son who will be taking Aaron's place when Aaron is dead, he is the one that will have to wear the clothes, the garments that Aaron is wearing. 31. And you shall take the ram of the consecration and cook his flesh in the holy place. And Aaron and his son shall eat the flesh of the ram, and the bread that is in the basket by the door of the tabernacle of the congregation. And they shall eat those things wherewith the atonement was made, to consecrate and to sanctify them. But a stranger shall not eat thereof, because these things are holy. A stranger cannot eat it, my brothers and sisters. Isn't that telling us something? If they cannot go in beyond the veil, the stranger cannot go in beyond the veil. The stranger cannot offer the bread of IAH. The stranger cannot eat the holy things of IAH. Isn't that telling us something? Isn't it telling you that the strangers cannot teach you anything? If the strangers are not anointed, they are not consecrated to serve EZER-IAH, to serve IAH and the children of EZER-IAH, how then can they serve us now? IAH haven't changed. IAH is telling us here what we have, the things we have to use for the offerings and the sacrifice. This is his law to us. Who can change this and tell us now that we don't need to do this no more because some man died for us? So here, the stranger who cannot offer the bread of fire, who cannot go onto the altar, who cannot go beyond the veil, who can't even eat of the holy things that are sacrificed unto her. They are not sanctified to eat those things. How are they telling us? They are teaching us now. They're teaching you. Can't you just use your own head and think? How could they teach us now? If I wanted us to know that somebody is going to dead for us, don't you think he would tell Moses? Don't you think he would have tell Abraham? Don't you think he would have tell Isaac? He would have tell Jacob? He would have tell Shemaiah? He would have tell Isaiah, Jeremiah, Obadiah, Daniah, Eliah? Don't you think he would have tell Zephaniah, Zechariah? Don't you think he would have tell one of them so that they could tell us and they would have put it in this book? Don't you think so? Verse 34. And if the flesh of the consecration or of the bread remain unto the morning, then you shall burn the remainder with fire. It shall not be eaten, because it is holy. And this you shall do unto Aaron and to his sons, according to all things which I have commanded you. 7 days shall you consecrate them, and you shall offer every day a bullock for a sin offering, for atonement, and you shall cleanse the altar when you have made an atonement for it, and you shall anoint it to sanctify it. Excuse me. 7 days you shall make an atonement for the altar and sanctify it, and it shall be an altar most holy. Whatsoever touch the altar shall be holy. Now this is that which you shall offer upon the altar: 2 lambs of the first year, day by day, continually, every day. The 1 lamb you shall offer in the morning, and the other lamb you shall offer at evening. And that's your day, morning and evening, not night. Verse 40. And with the 1 lamb, a 10th deal of flour mingled with the 4th part of an hin of beaten oil, and the 4th part of an hin of wine for a drink offering. And the other lamb you shall offer at evening, and shall do thereto according to the meat offering of the morning, and according to the drink offering thereof, for a sweet savor, an offering made by fire unto Jah. This shall be a continual burnt offering throughout your generations at the door of the tabernacle of the congregation before Jah, where I will meet you to speak there unto you. And there I will meet with the children of EZER-IAH, and the tabernacle shall be sanctified by Jah's glory. And I will sanctify the tabernacle of the congregation and the altar. And Jah will sanctify also both Aaron and his sons, to minister to him in the priest's office. And Jah will dwell among the children of EZER-IAH, and will be their redeemer. And they shall know that I is their Redeemer and Savior, that brought them forth out of the land of Egypt, that I make them dwell among them, that I may dwell among them. He is I, our Redeemer and our Savior. That's what He is to us. Not one else. No new one. No one coming from the Romans. The Romans don't give us nothing. The Romans give us hell. The Romans give us hell. That's what they give us. Hell. That's what they have in Rome. These are the same people who destroy your house and the sacrifice and the holy oil and the crown and the gold and the laws of Aya. And they destroyed you and put you into slavery. Why are you following them? Wake up, my people. Chapter 30. Aya is going to tell us what he is. And you shall make an altar to burn incense upon. Of shittim wood shall you make it. A cubit shall be the length thereof, and a cubit the breadth thereof. 4 square shall it be, and 2 cubits shall be the height thereof. The horns thereof shall be of the same. And you shall overlay it with pure gold. That's what they wanted from us. The gold. The top thereof and the sides thereof round about, and the horns thereof. And you shall make unto it a crown of gold round about. And 2 golden rings shall thou make to it under the crown of it, by the 2 corners thereof. Upon 2 sides of it shall you make it, and they shall be for places for the staves to bear it. And you shall make staves of shittim wood, and overlay them with gold. And you shall put it before the veil that is by the ark of the testimony, before the mercy seat that is over the testimony, where I will meet with you. And Aaron shall burn thereon sweet incense every morning when he dress the lamps. He shall burn incense upon it. And when Aaron's light the lamps at evening, he shall burn incense upon it, a perpetual incense before I throughout your generation. My people, do you hear this? Throughout our generations, you shall offer no strange incense thereon, nor burn sacrifice, nor meat offering, neither shall you pour drink offering thereon. And Aaron shall make an atonement upon the horn of it once in a year with the blood, the sin offering of atonement. Once in the year shall he make atonement upon it throughout your generation. It is most holy unto Aya. And Aya speak unto Moses, saying, when you take the sum of the children of EZER-IAH after their number, then shall they give every man a ransom for his soul unto Aya. When you number them, that there be no plague among them, when you number them, this they shall give. Every one that pass among them that are numbered, half a shekel of the shekel of the sanctuary, a shekel in 20 gerahs, and half a shekel shall be the offering of Aya. Every one that pass among them that are numbered from 20 years old and above shall give an offering unto Aya. The rich shall not give more, and the poor shall not give less than half a shekel. When they give an offering unto EZER to make an atonement for your souls, and you shall take the atonement money of the children of EZER-IAH, and shall appoint it for the service of the tabernacle of the congregation, that it may be a memorial unto the children of EZER-IAH before EZER, to make an atonement for your souls. And EZER speak unto Moses, saying, You shall also make a laver of brass, and his foot as of brass, to wash with, and you shall put it between the tabernacle of the congregation and the altar, and you shall put water in it. For Aaron and his sons shall wash their hands and feet thereat. When they go into the tabernacle of the congregation, they shall wash with water, that they die not. They had to wash their hands and their feet before they go into the tabernacle. They have to be clean. Or when they come near to the altar to minister to burnt offering made by fire unto EZER. So they shall wash their hands and their feet, that they die not. That's why your enemies cannot wear those things. That's why your enemies had to destroy the house. They can't go in EZER's house. And that they die not. And it shall be a statute forever to them, even to him that to his seed throughout their generation. My people, the only reason we fell from this power, the only reason that we don't have our temple, is because of some of our ancestors who brought idols in it. Because of their wickedness, we are scattered to the four corners of the earth as a test. And we have to turn back to EZER, our Redeemer. We are the ones, the children, who have to turn back to EZER. Verse 22. Moreover, EZER speak unto Moses, saying, Take you also unto you principal spices of pure myrrh, 500 shekel of sweet cinnamon, half so much, even 250 shekels, and of sweet calamus, 250 shekels, and of cassia, 500 shekels, after the shekel of the sanctuary, and of olive a hin. And you shall make it an oil of holy ointment, an ointment compounded after the art of the chemist. It shall be a holy anointing oil. And you shall anoint the tabernacle of the congregation therewith, and the ark of the testimony, and the table and all its vessels, and the candlestick and all vessels, and the altar of incense, and the altar of burnt offering with all its vessels, and the laver and its foot. And you shall sanctify them, that they may be most holy. Whatsoever touch them shall be holy. And you shall anoint Aaron and his sons, and consecrate them, that they may minister unto me in the priest's office. And you shall speak unto the children of EZER-IAH, saying, This shall be an holy anointing oil unto me throughout your generations. Upon man's flesh shall it not be poured. neither shall you make any other like it. After the composition of it, it is holy, and it shall be holy unto you. Whosoever compound any like it, or whosoever put any of it upon a stranger, shall even be cut off from his people. If any of Aaron's sons or any priest take this oil and put it on any stranger, if they was to put it on any stranger, they would be cut off from his people. My dear people, do you comprehend what you're hearing? This is was for the children of EZER-IAH, and the children of EZER-IAH only. For Aaron and his sons only. Not for strangers. Strangers are not to touch those things. So how could they teach you now? How could they teach you, my people? They are forbidden to touch those things. Even the anointing oil, it is forbidden to put it on them. How could you be praying to a man who was never anointed? That's why he was never anointed. He was not sanctified. He was not purified. He was not made a priest. But now you are worshiping him. A man whom the Gentiles give you. The heathens give you. Wake up, my people. Verse 34. And EZER said unto Moses, take unto you sweet spices, stasic, and omakcha, and galbanum, these sweet spices with pure frankincense, of each shall there be a like weight, and you shall make it a perfume, a confection after the art of the chemist, tempered together, pure and holy. And you shall beat some of it very small, and put of it before the testimony in the tabernacle of the congregation, where I will meet with you. It shall be unto you most holy. And as for the perfume which you shall make, you shall not make to yourselves according to the composition thereof. And this perfume, they're not to make it for themselves. This perfume that this last one, was to be made and put in the ark. Not even for themselves. It shall be unto you holy for EZER. Whosoever shall make like unto that to smell thereto shall even cut off from his people. So if anybody was to take what they read here and go and make this, if you smell it, you will be cut off. Listen, my people, what EZER is saying to your leader, the one he sent with his name to take your ancestors out of Egypt. And he is telling him, showing him all these things. And he put it down, write it down for you to see and to hear. And if the heathen, the same ones our people are following now in Christianity and in Islam and in all these Luciferian religions, if they didn't come and disrupt our people because of their jealousy and envy and greed, we would still have this today. We will still be serving our mighty one in the house that was built for our fathers in the land today. We will still be buying a plane ticket and go over there in the Feast of Tabernacles, the Feast of Weeks, and in the Passover. But their greed and their wickedness And some of our ancestors who involved themselves with them and brought these enemies into EZER's inheritance and caused all the downfall of our people. And until this day, the fourth generation, counting a generation of 100 years each, EZER is now coming back to us. Rise up and serve EZER, your Redeemer, my people. Chapter 31. He's going to explain to us about the Sabbath. And EZER speak unto Moses, saying, See, I have called by name Bezalel, the son of Uri, the son of Hur, of the tribe of EZER-IAH. And I have filled him with the spirit of EZER in wisdom and in comprehension and in knowledge and in all manner of workmanship, to devise kerning work, to work in gold and in silver and in brass, and in cutting of stones to set them, and in carving of timber to work in all manner of workmanship. And I behold, I have given with him Aholiab, the son of Ahisamach, of the tribe of Dan, and in the heart of all that are wise-hearted I have put wisdom, that they may make all that I have commanded you. Here, my brothers and sisters, EZER is even saying to Moses, I have blessed these men. He given him the name of the men that he have to take to do this work, to make the garments, to make the ark, to do all this, to make the ephod. He has even given him the name of the men that have to do it. Verse 7. The tabernacle of the congregation and the ark of the testimony and the mercy seat that is thereupon, and all the furniture of the tabernacle, and the table and his furniture, and the pure candlestick with all its furniture, and the altar of incense, and the altar of burnt offering with all its furniture, and the laver and its foot, and the cloth of service, and the holy garments for Aaron the priest, and the garments of his son to minister in the priest's office, and the anointing oil, and the sweet incense for the holy place, according to all that I have commanded you shall they do. That's EZER speaking, my people. That's no Roman. That's EZER speaking. And EZER speak unto Moses, saying, Speak you also unto the children of Israel, saying, Verily my Sabbath you shall keep, for it is a sign between me and you. The Sabbath is a sign between EZER and us. Throughout your generations, that you may know that I am EZER, that do sanctifies you. EZER is our only Redeemer. He is the only one that can sanctify us. He is the only one that can bless, heal. He is the only one that can save and redeem. My people, you shall keep the Sabbath therefore, for it is holy unto you. Every one that defile it shall surely be put to death. For whosoever do any work therein, that soul shall be cut off from among his people. 6 days may work be done, but in the seventh is the Sabbath of rest, holy to EZER. Whosoever do any work in the Sabbath day, he shall surely be put to death. I've also reminded you there's a video I have that It's called day and night. I think it's in this video I speak of the Sabbath. It's an old video. You could go through my videos and find it and look at it. It is in detail. Wherefore the children of EZER-IAH shall keep the Sabbath, to observe the Sabbath throughout their generations, for a perpetual covenant. There is no end to it. It is a sign between me and the children of EZER-IAH forever. That's Ayah is speaking to Moses on Mount Moriah, on the holy mountain, telling him and showing him all the things he have to do and all the things he have to say. My people, who change your Sabbath? The same Romans who destroy you, the same Romans who destroy your temple, the same Romans who rob you, the same Romans who sold you into slavery, the same Gentiles, the same Europeans, and now you call yourself Christians. Now you call yourself Muslims. My people, do you see your abomination? Turn to Ayah, your Redeemer. Turn to Ayah, your Redeemer. 17. It is a sign between me and the children of EZER-IAH forever. Do you know what a sign is? A sign is a mark. A sign is a mark. I know you, my people, who love Christianity and worshiping idols. You all like to talk about the mark of the beast, the mark of the beast. Well, let me tell you, the mark of the beast is all over you because you have turned away from Ayah's Sabbath. You reject his mark. Look, he just told you, it's a sign between him and you. So if you reject it, you reject his mark. So you are now following the mark of the beast. That's what you have on you, because you have taken up the very day that they give you, and you have rejected the mark that Ayah has given you. He just show you right here. His Sabbath is a sign between him and you. It's a mark. Do you get this? For in 6 days Ayah made heaven and earth, and on the 7th day he rested and was refreshed. And he gave unto Moses, when he had made an end of communing with him upon Mount Sinai, 2 tables of testimony, tables of stone, written with the fingers, his fingers, the fingers of Ayah. My people, listen. Do you comprehend this? Do you think if Ayah had someone he's going to send to die for us, he wouldn't mention it? Think, use your intellect. All he's telling us about the sacrifice. He's telling us about what to do. He's telling us how to do it. To kill the lamb. To do this. To do that with the ox. To do all of this. Don't you think if he had somebody to come and die for you? Don't you think if he would have changed your Sabbath day? The sign that he gave you. Don't you think he would tell you? If he changes the plan for the priests, the people to minister unto him and unto you, don't you think he would tell you? If he changed the anointing oil, if he changes the ephod, if he took all this away from being in his law, don't you think he would tell you? But here you believe in the heathen, the demons, those who serve Lucifer, those who seek to change his name, Ayah's name, Ayah's law, the law that he gave to you, the consecration, the anointing to the priests. They change the people whom Ayah has anointed and consecrated and give to serve him in the office of the priest. Now they are serving you. This heathen, these people who are not even a people, this foolish nation. They are serving, they're teaching you, my people, and you refuse to read your book. And then when you hear the law of your mighty one, you tend to believe it's evil. Don't you see how foolish you are? That's why I said they have turned from his ways. We have turned from his ways, my people. Now you think his ways is evil. You think the evil ways that your enemy has given you is good. You have turned night into day. They tell you your day begins at night and you believe it. They tell you your Sabbath day is on the first day of the week, you believe it. They give you the name of Baal, Lord, and you believe it. They change everything that he has given you and you accept it. Wake up, my people. Wake up. Chapter 32. This is about our people making an idol. Our people making their first God. Besides the gods they took with them from in Egypt, here they were making their own God. And when the people saw that Moses delayed to come down out of the mount, the people gathered themselves together unto Aaron and said unto him, Up, make us gods that shall go before us. For as for this Moses, the man that brought us up out of the land of Egypt, we don't know what become of him. You hear this, my people? That's our ancestors. Verse 2. And Aaron said unto them, Break off the gold earrings that are in the ears of your wives, of your sons, and your daughters, and bring them unto me. Verse 3. And all the people break off the golden earrings which were in their ears, and brought them unto Aaron. And he received them at their hand, and fashioned it with a graven tool. And after he had made it a molten calf, and they said, These be the gods. And they called this unto EZER-IAH, and saying that this is what brought them out of Egypt. Right there, my people, they have made a golden calf and say that is the calf that took them out of Egypt. Do you comprehend the level of arrogance and disobedience and transgression in a people like this? And when Aaron saw it, he built an altar before it. And Aaron made proclamation and said, Tomorrow is a feast to the Lord. You see it right there? That's the correct name. To the Lord. Not to Aya, to the calf. This Lord represents the calf. Get it? I hope you get what I'm showing you. Verse 6. And they rose up early in the morrow and offered burnt offerings and brought peace offerings. And the people sat down to eat and to drink and rose up to play. Before what? Before the calf. That's the first God they made. Verse 7. And Aiah said unto Moses, Go get thee down, for your people, which you brought out of the land of Egypt, have corrupted themselves. That was the first corrupting act they committed. They have turned aside quickly out of the way. Which way? Aiah's way. which I commanded them. They have made them a molten calf, an image of a cow, and have worshipped it, and have sacrificed thereunto, and said, These be their gods that have brought them out of the land of Egypt. And EZER said unto Moses, I have seen this people, and behold, it is a stiff-necked people. Now therefore, leave me alone, that my wrath may wax hot against them, and that I may consume them. And I will make of you a great nation. And Moses besought EZER his Redeemer, and said, EZER, why do you wrath wax hot against your people, that you have brought forth out of the land of Egypt with great power and with a mighty hand? Wherefore should the Egyptians speak and say, For mischief did you bring them out, to slay them in the mountains, and to consume them from the face of the earth? Turn from thy fierce anger, and repent of this evil against thy people. Remember Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, EZER-IAH, your servants, to whom you swear by your own self, and said unto them, You will multiply your seed as the stars of heaven, and all this land that you have spoken of you will give your seed, and shall inherit it forever. And EZER repented of the evil which he thought to do unto his people. And Moses turned and went down from the mount, and the 2 tables of stone, the testimony, were in his hand. And the tables were written on both sides, on this one side and on the other were they written. My dear people, what we are reading here is a description of events. These are not spiritual things that we're reading of here. These are actual events our ancestors have recorded for us. And the tables were the work of EZER, and the writing was the writing EZER gave upon the tablets. And when Joshua heard the noise of the people as they shouted, he said unto Moses, There is a noise of war in the camp. And he said, It is not the voice of them that shout for mastery, neither is it the voice of them that cry for being overcome, but the voice of them that sing do I hear. And it came to pass, as soon as he came near unto the camp, that he saw the calf and the dancing, and Moses' anger waxed hot, and he cast the tables out of his hand, and brake them beneath the mount. And he took the calf which they had made, and burned it in the fire, and ground it to powder, and strewed it upon the water, and made the children of Israel drink of it. And Moses said unto Aaron, What did this people unto thee? What did this people unto you, that you has brought so great a sin upon them? The whole people, they bring a sin upon them. And Aaron said, Let not the anger of EZER wax hot, Thou knowest thy people. They are set on mischief. For they said unto me, make us gods that shall go before them. For as for this Moses, the man that brought us up out of the land of Egypt, we don't know what become of him. And I said unto them, whosoever has any gold, let them break it off. So they gave it me. Then I cast it into the fire, and there came out this calf. And when Moses saw that the people were naked, for Aaron had made them naked unto the shame among their enemies, then Moses stood in the gate of the camp and said, who is on Ahah's side? Let him come unto me. And all the sons of Levi gathered themselves together unto him. And he said unto them, thus says Ahah, our Redeemer, the mighty one of EZER-IAH, put every man his sword by his side, and go in and out from gate to gate throughout the camp, and slay every man and his brother, and every man his companion, and every man his neighbor. And the children of Levi did according to the word of Moses. And there fell of the people that day 3,000 men. 3,000 EZER-IAHites for worshiping the idol, the first idol they made unto themselves, my people. For Moses had said, consecrate yourselves today to Ahah, even every man upon his son, upon his brother, that he may bestow upon you a blessing this day. And it came to pass on the morrow that Moses said unto the people, you have sinned a great sin, and now I will go up unto Ahah, peradventure I shall make an atonement for your sin. And Moses returned unto Ahah and said, this people have sinned a great sin, and have made them gods of gold. Yet now, if you will forgive this their sin, and if not, blot me out, I pray thee, out of thy book which thou hast written. And Ahah said unto Moses, whosoever have sinned against me, him will I blot out of my book. Who sin, they are the ones that will be punished. Nobody is going to be punished for someone else's sin. That's the point he is making here to Moses. Verse 34. Therefore now go, lead the people unto the place of which I have spoken unto you. Behold, my angel shall go before you. Nevertheless, in the day when I visit, I will visit their sins upon them. In the day when I visit, he will visit the sins upon them, their sins upon them. And I plagued the people because they made the calf which Aaron made. Chapter 33. Atonement for sin. And Ahah said unto Moses, depart and go up hence, you and the people that you hast brought up out of the land of Egypt, unto the land which I swear unto Abraham, to Isaac, and to Jacob, saying unto your seed, I will give it. Verse 2. And I will send an angel before you, and I will drive out the Canaanite, the Amorite, the Hittite, and the Perizzite, the Hivite, and the Jebusite. 3. unto a land flowing with milk and honey, for I will not go up in the midst of you, for you are a stiff-necked people, lest I consume you in the way. I am saying, I will not be in your presence when I send you up as you go up. Verse 4. And when the people heard these evil tidings, they mourned, and no man did put on him his ornament. For EZER-IAH had said unto Moses, Say unto the children of EZER-IAH, You are a stiff-necked people. I will come up into the midst of you in a moment and consume you. Therefore now put off your ornaments from you, that I may know what to do unto you. And the children of EZER-IAH stripped themselves of their ornaments by the mount of Horeb. And Moses took the tabernacle and pitched it outside the camp. He put it outside the camp, afar off from the camp, and called it the tabernacle of the congregation. And it came to pass that every one who sought EZER went out unto the tabernacle of the congregation. It was no longer among them that was outside the camp. And it came to pass, when Moses went out unto the tabernacle, that all the people rose up and stood every man at his tent door, and looked after Moses until he was gone into the tabernacle. And it came to pass, as Moses entered into the tabernacle, the cloudy pillar descended and stood at the door of the tabernacle. And EZER talked with Moses. And all the people saw the cloudy pillar stand at the tabernacle door. And all the people rose up and worshipped, every man in his tent door. And EZER speak unto Moses face to face, as a man speak unto his friend. And he turned again into the camp. But his servant Joshua, the son of Nun, a young man, departed not out of the tabernacle. And Moses said unto EZER, See, you say unto me, Bring up this people, and you has not let me know whom you will send with me. Yet you have said, I know you by name, and you has also found grace in my sight. Now therefore I beg thee, if I have found grace in your sight, show me now your way, that I may know you, that I may find grace in your sight, and consider that this nation is your people. And EZER said, My presence shall go with you, and I will give you rest. And he said unto him, If thy presence go not with me, carry us not up thence. So Moses said, If you are not going with us, don't let us go up there. For wherein shall it be known here that I am thy people, have found grace in your sight? Is it not in that you goes with us? That's how we will know that you are with us, when you go with us. We are your people. So shall we be separated, and I and your people from all the people that are upon the face of the earth. So Moses is saying, that's the way we will know that you are with us and we are your people, and that we are being separated from all the people of the earth. How? when you are with us. Verse 17. And EZER said unto Moses, I will do this thing also that you had spoken, for you have found grace in my sight, and I know you by name. And he said, I beseech you, show me thy glory. So here Moses is asking EZER to show him his glory. And he said, I will make all my goodness pass before you, and I will proclaim the name of EZER before you. Here EZER is saying, I'm going to make my goodness pass before you and proclaim my name, and will be gracious to whom I will be gracious, and will show mercy on whom I will show mercy. EZER is speaking, my people. And he said, you cannot see my face, for there shall no man see my face and live. And EZER said, behold, there is a place by me, and you shall stand upon a rock. And it shall come to pass, while my glory pass by, that I will put you in a cliff of the rock, a cave, and will cover you with my hand while I pass by. And I will take away my hand, and you shall see my back parts, but my face shall not be seen. EZER says, I'm going to put you in the cave, I'm going to cover you with my hands, and when I pass by, you will see my back parts, but my face, you cannot see it. My dear brothers and sisters, this is an event. This is something that is taking place. This is something that's happening in Moses' presence. This is not a dream. That's not a vision. Our ancestors are telling us of events that took place, things that happened. And we must recognize that when we read this book. EZER is speaking to Moses. Moses is in the presence of EZER, the Most High. EZER is the one who was telling him how to make the clothes for the priest, how to make the altar, how to build the Ark of the Covenant. He had those two stones in his hand. That's why he could have dropped it on the ground and it was broken. That's not a vision. That's actual events. And we must recognize that our ancestors are telling us about things that happen in their times. Chapter 34. Moses being with EZER. And EZER said unto Moses, hew you 2 tables of stone, like unto the first. You have to take 2 tablets of stone as those that he was given. And I will write upon these tables the words that were in the first tables, which you broke. And be ready in the morning, and come up in the morning unto Mount Sinai, and present yourself there to me in the top of the mount. And no man shall come up with you, neither let any man be seen throughout all the mount. No man should touch that mountain. neither let the flocks nor herds feed before that mountain. The animals cannot touch it, they will die. My brothers and sisters, that's not a dream, that's an event. And no man shall come with you, neither let any man be seen throughout all the mountain, neither let the flocks nor birds nor herds feed before that mountain. And he hewn 2 tables of stone like unto the first. And Moses rose up early in the morning and went up unto Mount Sinai, as EZER had commanded him, and took in his hand the 2 tables of stone. And EZER descended in the cloud, and stood with him there, and proclaimed the name EZER. Here, my people, EZER proclaiming his name to Moses again. And EZER passed by before Moses and proclaimed, "Am EZER your Redeemer, merciful and gracious, long-suffering and abundant in goodness and truth, keeping mercy for thousands, forgiving iniquity and transgression and sin, and that will by no means clear the guilty, visiting the iniquity of the fathers upon the children and upon the children's children, unto the 3rd and to the 4th generation." Here EZER is making him know how he deals with the children of men. He is saying to him the things he wants him to know. He didn't tell them to go to the Romans or go to the Gentiles or go to Europe and they're going to tell you about me. No, he came himself. Here, EZER is explaining to Moses his characteristics, his personalities. EZER Almighty, merciful and gracious, long-suffering and abundant in goodness and truth. But with all of that, he will not clear the guilty, explaining himself again to him and mentioning the qualities of EZER, all EZER's personality, what he is. He says he is merciful, he is gracious, he is long-suffering, abundant in goodness and truth. And Moses made haste and bowed his head towards the earth and worshiped EZER. And he said, "If now I have found grace in your sight, O EZER, let my Redeemer, I pray you, go among us." He is begging EZER to go with them, because if he is not with them, they will not succeed. It's the same thing we have to do, my people. We need IAH with us, for it is a stiff-necked people. Our neck is still stiff. And pardon our iniquities and our sin. We have to do it. We have to say it. And take us for your inheritance. We still have to say this. We have to proclaim the name IAH and say these words. Verse 10. And he said, behold, I make a covenant before all thy people. I will do marvels such as have not been done in all the earth, nor in any nation. And all the people among which you are shall see the work of IAH. Here he's saying, all the people will see my work, because he heard the prayer of Moses, and he accepted the prayer of Moses, and he's telling Moses, I'm going to make all the people see what I will do for them. For it is a terrible thing that I will do with thee. Observe you that which I command you this day. Behold, I drive out before you the Amorites and the Canaanites and the Hittites and the Perizzites and the Hivites and the Jebusites. So here, this was the marvelous thing, the terrible thing that he was going to do before the people. So they will see what he is doing to these people, these nations. This is not no dream. That's an event. And we have to see it as an event. And the gathering of the children of EZER-IAH will be another event. It won't be no dream. It will be an event. And the things you're seeing happening with the nations as I speak, the wars you are seeing today is not a dream. It's an event. There was prophesied. And it has to come to pass. We have the same way when he spoke unto Moses, saying that the children of EZER-IAH shall go unto idols. It was not a dream. Our people are worshiping idols today, as they did back then. And this is what we have to turn from. We have to turn to IAH, as he said, in the land of your captivity, they shall rethink and turn back to him. And then he will save them, gather them, and bring them back into their land. My people, these are things that have to happen. That's not like what your pastors and your preachers and them telling you, like it's something in the wind, like you have to go to heaven. Somebody will come down in the sky and take you up to heaven. These are events. They have to happen on the earth. Verse 12. Take heed to yourself, lest you make a covenant with the inhabitants of the land where you go, lest it be for a snare in the midst of you. Here he's telling him, I've given you all these instructions, and you have to follow them. Take heed and make sure you do what I'm telling you. Make sure you follow what I'm saying to you and I'm showing you. Because you are not to follow the people. When you get in that land, you are not to follow their ways. You are not to seek their ways. 13. But you shall destroy their altars, break their images, and cut down their groves. For you shall worship no God. For I, whose name is jealous, he is watchful, is a jealous redeemer. He is always watchful. The word jealous. He is protective of you. He is protective of what is his. Lest you make a covenant with the inhabitants of the land, and they go a whoring after their gods. If you do not take heed, if you do not do what I tell you, if you do not listen, then you will go and make covenant with these people. You will go a whoring after their gods, and you will sacrifice to their gods, and they will call you, and you will eat of their sacrifice. And we are not to do this. Verse 16. And you take of their daughters unto your sons, and their daughters go a whoring after their gods, and make your sons go a whoring after their gods. My brothers and sisters, this is what has happened to us as a people. Verse 17. You shall make you no molten gods. The feast of unleavened bread you shall keep. 7 days you shall eat unleavened bread, as I command you in the time of the month of Abib. For in the month of Abib you came out of Egypt. Here EZER-IAH is telling us what we are supposed to do and what not to do. We are not to follow the ways of the heathen, the Gentiles, and the Jews. They all are Gentiles. Check in Genesis chapter 10. Read Genesis chapter 10 and you will know who are Gentiles. Japheth's children are Gentiles. Verse 19. All that open the matrix is mine, and every first among thy cattle, whether ox or sheep, that is male. But the firstling of an ass you shall redeem with a lamb. And if you redeem him not, then shall you break his neck. All the firstborn of thy sons you shall redeem, and none shall appear before me empty. All your sons to be circumcised. 21. 6 days you shall work, but on the 7th day you shall rest. In airing time and in harvest you shall rest. And you shall observe the feast of weeks, of the first fruits of wheat harvest, and the feast of ingathering at the year's end. 3 times in the year shall all your men children appear before EZER, their Redeemer, the mighty one of EZER-IAH. For I will cast out the nations before you, and enlarge your borders. Neither shall any man desire thy land, when you shall go up to appear before EZER, your Redeemer, 3 times in the year. You shall not offer the blood of my sacrifice with leaven, neither shall the sacrifice of the feast of the Passover be left until the morning. The first of the first fruits of thy land you shall bring unto the house of EZER, your Redeemer. You shall not cook a kid in his mother's milk. And EZER says unto Moses, Write you these words, for after the tenor of these words, I have made a covenant with you and with EZER-IAH. And he was there with IAH 40 days and 40 nights. He did neither eat bread nor drink water. And he wrote upon the tablets the words of the covenant, the 10 commandments. And it came to pass, when Moses came down from Mount Sinai with the 2 tablets of testimony in Moses' hand, when he came down from the mount, that Moses went not, the skin of his face shone. He talked with him. And when Aaron and all the children of EZER-IAH saw Moses, behold, the skin of his face shone. They were afraid to come near him. His face was shining. The glory of IAH penetrated his skin, and it was shining. And Moses called unto them, and Aaron and all the rulers of the congregation returned unto him. And Moses talked with them. They was afraid. They were scared. And afterwards all the children of EZER-IAH came near, and he gave them in commandments all that IAH had spoken with him in Mount Sinai. Until Moses had done speaking with them, he put a veil on his face. He had to cover his face. But when Moses went in before IAH to speak with him, he took the veil off until he come out. So when he went inside the tabernacle, he took it off. And when he come out, he had to put it back on his face. And he came out and speak unto the children of EZER-IAH that which he was commanded. And the children of EZER-IAH saw the face of Moses, that the skin of Moses' face shine. And Moses put the veil upon his face again until he went in to speak with IAH. His face was shining like luminescent from the glory of IAH. Chapter 35. Moses instructing the people. And Moses gathered all the congregation of the children of EZER-IAH together and said unto them, These are the words that IAH has commanded, that you should do them. Listen to the words he commanded that we should do. 6 days shall work be done, but on the 7th day there shall be to you a holy day, a Sabbath of rest to IAH. Whosoever do walk therein shall be put to death. Verse 3. You shall kindle no fire throughout your habitation upon the Sabbath day. You should light no fire. Verse 4. And Moses spake unto all the congregation of the children of EZER-IAH, saying, This is the thing that IAH commanded, saying, Take you from among you an offering unto IAH. Whosoever is of a willing heart, let him bring it, an offering to IAH, gold and silver and brass, and blue and purple and scarlet and fine linen and goat hair and ram skin dye red, badger's skin and shittim wood, and oil for the light, and spices for anointing oil, and for the sweet incense, and onyx stone, and stones to be set for the ephod, and for the breastplate, and every wise hearted among you shall come, and make all that EZER has commanded: the tabernacle, his tent, and his covering, his taches, and his boards, his bars, his pillars, and his sockets, the ark, and the staves thereof, with the mercy seat, and the veil of the covering, the table, and his staves, and all his vessel, and the showbread, the candlestick also for the light, and his furniture, and his lamps, with the oil for the light, and the incense altar, and his staves, and the anointing oil, and the sweet incense, and the hanging for the door at the entering in of the tabernacle, the altar of burnt offering, with his basin great, his staves, and all his vessels, the laver and his foot, the hanging of the court, his pillar, and the sockets, and the hanging of the door of the court, the pins of the tabernacle, and the pins of the court, and the cords, the cloths of service to do service in the holy place, the holy garments for Aaron the priest, and the garments of his son, to minister in the priest's office. And all the congregation of the children of EZER-IAH depart from the presence of Moses. Here, my brothers and sisters, these are the things they were supposed to gather and bring to make the things that EZER commanded them to make. He did not command them to make any cross. He did not command them to make no communion. He did not command them to go and baptize in no water, say they baptizing. He did not give them any other name, anyone's name to call. He did not tell them that someone is going to come and die for them. He did not tell them they will have to take some man's blood for the remission of their sin. He did not speak those words to them. My people, read what he told them. Verse 20. And all the congregation of the children of EZER-IAH departed from the presence of Moses, and they came, everyone whose heart stirred him up, everyone whom his spirit made willing. No one compelled them to do anything. EZER told them, those who are willingly will do it willingly. And that's why he's saying their spirit willingly. And they brought EZER's offering to the work of the tabernacle of the congregation, and for all his service, and for the holy garments. And they came, both men and women, as many as were willing-hearted, and brought bracelets, and earrings, and rings, and tablets, all jewels of gold. And every man that offered an offering of gold unto EZER, to make the things that he told Moses he need to make. And every man with whom was found blue, and purple, and scarlet, and fine linen, and goat's hair, and red skin of rams, and badger's skin, brought them. Every one that did offer an offering of silver and brass brought EZER's offering. And every man with whom was found shittim wood for any work of the service brought it. And all the women that were wise-hearted did spin with their hands, and work that which they had spun. They did the crochet work, the needle work, both of blue, and of purple, and of scarlet, and of fine linen, and all the women whose heart stirred them up in wisdom spun goat's hair. And the rulers brought onyx stone, and stones to be set for the ephod, and for the breastplate, and spice and oil for the light, and for the anointing oil, and for the sweet incense. Our people provided the things that IAH commanded them to make, the things he told them they need to make. The children of EZER-IAH brought a willing offering unto IAH. Every man and woman whose heart made them willingly to bring for all manner of work that IAH had commanded to be made by the hand of Moses. And Moses said unto the children of EZER-IAH, see, IAH has called by name Bezaleel, the son of Uri, the son of Hur, of the tribe of EZER-IAH, and he has filled him with the Spirit in wisdom, in comprehension, and in knowledge, and in all manner of workmanship. So IAH chose the man whom he wanted to lead the project, and to devise curious work, fine work, to work in gold, and in silver, and in brass, and in the cutting of stones, to set them, and in carving of wood, to make any manner of cunning work. And he has put in his heart that he may teach both he and Aholiab, the son of Ahishma, of the tribe of Dan. Them has he filled with wisdom of heart. Who filled them? IAH, with wisdom of heart, to work all manner of work, of the engraver, and of the cunning workman, and of the embroiderer, in blue and in purple, in scarlet and in fine linen, and of the weaver, even of them that do any work, and of those that devise cunning work. Here IAH have chosen the men and put in their spirit that they would be able to make the things he wanted them to make. So he sent Moses them that they would make it. My people, that's not a vision, that's not a dream, that's an event. The house that was built for his name was a house, was a building. The Romans broke it down. The gold that was all throughout the building, on the columns, on the posts, on the doors, on the whatever was made of gold, it was real. And that's why the Romans went and break it down to steal, to take, for spoil. My people, chapter 36, offerings to IAH. Then walked Bezaleel and Aholiab, and every wise-hearted man, in whom IAH put wisdom and comprehension, to know how to work all manner of work for the service of the sanctuary, according to all that IAH had commanded. And Moses called Bezaleel and Aholiab, and every wise-hearted man, in whose heart IAH had put the wisdom, even every one whose heart stirred him up to come unto the work to do it. And they received of Moses all the offerings that the children of EZER-IAH had brought for the work of the service of the sanctuary, to make it all. And they brought yet unto him free offerings every morning. And all the wise men that did all the work of the sanctuary came every man from his work that they made. And they speak unto Moses, saying, the people bring much more than enough for the service of the work, which I commanded to make. They brought too much. And Moses gave commandments, and they caused it to be proclaimed throughout the camp. So they had to go out throughout the camp and say, no more, no more, we have enough, because the people bringing it every morning. Let neither man nor woman make any more work for the offering of the sanctuary. So the people were restrained from bringing. They had brought too much. Our ancestors, my people, for the stuff they had was sufficient for all the work to make it, and too much. And every wise-hearted man among them that did the work of the tabernacle made 10 curtains of fine twined linen, and blue and purple and scarlet, with cherubims of cunning work made them. The length of one curtain was 28 cubits, and the breadth of one curtain 4 cubits. The curtains were all of one size. As I gave him the measurements, I showed him the pattern, I told him he was to made. This is how the people are making it, exactly as it was supposed to be. And he coupled the 5 curtains one unto another, and the other 5 curtains he coupled one unto another. And he made loops of blue on the edge of one curtain from the sleeve in the coupling. Likewise he made in the uttermost side of another curtain in the coupling of the second. 50 loops made he in one curtain, and 50 loops made he in the edge of the curtain which was in the coupling of the second, and the loops held one curtain to another. And he made 50 taches of gold, and coupled the curtains one unto another with the taches, so it became one tabernacle. And he made curtains of goat's hair for the tent over the tabernacle. 11 curtains made them. The length of one curtain was 30 cubits, and 4 cubits was the breadth of one curtain. The 11 curtains were of one size. And he coupled 5 curtains by themselves, and 6 curtains by themselves. And he made 50 loops upon the uttermost edge of the curtain in the coupling, and 50 loops made he upon the edge of the curtains which coupled the second. And he made 50 taches of brass to couple the tent together, that it might be one. And he made a covering for the tent of ram's skin, dyed red, a covering of badger skin above that. And he made boards for the tabernacle of shittim wood, standing up. The length of a board was 10 cubits, and the breadth of a board was 1 cubit and a half. One board had 2 tenons, equally distant one from another. Thus did he make for all the boards of the tabernacle. And he made boards for the tabernacle, 20 boards for the south side southward, and 40 sockets for silver he made under the 20 boards. 2 sockets under one board for these 2 tenons, and 2 sockets under another board for his 2 tenons. And for the other side of the tabernacle, which is towards the north corner, he made 20 boards, and there 40 sockets of silver. 2 sockets under one board, and 2 sockets under another board. And for the side of the tabernacle westward he made 6 boards, and 2 boards made he for the corners of the tabernacle in the two sides, and they were coupled beneath and coupled together at the head thereof to one ring. Thus he did to both of them in both the corners. And there were 8 boards, and their sockets were 16 sockets of silver, under every board 2 sockets. And he made bars of shittim wood, 5 for the boards of one side of the tabernacle, and 5 bars for the board of the other side of the tabernacle, and 5 bars for the board of the tabernacle for the side westward. And he made the middle bar to shoot through the boards from one end to the other. And he overlaid the boards with gold, and made their rings of gold to be placed for the bars, and overlaid the bars with gold. And he made a veil of blue and purple and scarlet and fine twined linen, with cherubims made it of cunning work. And he made thereunto 4 pillars of shittim wood, and overlaid them with gold. Their hooks were of gold, and the cast of them 4 sockets of silver. And he made a hanging for the tabernacle door of blue and purple and scarlet and fine twined linen of needled work, and the 5 pillars of it with their hooks. And he overlaid their chapters and their fillets with gold, but their 5 sockets were of brass. My dear brothers and sisters, this was the tabernacle furnishing. Chapter 37. And Bezalel made the ark of shittim wood. 2 cubits and a half was the length of it, and a cubit and a half the breadth of it, and a cubit and a half the height of it. And he overlaid with pure gold within and without, and made a crown of gold to it round about. And he cast for it 4 rings of gold to be set by the 4 corners of it, even 2 rings upon the one side of it, and 2 rings upon the other side of it. And he made staves of shittim wood, and overlaid them with gold. And he put the staves into the rings by the side of the ark, to bear the ark. And he made the mercy seat of pure gold. 2 cubits and a half was the length thereof, and 1 cubit and a half the breadth thereof. And he made 2 cherubims of gold, beaten out of one piece made he them, on the 2 ends of the mercy seat. 1 cherubim on the end on this side, and another cherub on the other end on that side. Out of the mercy seat made he the cherubims on the 2 ends thereof. And the cherubim spread out their wings on high, and covered with their wings over the mercy seat, with their face one to another, even to the mercy seat word were the face of the cherubim. And he made the tables of shittim wood. 2 cubits was the length thereof, and a cubit the breadth thereof, and a cubit and a half the height thereof. And he covered it with pure gold, and made thereunto a crown of gold round about. Also he made thereunto a border of an hand breadth round about, and made a crown of gold for the border thereof round about. And he cast for it 4 rings of gold, and put the rings upon the 4 corners that were in the 4 feet thereof, over against the border were the rings, the places for the staves to bear the table. And he made the staves of shittim wood, and overlaid them with gold to bear the table. And he made the vessels which were upon the table, his dishes, and his spoons, and his bowls, and his covers, to cover all of pure gold. And he made the candlestick of pure gold, of beaten work made he the candlestick, his shaft, his branch, his bowl, his knobs, his flowers were of the same, and 6 branches going out of the side thereof, 3 branches of the candlestick out of the one side thereof, and 3 branches of the candlestick out of the other side thereof. 3 bowls made after the fashion of almonds, in one branch, a knob, a flower, and 3 bowls made like almond in another branch, a knob and a flower. So throughout the 6 branches going out of the candlestick. And in the candlestick were 4 bowls made like almond, his knobs, its flowers, and a knob under 2 branches of the same, and a knob under 2 branches of the same, and a knob under 2 branches of the same, according to the 6 branches going out of it. So all the branches are the same. Their knobs, their branches were the same. All of it was one beaten work of pure gold. And he made his 7 lamps, and its snuffers, and its snuff dishes of pure gold. Of a talent of pure gold made he it, and all the vessels thereof. And he made the incense altar of shittim wood. The length of it was a cubit, and the breadth of it a cubit. It was 4 square, and 2 cubits was the height of it. The horns thereof were of the same. And he overlaid it with pure gold, both the top of it and the side thereof round about, and the horns of it. Also he made unto it a crown of gold round about. And he made 2 rings of gold for it under the crown thereof, by the 2 corners of it, upon the 2 sides thereof, to be placed for the staves to bear it. And he made the staves of shittim wood, and overlaid them with gold. And he made the holy anointing oil, and the pure incense of sweet spices, according to the work of the chemist. And he made the altar of burnt offering of shittim wood. 5 cubits was the length thereof, and 5 cubits the breadth thereof. It was 4 square, and 3 cubits the length thereof. And he made the horns thereof on the 4 corners of it. The horns thereof were of the same. And he overlaid it with brass. And he made all the vessels of the altar, the pots, and the shovels, and the basins, and the flesh hooks, and the fire pans. All the vessels thereof made he of brass. And he made for the altar a brazen gate of network under the compass thereof beneath unto the midst of it. And he cast 4 rings for the 4 ends of the gate of brass, to be placed for the staves. And he made the staves of shittim wood, and overlaid them with brass. And he put the staves into the ring on the side of the altar to bear it. He made the altar hollow with board. And he made the laver of brass, and the foot of it of brass, of the looking glasses, of the woman which assembled at the door of the tabernacle of the congregation. And he made the court on the south side southward. The hanging of the court were of fine twined linen, and 100 cubits. Their pillars were 20, and their brazen sockets 20. The hooks of the pillar and their fillets were of silver, and for the north side the hanging were 100 cubits. Their pillars were 20, their sockets of brass 20, the hooks of the pillars and their fillets of silver. And for the west side were hangings of 50 cubits, their pillars 10, and their socket 10, the hooks of the pillars and their fillers of silver. And for the east side, eastward 50 cubits. The hanging of one side of the gate were 50 cubits, the pillars 3, and the sockets 3. And for the other side of the court gate, on this hand and that hand were hanging of 15 cubits, the pillars 3, and the sockets 3. All the hanging of the court round about were of fine twined linen, and the sockets for the pillars were of brass, the hook of the pillars and the fillets of silver, and the overlaying of the shafters of silver, and all the pillars of the court were filleted with silver. And the hanging for the gate of the court was needlework of blue and purple and scarlet and fine twined linen, and 20 cubits was the length, and the height in the breadth was 5 cubits, answerable to the hanging of the court. And the pillars were 4, and the sockets of brass 4, the hooks of silver, and the overlaying of the shafters, and the fillets of silver. And all the pins of the tabernacle and of the court round about were of brass. This is the sum of the tabernacle, even of the tabernacle of testimony, as it was counted, according to the commandment of Moses, for the service of the Levites, by the hand of Ithamar, son to Aaron the priest, and Bezalel the son of Uri, the son of Hur, of the tribe of EZER-IAH, made all that IAH commanded Moses. And with him was Aholab, son of Ahishamah, of the tribe of Dan, an engraver, and a cunning workman, and an embroiderer in blue, and in purple, and in scarlet, and in fine linen. All the gold that was occupied for the work in all the work of the holy place, even the gold of the offering, was 29 talents, and 730 shekels, after the shekel of the sanctuary. And the silver of them that were numbered of the congregation was 100 talents, 1,760 shekels, after the shekel of the sanctuary. A becker for every man, that is half a shekel, after the shekel of the sanctuary for every one that went to be numbered, from 20 years old and upward, for 600,000 and 3,550 men. And of the 100 talents of silver were cast the sockets of the sanctuary and the sockets of the veil, and 100 sockets of the 100 talents, a talent for a socket. And of the 1,775 shekels he made hooks for the pillars, and overlaid their shafters, and filleted them. And the brass of the offering was 70 talents, and 2,400 shekels. And therewith he made the sockets to the door of the tabernacle of the congregation, and the brazen altar, and the brazen gate for it, and all the vessels of the altar, and the sockets of the court round about, and the sockets of the court gate, and all the pins of the tabernacle, and all the pins of the court round about. My dear brothers and sisters, they are giving account of all the things they received, and they are stating what they did with them. This is actual events. This is what EZER commanded Moses to do. Moses gave the people to do it. They brought the material and they did it. And that was for the tabernacle of EZER, the building of his tabernacle, which the Roman went and break down and stole. Your very enemy, whom now you have joined up with, and worshiping the idols together with them. And this is an abomination, the gravest of transgression that we have done against EZER, our Redeemer. That's why he says, the heathen has come into his possession and has taken all his holy things. They have brought them to Rome, my brothers and sisters. They brought them to the Vatican. Chapter 39, the priestly garment. Again, he's describing the materials they get and how they used it. And of the blue and purple and scarlet, they made clothes of service to serve in the holy place, and made the holy garments for Aaron, as EZER commanded Moses. And he made the ephod of gold, blue and purple and scarlet and fine twined linen. And they did beat the gold into thin plates, and cut it into wires to make it in the blue, and in the purple, and in the scarlet, and in the fine linen, with cunning work. They made shoulder pieces for it, to couple it together. By the two edges was it coupled together. And the curious girdle of his ephod that was upon it was of the same, according to the work thereof, of gold, blue, and purple, and scarlet, and fine twined linen, as EZER commanded Moses. And they wrought onyx stones enclosed in arches of gold, graven as signet are graven, with the names of the children of EZER-IAH. And he put them on the shoulders of the ephod, that they should be stones for a memorial to the children of EZER-IAH, as EZER commanded Moses. And he made the breastplate of cunning work, like the work of the ephod, of gold, blue, purple, scarlet, and fine twined linen. It was four square. They made the breastplate double a span was the length thereof, and a span the breadth thereof, being double. And they set it in 4 rows of stone. The first row was a sardius, a topaz, a carbuncle. This was the first row. And the second row was an emerald, a sapphire, and a diamond. And the third row, a ligure, an agate, and an amethyst. And the fourth row, a beryl, an onyx, and a jasper. They were enclosed in arches of gold in their enclosing. And the stones were according to the names of the children of EZER-IAH, 12, according to their names, like the engraving of a signet. The names was engraved in it, every one with his name, according to the 12 tribes, my people. And they made upon the breastplate chains at the ends, were written the work of pure gold. And they made 2 arches of gold and 2 gold rings, and put the 2 rings in the 2 ends of the breastplate. And they put the 2 written chains of gold in the 2 rings on the ends of the breastplate, and the 2 ends of the 2 written chains they fastened in the 2 arches, and put them on the shoulder piece of the ephod before it. And they made 2 rings of gold, and put them on the 2 ends of the breastplate upon the border of it, which was on the side of the ephod inward. And they made 2 other gold rings, and put them on the 2 sides of the ephod underneath, towards the fore part of it, over against the other coupling thereof, above the curious girdle of the ephod. And they did bind the breastplate by his rings unto the rings of the ephod with a lace of blue, that it might be above the curious girdle of the ephod, and that the breastplate might not be loosened from the ephod, as EZER commanded Moses. And he made the robe of the ephod of woven work, all of blue. And there was a hole in the midst of the robe, as the hole of an armor, with a band round about the hole, that it should not rend. And they made upon the hem of the robe pomegranates of blue, and purple, and scarlet, and twined linen. And they made bells of pure gold, and put the bells between the pomegranates upon the hem of the robe round about, between the pomegranates, a bell and a pomegranate, a bell and a pomegranate, round about the hem of the robe, to minister in, as EZER commanded Moses. And they made coats of fine linen of woven work for Aaron and for his sons, and a mitre of fine linen, and good bonnets of fine linen, and linen breeches of fine twined linen, and a girdle of fine twined linen, and blue and purple and scarlet of needlework, as EZER commanded Moses. And they made the plate of the holy crown of pure gold, and wrote upon it a writing like to the engraving of a signet, holiness to EZER. And they tied unto it a lace of blue, to fasten it on high upon the mitre. And EZER commanded Moses. This was all the work of the tabernacle of the tent of the congregation finished. And the children of EZER-IAH did according to all that EZER commanded Moses, so did they. And they brought the tabernacle unto Moses, the tent and all its furniture, its thatches, its board, its bars, its pillars, its sockets, and the covering ram skins dyed red, and the covering of badger skin, and the veil of the covering, the ark of the testimony, and the staff thereof, and the mercy seat, the table and all the vessels thereof, and the showbread, the pure candlestick with the lamp thereof, even with the lamps to be set in order, and all the vessels thereof, and the oil for light, and the golden altar, and the anointing oil, and the sweet incense, and the hanging for the tabernacle doors, the brazen altar and its gate of brass, its staves and all its vessels, the laver and its foot, the hanging of the court, its pillars and its sockets, and the hanging of the court gate, its cord and its pins, and all the vessel of the service of the tabernacle for the tent of the congregation, the cloth of service to do service in the holy place, the holy garments for Aaron the priest and his sons, garments to minister in the priest's office, according to all that EZER commanded Moses, so did the children of EZER-IAH made all the work. And Moses did look upon all the work, and behold, they had done it as EZER had commanded. Even so had they done it, and Moses blessed them. Now, chapter 40. And the tabernacle is completed. And EZER speak unto Moses, saying, on the first day of the first month shall you set up the tabernacle of the tent of the congregation. So he is to set it up on the first day of the first month. And you shall put therein the ark of the testimony. Cover the ark with the veil. And you shall bring in the table and set in order the things that are to be set in order upon it. And you shall bring in the candlestick and light the lamps thereof. And you shall set the altar of gold for the incense before the ark of the testimony, and put the hanging of the door to the tabernacle. And you shall set the altar of the burnt offering before the door of the tabernacle of the tent of the congregation. And you shall set the laver between the tent of the congregation and the altar, and shall put water therein. And you shall set up the court round about, and hang up the hanging at the court gate. And you shall take the anointing oil, and anoint the tabernacle and all that is therein, and shall hallow it, make it holy, and all the vessels thereof, and it shall be holy. And you shall anoint the altar of the burnt offering and all its vessels, and sanctify the altar, and it shall be an altar most holy. And you shall anoint the laver and its foot, and sanctify it. And you shall bring Aaron and his sons unto the door of the tabernacle of the congregation, and wash them with water. And you shall put upon Aaron the holy garment, and anoint him, sanctify him, that he may minister unto me in the priest's office. And you shall bring his sons, and clothe them with coats, and you shall anoint them as you did anoint their father, that they may minister unto me in the priest's office. I am speaking. For the anointing shall surely be an everlasting priesthood throughout their generations. You did, Moses, according to all that I commanded you, so did you. And it came to pass in the first month, in the second year, on the first day of the month, that the tabernacle was reared up. And Moses put it up the tabernacle and fastened his sockets, and set up the boards thereof, and put in the bars thereof, and reared up his pillars. And he spread abroad the tent over the tabernacle, and put the covering of the tent above upon it, as EZER commanded Moses. And he took and put the testimony in the ark, and set the staves on the ark, and put the mercy seat above upon the ark. And he brought the ark into the tabernacle, and set it up, and set up the veil of the covering, and covered the ark of the testimony, as EZER commanded Moses. And he put the table in the tent of the congregation upon the side of the tabernacle northward, without the veil. And he set the bread in order upon it before EZER, as EZER has commanded him, Moses. And he put the candlestick in the tent of the congregation over against the table, on the side of the tabernacle southward. And he light the lamp before EZER, as EZER commanded him. And he put the golden altar in the tent of the congregation before the veil. And he burned sweet incense thereon, as EZER commanded Moses. And he set up the hanging at the door of the tabernacle, and he put the altar of burnt offering by the door of the tabernacle of the tent of the congregation, and offered upon it the burnt offering and the meat offering, as EZER commanded Moses. And he set the laver between the tent and the congregation and the altar, and put water there to wash all. And Moses and Aaron and his sons washed their hands and their feet there, when they went into the tent of the congregation. And when they came near unto the altar, they washed, as EZER commanded Moses. And he reared up the court round about the tabernacle and the altar, and set up the hanging of the court gate. So Moses finished the work. Then a cloud covered the tent of the congregation, and the glory of EZER filled the tabernacle. And Moses was not able to enter into the tent of the congregation, because the cloud abode thereon. And the glory of EZER filled the tabernacle. And when the cloud was taken up from over the tabernacle, the children of EZER-IAH went outward in all their journeys. But if the cloud were not taken up, then they journeyed not till the day that it was taken up. For the cloud of EZER was upon the tabernacle by day, and fire was on it by night, in the sight of all the house of EZER-IAH, throughout all their journeys. My brothers and sisters, this is your book of Exodus. This is the history of our people being removed from the land of Egypt. This is the history of EZER, our Redeemer, the mighty one of our fathers, giving us his name, giving us his commandments, giving us his promises, giving us his land, giving us all the instructions we need, all the things that we needed to know to do. He's been doing it for us. He warned us about leaving him and going on to others. He warned us about giving up his commandments and going after idols, going after the heathen gods. He warned us about inquiring of them or worshiping them or bowing down to them or eating that which is sacrificed unto them. In this book, he have shown us all that we need to do, all that we need to know. And as I read these books to you, I hope that you are seeing in all of them, not one, in one place, he have told us that some new mighty one will come for us. Some new one will come to deliver us or save us. He never told us that one will come and die for our sins. He keeps telling us that we will die for our own sins if we do not turn from them. He never tells us some man is going to die for us. Someone's blood is going to be shed for us. Neither did he tell us to shed our blood for anyone. He told us that the Father is not to be put to death for the Son is not to be put to death for the Father, but that every man will die for his own sin. He told us about the consequences of going unto the strange mighty ones. He warned us. It will be an heir to us. It will be our downfall. It will cause us destructions. It will cause us sickness and pain, for that's the results of sin. My dear people, I pray that you will listen to these videos and I will cause you to comprehend what he is saying to you. For what he said to our fathers is the same thing he is saying to us. They were disobedient and they paid the price. They was punished. If we listen to what he's saying to us and do it, we will be forgiven. We will be gathered. We will be brought back into the good graces of EZER in his loving kindness and his mercy. That's the message that EZER is sending to us. That's the message our ancestors has written in this book for us to know. It is the same message I am reading to you today, as he promised us in the latter days, in the land of our captivity, we will rethink and we will seek after him and we will call out to him. And he says when we call, he will answer us, just like our fathers did in the land of Egypt, and he answered them. He said, you shall knock and he will open unto us. He told us we will seek and then we will find. My dear people, we have to know who is our mighty one. He says, for his name's sake, he will not leave us alone. Remember the promises he made to us. Remember, he told us what will happen to us if we disobeyed. And our ancestors disobeyed. And we know the result, because we are still living it. But he promised in the 4th generation, my dear people, the door of salvation is open unto us. Let us do as he directed Moses to do, to bring his name unto them when they was in Egypt. Today, EZER is bringing his name to you. accept it. Call on his name. Ask for forgiveness. Ask for wisdom, knowledge, and comprehension. Ask EZER to speak to you as he spoke to your fathers. Ask him to direct you as he directed them. Ask him to lead you as he led them. Ask him to bring you back to him as he brought them back to him. And ask him to keep you in his righteousness. We must call on his name. We must keep his commandments. We must hope in his promise. We must comfort ourselves knowing that EZER has not lied to us. Because he told us what will happen and we see it. So he has already proven himself to us. Now it is time for us to do what he tells us to do, that we may receive the promises he made to us. My brothers and sisters, we are not to follow the doctrines of the heathen. They was not put there by EZER to teach us. They was not anointed to teach EZER-IAH. They was not sanctified by EZER to teach us. EZER did not tell them to put his name on us. But he told those whom he anointed, the sons of Aaron, those whom he sanctified, those whom he clothed with his garments, those that was able to enter into the tabernacle, those that was able to go onto the altar, those that was able to wear the ephod with the names of the 12 tribes of EZER-IAH. They are our representative. And we have to call on EZER. We have to learn his ways again. We have to learn his laws again. These are his laws. These are his ways. And we must learn them if we want to get back to him. We must learn them. We must learn what he told Moses, Shemaiah, whose name was changed to Shemaiah. We must learn what he said to him. These are the laws that was given to us. Don't be afraid of him. Don't be afraid of the laws he gave us. Don't be afraid of the instructions he gave us. Don't be afraid as our enemies want us to be afraid. Let us love him again. Let us learn his ways that he gave to us. Let us prove ourselves to him that he will bless us. As he says in the last verse of this lesson. Let us do it, my brothers and sisters. Let us do it, that EZER may bless us. Let us call him and wait and listen for his answers. My dear brothers and sisters, listen to all that EZER have been saying unto those whom he sent unto us. Turn away from the heathen and serve EZER, our Redeemer, the mighty one of our fathers, of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. He who redeemed our fathers out of the land of Egypt, who promised he will gather us from the four corners of the earth where we are scattered. Him shall we worship. To him shall we bow. My brothers and sisters, and take what you have read or what you have listened and put it into your intellect and know they all are events that our ancestors have written down for us to know, for us to do. Please listen to our ancestors, the prophets, those whom EZER sent to us, those whom he called from the womb, those whom he set up as watchmen unto the house of EZER-IAH. I hope you see it, my brother and sister. Everything was said to the children of EZER-IAH, to you and to me, and to the strangers that will join with us to serve EZER. Praise EZER. Praise EZER Almighty. Praise EZER. EZER is great. EZER is great. EZER is great. His name alone is excellent. His name alone is excellent. His name alone is excellent in all the earth. That's why is he worthy to be praised. Praise be to EZER.